Chapter 151. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he heard Mo Ran say in a low voice from next door, "Where are you looking at? There's nothing going on. Take your clothes and get out of here." Shui Meng was stunned. "Where am I looking at? Mo Ran?" Shui Meng looked at his cousin's face and pondered for a long time. Suddenly he realized what was going on. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry at the same time, and shouted, "What nonsense are you thinking about? What I wanted to say was that you locked the door because there were too many people in the bathhouse and wanted to take a bath by yourself in the room. Your mind is full of dirty thoughts. And you're blaming it on me." In the next room, Chu Wanning's face darkened. His mind was full of dirty thoughts. Shui Meng sighed heavily and stared at Mo Ran from head to toe, then said, "I didn't think about that at first. Now that you said it, it reminded me. Were you really? Weren't you taking a bath? Why are you talking so much?" "No, I suddenly feel that you're very suspicious." Seeing that the other party's tone was so unfriendly and his black eyes were burning, Shui Meng felt that something was wrong. "When you were just 20 years old, you always went to the brothel. All these years you've been traveling everywhere, but you didn't have any romantic affairs. Why did you suddenly change?" Mo Ran seemed to be silent. Chu Wanning waited in silence. He actually wanted to know how Mo Ran would answer. The longer the silence, the more anxious he became. Why didn't he say anything? Was it awkward? Regret? Or you really want to know? Mo Ran opened his mouth. His voice was filled with anger. He actually had the face to be angry. Chu Wanning clicked his tongue in wonder. He felt that Shui Meng's question was quite reasonable. There was no reason for him to be unhappy just because someone found out about his secret. Before he could finish thinking, he heard Mo Ran say, "I'm tired of F***king. I'm tired of F***king. I'm tired of F***king. Alright, you can scram now." Chu Wanning was speechless. Shui Meng. After a long period of dead silence, Shui Meng let out an angry roar that could probably be heard by the entire inn. "Mo Wayu, you shameless dog. Stinking hooligan. Fine, whatever you say. Get out, get out. Don't F***king disturb my sleep. Don't touch me. Hateful. How am I annoying?" Shui Meng stammered, his handsome face flushed red. He originally wanted to make things difficult for Mo Ran, but who would have thought that Mo Ran would shamelessly turn the tables on him? He couldn't help but recall that he was already in his 20s. At this age, Nangongxi was already married to the #1 beauty in the cultivation world. The fourth young master of Zhongdongtang was already the father of 3 children. Kunlun's snow-trampling palace's Meihanshua still hadn't died from venereal disease. It seemed like he was the only one who was inexperienced in love. Shui Meng felt very sullen. He wasn't sullen because he was lecherous. In fact, he wasn't lecherous at all. It was just that he felt that he was inferior to Mo Ran in this aspect. He was more than 10 streets ahead of him, which was why he was so angry. If Mo Ran didn't mention it, if he was deeply ashamed, then Shui Meng's attitude would probably be different. However, Mo Ran actually threw him a disdainful and impatient sentence. "I'm tired of F***king you. F***king you enough." Young Master Shui Meng felt that he couldn't take it anymore. His self-esteem had been hit. He said you for a long time, then angrily roared at Mo Ran, "I just hate you. You're not human." After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Chu Wanning also choked a bit. Although he was calmer than Shui Meng, he could hear that Mo Ran was deliberately bullying Shui Meng. However, his heart couldn't help but surge, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The words used by the guy next door were too crude. His low roar was like a lion in the jungle whose muscles were tangled and whose aura was bursting out. That low roar and the rough words combined into one was like a thick and hot poker, violently stabbing into his heart. Chu Wanning's throat moved. His eyes were gloomy and flickering. In the past, Mo Ran had broken his precepts because he went to the brothel, so he naturally knew that Mo Ran wasn't as pure as Shui Meng. However, the previous Mo Ran wasn't strong enough to captivate souls. He couldn't help but ponder and picture that kind of scene in his mind. But at this moment, when the past was brought up again, Chu Wanning couldn't help but think of the hot, smooth, smoky and sturdy body that she had seen before. She had once been entangled with those charming, fair, delicate and alluring young men, and had shaken on those delicate and tender gigolos. He felt his anger burning, but his heart was also like a feather scratching at his heart. In this kind of anger and desire, the corners of Chu Wanning's eyes slightly burned red. In the dark night there was a hint of the color of a begonia. Shueming came back. Open the door. Oh, what now? I only cared about arguing with you. Where are my clothes? On the table. Take them yourself. Shueming hugged his clothes and left in a huff. This time it was finally quiet. Chu Wanning heard Mo Ran's heavy footsteps, and then the bed creaking. This time he really heard the man next door lie back on the bed. He even felt the bed sway, supporting his mountain-like hot body. He felt very thirsty and wanted to get a cup of water. But when he heard Mo Ran lie down, he knew that if he got up, that person would definitely be able to hear the movement here. So he didn't move like a rock that was cold on the outside but colorful on the inside. Next door, Mo Ran was actually a little uneasy. A man who wasn't satisfied with his desires would always be irritable. Shueming just had to choose this time to disturb him. After a while he couldn't control himself. He didn't know if Chu Wanning heard that shameless roar just now. If he wasn't asleep he definitely heard it. He laid on the bed. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. He turned back and forth. Chu Wanning was just a wall away, listening to his creaking, sharing his anxiety. After a while, Chu Wanning heard Mo Ran's slow voice, Shizun. In the end, Mo Ran was still tossing and turning. He couldn't hold back his anger, so he tried to call Chu Wanning to see if Chu Wanning had any reaction. Shizun, are you asleep? Can you hear me? Chu Wanning's heart was beating like a drum. He felt that his heart was beating too loudly, and was a little embarrassed. So he quietly pulled the blanket over his head, trying to use a layer of cotton to cover his heartbeat that the other person couldn't hear. Shizun. But when he covered himself with the blanket, Mo Ran's voice was very close. It was as if they were lying on the same bed. If Chu Wanning lifted the blanket, he would be able to see Mo Ran's handsome face and bare chest. He was leaning on his side and looking at him. That pair of dark and bright eyes were like a wolf or tiger, staring at him hungrily, wanting to swallow him whole. Can you hear me? Chu Wanning made up his mind to pretend that he didn't hear him. He naturally knew that Mo Ran was asking this in hopes that he didn't hear him. Otherwise, when they met tomorrow morning, both of them would feel awkward. The other person called out to him a few more times with a deep voice. Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't respond, he sighed softly. Mo Ran really thought that Chu Wanning was asleep. He was relieved, but he also felt a little regretful. He wanted Chu Wanning to pay attention to him. But Chu Wanning didn't care. So he could only stroke the thin wall separating the two of them. First, he stroked it with his rough fingers, then closed his eyes, as if he was stroking Chu Wanning's chest. Then he put his burning hot lips on it and whispered softly, as if he was whispering to Chu Wanning's lips. Mo Ran said, I don't want anything else. I only want you. But this voice was too soft. Chu Wanning didn't hear it. He wrapped himself in the blanket and rubbed. His face and heart were very hot. After a while, he heard the bed next to him creak fiercely. It seemed that the person lying on it was very anxious and turned over angrily. He said, Damn it. Chu Wanning suddenly had a kind of animal sensitivity. He predicted that he might hear something. For a moment, he felt his hair stand on end and wanted to cover his ears. But he only moved the tips of his fingers and then dropped them down. He opened his eyes in a daze under the blanket. After a while he heard Mo Ran's deep breathing outside the blanket. That breathing was rhythmic, violent and violent. Chu Wanning's arms had a layer of goosebumps. In such a sound he felt that his spine was numb and soft. Mo Ran's breathing was so sexy and so sinful. It was choked in his throat, oppressive and unrestrained. When he heard this sound, what else did he not understand? Chu Wanning closed his eyes. He felt that he couldn't breathe. His lips were slightly open and trembling. He thought of the wet dreams he had many times. In the dreams, he had seen all of Mo Ran's body. So when he closed his eyes, he could clearly imagine the scene outside the blanket. He felt that Mo Ran was right beside him, stretching his strong body and lying on his back. Mo Ran's bright black eyes were narrowed, flashing with a blurred luster. Mo Ran's hand reached down and unbuttoned his pants. His penis popped out. Chu Wanning didn't dare to think about the huge thing in detail. He could only roughly describe the outline and the fleshy red color of Mo Ran's penis. He held the life-threatening thing and stroked it. Mo Ran's protruding Adam's apple was rolling with it. He swallowed his saliva and didn't know who he was thinking about. He was passionately and painfully comforting himself. Chu Wanning heard the low moan of the man next to him. It was rough and sexy. His scalp went numb. In the dark, his almond-shaped eyes were stained with lust. He couldn't take it anymore. Elder Yu Heng's slender and fair hand, after struggling for a while, finally reached down. With trembling hands, he reached in and grabbed his already scalding high spirit. That rough and hot touch made him feel ashamed but also excited. He raised his head slightly and suppressed a gasp. Under the cover of the blanket, his cold appearance faded. He rose and fell in Mo Ran's panting and was brought into the sea of lust. He was clumsy and rough with himself, hurting himself several times. In the end, he really couldn't take it anymore. He abruptly lifted the blanket and lay on it. He rubbed and rubbed, his slender legs trembling. His almond-shaped eyes were half closed and a few strands of sweaty hair fell down. His lips were open as he silently gasped for air. Maybe it was because he was suddenly exposed to the air so he could hear more clearly. Or maybe it was because he was delirious so he couldn't hear clearly. He seemed to hear the moist sound of water. He thought it was Mo Ran next door. But when he lowered his head, he found that it was the glistening secretion from the tip of his penis. It lubricated his palm and made an extremely obscene sound. Chu Wanning's face became even hotter. He turned his head to the side and didn't face the wall. This way he would feel that Mo Ran was right beside him. They were naked and mutually comforting each other and making love. Lust burned his brain. His loftiness and aloofness had long collapsed. He could only hear the panting next door and feel the blissful pleasure below him. Because he hadn't tried it before, he couldn't stand the stimulation of lust. Every inch of his skin was sensitive. He longed to be pressed against another hot body. He was like a dry well that had been dry for 100 years, hungry and thirsty. As the sounds next door became more and more urgent, Chu Wanning felt his heart become hotter and hotter. His waist became weaker and weaker, and his legs almost couldn't hold on. The mucus below him had long soaked the sheets. He vaguely felt that all of this was ridiculous. It shouldn't be, but he couldn't help but feel that it was too comfortable. He hadn't tried it for so many years, so he didn't know that there was such a comfortable thing. If it was said that when he tried to relieve himself in Yuliang village for the first time, he was tormented by breaking his vow for the first time. He felt disgusted and disgusted. But this time, separated by a wall with the person he loved, he actually didn't feel that lust was so ugly. He was actually able to float and sink in the sea of lust. He felt more comfortable and not repulsed. He slightly opened his moist and misty eyes. A few strands of hair fell down, blocking his eyes. He gradually lost focus. He didn't know why, but strange and variegated illusions quickly flashed before his eyes. Or maybe they weren't illusions. They were the strange and overly realistic dreams he had in the past. In the dream, the bed and mattress were intertwined in gold and red. The smell of animal skin between the pillows was so clear that he seemed to be able to smell it. He was lying on the bed like he was at this moment. His forehead was dripping with sweat, his lips were slightly open, and his hair was scattered in front of his eyes. The candlelight didn't go out. The man behind him was urgently and fiercely thrusting. The two people's legs were intertwined. He could clearly feel that the man's muscles and bones were tense because of the stimulation. The sheets were dislocated. The man kept thrusting and thrusting. His throat overflowed with sexy and hoarse breaths. He heard the man behind him say, "Why aren't you saying anything? Call me out." The dream and reality overlapped. Chu Wanning clenched his teeth. Even if his desire was fierce and he couldn't control it, he was unwilling to open his mouth. He closed his eyes. His hands moved more and more violently. He closed his eyes but couldn't get rid of the memories of those erotic dreams. After a few thrusts, the man secretly cursed and then withdrew. His strong hands forced Chu Wanning to turn over. Under the light of the lantern, He saw a handsome face full of lust. It was Mo Rant's face. Because he could clearly describe Mo Rant's appearance in his dream, Chu Wanning felt more and more tormented and excited. He shook his head guiltily, trying to get rid of the scenes in front of him, but it was no use. He heard Mo Rant's panting from the other side of the wall. It was the same as the rough and lingering man in his erotic dreams. It was low and muffled. He even shamefully recalled the details of that dream. Mo Rant turned him over. His wet and sticky sex organ was pressed against his back acupuncture point, which was already convulsing because of the dryness. His large penis was rubbing against the opening of the acupuncture point. He lightly poked but didn't penetrate. In the end, Chu Wanning's other hand, which had never comforted his desire, tightly gripped the mattress. Shame. He felt extremely humiliated. How could he have such a dream? He clearly didn't. He had never seen such a thing. How could he have such a vivid dream? It was as if this body had really borne such hot and crazy, ugly and lingering lust. Could it be that this was the beastly nature of being born as a human? You're so stubborn. You think that by biting your lips and not making a sound, you can keep your innocence forever? In the dream, Mo Rant's eyes were full of tears. His expression was somewhat sinister, but also full of erotic desire. You've been done by me so many times. So what if you struggle? You're the one who willingly let me fuck you. You're the one who willingly submitted to me. Don't say any more. In the dream, in reality, both were whispering. So what if you're virtuous? You were still dirted by me. You sucked on me, opened your legs and let me fuck you. What flowed between your legs was what I gave you. Innocence? Don't be silly. From the first day you slept with me, these two words no longer had anything to do with you. Don't say any more. Innocence. No longer innocence. Arrogance. It was as if his clothes had been torn apart. You should really look at what's down there. Mo Rant's gaze moved down inch by inch, like a sharp knife cutting open the person below him. In the end, his gaze fell on the trembling and shrinking acupoint. The opening of the acupoint was still stuck with the saliva and blood from their intercourse. His gaze became deep and his Adam's apple moved. He cursed in a low voice. Holding his swollen genitals, he slowly pushed in again, fiercely pushing open the shrinking passage inch by inch. Speaking of which, it was strange. Chu Wanning, who was floating in the memories of this spring dream, seemed to really have an illusion. It was as if there was a thick and fierce blade condensed from flesh and blood, tearing his body apart and filling. Mo Rant pushed in completely all the way to the bottom. Even his sack was pressed against the opening of the acupoint. He hated that he couldn't not go in. The huge genitals pushed him to the limit in an instant. He felt that he couldn't bear any more invasion. The shaft pulsed in his body. In the dream? Or reality? Finally there was a groan. It was this groan that made Chu Wanning suddenly wake up. The dream quickly dissipated, vanishing into thin air. The last thing he saw was Mo Rant fiercely pushing against him. The two of them were madly intercourse on the bed. He heard Mo Rant's heavy breathing. His voice was hoarse and burning. If you were a woman, I would fuck you like this every day. I'm afraid you would already be pregnant with our child. Ah, our child, I'm afraid it should be called a bastard? Shame, excitement, animal desire, human nature. In the end, Chu Wanning turned over, as if he wanted to get rid of the dirty image in his mind. He suddenly felt very wronged. His eyes were slightly red. Why was it like this? In the past, he would never dream of such things. He clearly had not seen anything that he should not have seen. He had not even seen erotic paintings. Why would he have such absurd and shameless erotic dreams? If others knew, what would he do? The memories of the dream dissipated, but the bed next to him suddenly shook. Mo Rant had been blaspheming himself for a long time before Chu Wanning. At this time the pleasure was accumulating. When he wanted to spurt, he could not help but move his firm waist. He could not help but make a thrusting gesture. He had been holding it in for too long. He released it with a low growl. Chu Wanning heard his hoarse growl. He was stimulated. His eyes were almost wet and red. He violently stroked himself and could not help but ejaculate on the bed. He had never experienced such an exciting climax. The moment he ejaculated, He could not help but gasp and cry out and, After releasing, his vision was a blur. Chu Wanning did not know how he fell into the sticky web of love. He did not have the strength. He lay on the bed in a daze and panted. He was repulsed by desire. But he was willing to immerse himself in love. When desire and love were intertwined, lust did not seem to be so difficult to accept. Thus, it was not the same as the self-abandonment venting in Yuliang village. He still felt ashamed, but the shame was extinguished by the wetness in his heart. It was swallowed up by comfort and excitement. Suddenly he longed for that wooden wall to disappear. The similarly sweaty Mo Ran leaned over. His undulating hot chest pressed against his back. Panting, he kissed his shoulder and neck. Chu Wanning lay down in a daze. He thought if it was like this, then everything would be perfect. Then he would be enough. The next day, Mo Ran woke up early. This was Lini. Chu Wanning was not used to the taste of the dishes. The inn did not have any bland dishes, so he went to Shi City to buy some ingredients. He was going to borrow the kitchen to cook something for his Shifu. In this world, there were some men who would use all kinds of tricks to chase someone. It would not be an exaggeration to eat a Manchu Han imperial feast for breakfast. But as soon as they saw that they could not win, they would immediately stop and turn around. There were so many beauties in the world. Why would they spend more time on an impossible target? But Mo Ran was different. He had spent 2 lifetimes chasing Shirmei. Now that he understood his own feelings, he knew that he would never be able to have a relationship with Chu Wanning beyond that of a master and disciple. But he was still willing to treat Chu Wanning well day after day. He knew that he could not do it, but he still did it. This was something that had never changed in his life. Gongzi, you came out so early to buy groceries. Look at these radishes, do you want to buy some? They are so fresh. Gongzi, look at the accessories here. Bracelets, necklaces, flower hairpins. Everything is here. The craftsmanship is very good. Come, take a look. There are all kinds of spirit stones. It is essential to refine weapons. Come. Mo Ran originally planned to leave after buying groceries. But when he passed by a grocery store with a basket full of groceries, he saw a pile of beautiful small objects on the counter. His eyes were attracted by one of the objects. Unknowingly, he walked over and stopped in front of the counter. There was a man standing there. He was wearing a hood and was looking at the dazzling array of goods. The man raised his hand. Under the black sleeves of his robe, extremely pale, extremely delicate and beautiful fingers were exposed. Because of these 5 scallion-like fingers, Mo Ran noticed this person. He looked at the figure and thought that it was a man. But when he saw the hand, he felt that it was a woman. Thus he turned his head and curiously sized up this person's appearance. However, he only saw a black veil covering the face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Those eyes were also hidden in the shadow of the wide hood of the cloak, so he couldn't see them clearly. The 2 people looked at each other. Mo Ran habitually smiled at him. That person withdrew his hand that was about to touch a spirit stone. Mo Ran glanced at the ring on his thumb from the corner of his eye. It had a silver snake pattern and dense scales. He suddenly felt that the snake pattern on the ring was somewhat familiar. When he wanted to take a closer look, that person had already withdrawn his hand into his sleeve. He glanced at Mo Ran indifferently. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and left. What a strange person, Mo Ran muttered. However, the Gongzi of the Confucian Wind sect was overjoyed. Wedding invitations were everywhere. Recently, all kinds of strange people were rushing to Lini. This person who was covered in a cloak was actually nothing special. At this time, Mo Ran heard the sound of wind chimes at the back door of the small grocery store. The curtain was lifted and the lady boss came out. Mo ran through the matter of the black-clothed man to the back of his mind. He smiled and pointed at one of the spirit tools. Lady boss, how much is this? Chapter 152. The lady boss had just loosened the door latch. She yawned and stretched lazily, preparing to do business. She was sleepy when she suddenly saw a tall and handsome man standing in front of her shop under the bright morning light. He had an imposing appearance and a tall and straight posture. He should be accompanied by a sword and a saber, walking coldly through the market, ignoring everyone. But this handsome man was smiling. The dimples on his cheeks were faint, and his eyelashes were thick and gentle. In his arms he was holding a bamboo basket. The basket was not filled with spirit stones, spiritual materials or spell scrolls. Instead, it was filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. The apples were bright red, the radishes were white and fat, and the lettuce was lush and verdant. The dew on the leaves was crystal clear. It was set off by his handsome face. The lady boss froze in the middle of her yawn. She stared blankly at the scene in front of her that was both iron-blooded and tender. She blinked and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Lady boss. Hey, what do you want? Just this. Mo Ran picked up a pair of light red crystal pendants. How much are you selling them? You have good taste, young master. This pair of pendants is made of the best dragon blood crystal. They were carved by the craftsmen of the Kunlun Palace. Although the material is not expensive, the pendants themselves are very special. You must know about dragon blood crystal. It will turn red as the wearer's body temperature rises. At this point, the lady boss smiled. Since the immortal monarch has taken a fancy to a pair, then you should want to share one with your Dao companion, right? I wonder which fairy is so lucky to be able to get acquainted with you. If you buy the pendants, you won't lose anything. When you go back and wear them, it will be quite interesting to see them when you Dao partner. Mo Ran originally bought the pendants because he thought that dragon blood crystal was the best product to warm the cold body. Chu Wanning was afraid of the cold in winter, so it was best to wear it to ward off the cold. But when he heard the lady boss say this, his heart couldn't help but be moved. He thought of the pendant hanging around Chu Wanning's neck. Because of its owner's high body temperature, the pendant was bright red and dripping, like a trembling drop of blood on the tip of a knife. He coughed lightly and said, I'll take this one. Wrap it up for me. In order to not let Chu Wanning feel strange, Mo Ran also bought a gift for Xue Meng, Xue Zhengyong and Madame Wang. After returning to the inn, he put down the miscellaneous things and took out the small paper bag that contained the dragon blood crystal. The teardrop-shaped pendants inside had already turned crimson because of his body temperature. He picked one and hung the other one around his neck. When he was done, he adjusted his clothes to ensure that the pendant would not be exposed. Then, he picked up the remaining pendant and wrapped it up again. He touched his collar and felt that his heart was beating a little faster. He had experienced all kinds of absurd things in his previous life. Now he was actually panicking because of this little secret hidden under his clothes. He couldn't help but feel surprised at himself. For me. During the meal, Xue Meng held the sword tassel that Mo Ran had given him and looked as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you giving me this? Don't tell me that you want to apologize to me because of what happened yesterday? When it came to what happened last night, Mo Ran did not know that Chu Wanning was awake at the time, so he was quite calm and did not make a sound. However, Chu Wanning could not bear it and picked up the teacup in front of him. His throat moved, and he drank a few mouthfuls of herbal tea to hide his emotions. Only then did he adjust his expression. Mo Ran smiled at Xue Meng and said, What are you thinking about? You were the one who provoked me first. I thought this was pretty, so I bought it for you to wear. He paused and said, It's rare for us to come out together, so we should buy some things. I also bought things for Shizun, uncle and auntie. They're all small trinkets that are not worth much. We also got something. Madame Wang was very surprised. Auntie got a sandalwood powder box. Uncle got a folding fan pendant. As Mo Ran spoke, he presented the gifts and finally gave the dragon blood crystal to Chu Wanning. And this, it's for Shizun. What is it? A pendant. Mo Ran's palm was warm and sweaty. The dragon blood crystal can drive away the cold. Lini produces this kind of stone, so I bought it for Shizun to warm his body. Chu Wanning took it. This type of stone was not expensive, but it was very useful. He said, Thank you. You're welcome. Shizun, why don't you put it on and take a look? Chu Wanning glanced at Mo Ran, but did not see through Mo Ran's intimate intentions, so he naturally put it on his neck. The light red crystal shone brightly. Xue Meng looked and could not help but say, It looks good. This is not bad, better than my sword tassel. Where did you buy it? I also want to get one to wear. Mo Ran said, No, this is the only one in the entire stall. I also want one, but I can't buy one. Xue Meng was disappointed. He picked up his own sword tassel and looked at it, then turned his head to look at the dragon blood crystal on Chu Wanning's neck. He muttered, "I don't believe it. In any case, there are many of these things in Lini. When we get to Confucian Wind Sect, I'll go ask Nangong Si. He'll definitely have a lot, piled up like a mountain." Mo Ran ignored him and looked at Chu Wanning. He saw that after Chu Wanning put on the pendant, he did not put it in his body, but hung it outside his lapel. He could not help but feel anxious. After a while, he could not hold back and said, "Shizun, this pendant is not to be hung outside. It has to be put inside you." As he said this, he leaned over to help Chu Wanning put the pendant in. He was suddenly too close, and while speaking, his breath burned Chu Wanning's ear. Chu Wanning pushed him away. Chu Wanning lowered his eyes, his expression looking very cold. However, Mo Ran looked carefully this time. He saw that Chu Wanning's ear was suffused with a layer of crimson begonia flowers. It was both pitiful and cute, making people want to kiss it and suck on those trembling petals. Mo Ran was a little surprised. He was thinking, why did Chu Wanning's face turn red? He did not seem to have done anything excessive. If it was to help him play with the pendant, then it was not that big of a deal. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered what he had just said. "It has to be put inside you." Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment, then his face suddenly turned red. If his skin was not so much darker than Chu Wanning's, he was afraid that his face would look even redder than Chu Wanning's. He swore that when he said those words he really did not mean to make a pun. He immediately felt astonished. He thought to himself that if he did not think wrongly, how could such a righteous person like Chu Wanning think wrongly? Mo Ran pondered but could not figure it out. Until Chu Wanning's ears were red, his face was dark, and he silently stuffed the pendant into his lapel. He still could not figure out the reason. The previous night, because of a wooden wall that was 3 fingers wide, the celestial treading monarch had missed too many exciting moments. He had missed the spring and the inexperience. He had also missed Chu Wanning, who had fallen into the swamp of lust. He did not know anything about what happened on the bed next to the wall, so of course he would not understand. At this moment, Chu Wanning was still wrapped in the mire of yesterday. He was throbbing because of lust, ashamed because of lust, and sensitive because of lust. Because of that dream, because of the words on the bed in the dream, because of the thoughts that he did not want others to find out, he acted out of character and misunderstood this simple sentence. Chu Wanning looked up at him and felt a little warm in his heart. Yesterday's evil fire had not completely subsided. He reached out his hand. The teapot's handle was held by Mo Ran. "Drink less. This tea is cold, it's bad for the stomach." Chu Wanning did not make a sound. He looked at him, his hand still extended, indicating that he wanted to drink the herbal tea. "I'll go get you a hot cup." "No need." But Mo Ran had already gone to find the shopkeeper. After a while, he came back with a pot of freshly boiled hot tea, and poured a cup for Chu Wanning. "Shizun, drink this." "Yes, Yuheng, drink hot tea. It's not good to drink cold tea. It really hurts." Chu Wanning had no choice but to take the cup of hot tea. He blew on it but did not drink it. He put it by his hand. His heart was already very hot. If it continued to heat up, he was afraid that the last layer of thin ice in his eyes would melt. When that time came, the endless spring water would overflow. When he looked up and stared, he would no longer be able to hide those shameful thoughts. Then where would he put his face as the immortal of Northern Dipper? The group finished early. When they were preparing to leave the inn, a group of people came in. The leader was wearing a thick light blue cloak with curly grass patterns. His face was covered, and he seemed to be very low-key. He wouldn't be noticed in a crowd, but when he entered the inn and saw Shuizhenyong, he took the initiative to walk over and bowed politely. "Hello, Uncle Shui. You are..." That person took off his cloak and hat. When Shui Meng saw him, he let out an ah and took a large step back. Shuizhenyong laughed. "Aya, isn't this Han Shui?" Mei Han Shui raised his face. He was born with white skin, a high nose, distinct eyebrows, and deep eyes. There was a kind of heroic handsomeness that was clearly different from the others. Moreover, this person's skin was extremely good. Even though the room was dim, it still emitted a faint light. Perhaps it was because he grew up in the extremely cold snowy lands of Kunlun, but his face was soaked in a frosty aura, appearing both pure and aloof. In short, just by looking at his temperament, no one would believe that he was that world-famous romantic seed, Mei Hanshue. Something happened in the palace. This one only came to Lini today. I did not expect to meet Uncle Shui here. Mei Hanshue's appearance was too cold. Although he smiled politely, his eyes were clear and indifferent, respectfully carrying a chill. This little nephew has come to pay respects to uncle and auntie. Very good, very good. Aya, if only Meng was as polite as you are. Unexpectedly, when Shui Meng heard this, he was not happy. From behind, he continuously shot small poisonous arrows at Mei Hanshue, each one more vicious than the last. He thought to himself, this grandson Mei Hanshue, one set in front of people and one set behind them. He was clearly a stinking hooligan who ate both men and women. Back in the peach blossom spring, he even reached out to touch his waist. Now, standing in front of his elders, he was serious and cut off all feelings like an eminent monk. This guy really can act. Mei Hanshue did not even look at his childhood playmate. He only lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Even the width of his lips was not large. He was extremely well behaved. Uncle is joking. Young Master Shui is a proud son of heaven. He is the #1 champion of the Spirit Mountain Conference. Naturally, he has his outstanding points. That's right, father. This guy is my defeated opponent. Meng. Madame Wang was quite embarrassed. She reached out to pull Shui Meng. This irritable Feng finally hummed and did not utter a word. However, flames were still coming out of his nostrils. Mei Hanshue said, Uncle, are you going to Confucian Wind sect? It's about time. It doesn't matter if we go earlier. In any case, Nangong Lu is not lacking rooms. Didn't he say that in the month before and after the wedding, Confucian Wind sect will empty an entire immortal city for guests to stay in? Shui Zhengyong said with a smile. Let's go take a look first. It's also good to let the younger generation have more contact with each other. As he spoke, he glanced at Shui Meng. The implication was that he wanted to find a wife for Shui Meng. Shui Meng. Hanshue, you're not going directly to Confucian Wind sect? Asgard Master gave me some instructions. He wants to buy a lot of spirit stones, so I'll stay in the vicinity of Dai City for a few more days. I'll go the day before the wedding. It's not too late. Shui Meng whispered. You're obviously afraid that if you go early, those girls from the famous righteous sects who were disappointed by you will chase after you and beat you into a dog. Mo Ran's ears were sharp. He smiled and said, Meng Meng, what did you say? What dog? Shui Meng snorted and crossed his arms. It's nothing. Where's the incantation method? I'm afraid you're reciting the plum-breaking incantation. You're talking nonsense again. Mei Hanshue listened to them and finally glanced at them. Shui Meng's gaze met his and suddenly he was slightly startled. He felt that something was wrong. This Mei Hanshue was strange. The last time he saw him in the peach blossom spring, that grandson's eyes were filled with peach blossoms. Those eyes seemed to be smiling when they were angry. But this person in front of him, not to mention peach blossoms, there was not even a ripple in his eyes. His entire body was cold, neat, and restrained. Those eyes seemed to be angry when they were smiling. Shui Meng blinked and paused for a moment. He thought about how Mei Hanshue led the disciples of the Treading Snow Palace to help during the heaven-splitting war. In front of everyone, he was also acting like a dog. He could not help but become angry. How could this guy be so good at acting? How could he be so pretentious? He was really a beast in human face. Refined scum. Hey Ming, where are you going? It's too stuffy in the house. I'll wait for you outside. Come out after you're done talking. Shui Meng said and strode to the door. He lifted the curtain and angrily walked out. This proud son of heaven was really wronged. He was puzzled. The house was full of scum. How come no one other than him could see it? So angry. Chapter 153. Although he was angry, he still had to hurry. After bidding farewell to Mei Hanshue, they went up from Dai City. After an hour, they finally arrived at the #1 sect in the world, Lini's Confucian Wind sect. From the name, one could see that the Confucian Wind sect was based in Lini. In this city, there were 72 immortal mansions of various sizes. Because these mansions were so large, it would take a horse to travel from the front gate to the back gate. Therefore, these mansions were simply called cities. The 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect each had their own duties and were clearly divided. Compared to the peak of life and death of a grassroots sect, the difference was like heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. Even though Xue Meng loathed the upper cultivation world, he couldn't help but be shocked as he stood in front of the city gate. The Confucian Wind sect. These words weren't false. They had come to the main city, which was also the largest city of the Confucian Wind sect. It had white walls and black tiles that connected the sky and the sun. There were towering towers in all four corners, and there were star palaces in all four directions. The main city gate was painted in gold and red, and the carriage road that extended out was 5 feet wide. It was a long road with no end in sight. The road was paved with high-quality qi refining stones. One didn't need to do anything with these stones. They only needed to stand on them to gather spiritual power. Although the amount of spiritual power gathered wasn't much, everyone understood the principle of sand makes a tower. Thus, each stone could be sold for thousands of gold coins. Xue Zhengyong sighed. It's really good to be rich, Madame Wang laughed. Even if you're rich, do you also want to pave an qi refining road at the peak of life and death? No, I've laid a square in every village in the lower cultivation world. These stones are full of spiritual qi, so ordinary ghosts and monsters don't dare to approach them. If we can lay one in every village, when we encounter demons and monsters, we can hide when our disciples can't deal with them in time. Xue Zhengyong muttered and counted with his fingers. Then he shook his head and said, unfortunately, we can't afford to lay one. Xue Meng also sighed. The peak of life and death. Sigh, it's a bit poor. Yes. Xue Zhengyong nodded like he was pounding garlic. We're all cultivators, but I don't know where the Confucian Wind sect got so much money. At this time, Chu Wanning, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. High Lord, do you know how much it costs to hire an ordinary disciple of the Confucian Wind sect to kill a devil? I've never asked around. How much do you want? Chu Wanning stretched out 4 fingers. 400 silvers? Xue Zhengyong's eyes widened. That expensive? Chu Wanning said, for 1,000 taels. There are many rich merchants in the upper cultivation world. It's easy for the Confucian Wind sect to make money. With Venerable Lord earning 80 silvers per commission, how could you possibly catch up to them? Besides, sometimes the High Lord doesn't even take a single cent, Chu Wanning said. But his eyes were very gentle. Let's go. Let's go into the city. Great sects often treated people with rules and regulations. The Confucian Wind sect's Bureau of Rights had been waiting at the city gate these days. Although they were all smiles to everyone, they were well aware of what kind of guests had come and what their status was. Individual and minor cultivators would accompany them to look around, and then lead them to their residences. As for small sects with some status, they would be led to see the protector elders in charge and received by the elders. As for those who had reached the peak of life and death among the 10 great sects, the Confucian Wind sect didn't put on airs and directly invited them to rest in a warm room. When the Confucian Wind sect's sect master Nangong Lu finished his work, he would come to the warm room to meet the guests. The warm room was filled with a rich aroma of ambergris incense, and the soft carpet was so soft that one could almost sink half of one's foot into it. There were delicate and beautiful camellias in the room. There were 8 different colored camellias, which were called the 8 immortals crossing the sea. There were white petals with spots of captivating red, which were called the 8 immortals crossing the sea. There were white petals with spots of captivating red, which were called the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Xue Meng also didn't understand, but when he saw a white camellia blossom with a pair of black spots on its soft petals, he felt that it was very interesting and reached out to touch it. Chu Wanning said, "Don't touch it." Why? Chu Wanning didn't say anything and just shook his head. Madame Wang sighed and said, "A book like this can be sold for more than 10,000 taels of gold." Xue Meng's complexion turned ashen as he withdrew his hand. Then he slumped into the cushioned Taisher chair. He thought about the list of names he saw in the bookstall before. At that time he was angry because he wasn't among the top 100 young elites in the cultivation world. But now he felt that the book didn't deceive him. There was a big character on his forehead that was suffused with black qi pour. But then again he didn't know where that book went. He didn't even have time to finish flipping through it before he lost it. After a while, The red corals and freshwater pearls crisscrossed through the curtain made a rustling noise. Two elegant and dignified female cultivators wearing the snow-white immortal robes of the Confucian Wind sect fluttered in. One on the left and one on the right, they lifted the bead curtain and bent their knees. Their voices were like the cries of orioles. Sect Master Immortal Monarch has arrived. As soon as they finished speaking, a man in his 40s walked through the door with a smile. His appearance was ordinary and somewhat scholarly. He had an ordinary appearance that would immediately be drowned in a crowd. Besides his very fair skin, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Mo Ran, who was sitting there drinking tea, almost spat it out. "Oh, Sect Master Shui, I've been hoping for you to come to the Confucian Wind sect as soon as possible. Look, as soon as you come, you're full of heroic spirit and dignified appearance. Who can compare to you? That's great, that's great. My humble house is full of vitality. Good, good, good." Shui Meng, Mo Ran, the dignified sect master of the #1 sect in the world, actually spared no effort in praising the sect master of the Life and Death Summit, who was ranked last among the 10 great cultivation sects. He said good 3 times in a row. Each time he was more generous and enthusiastic than the last. He praised Shui Jingyong so hard that Shui Jingyong naturally enjoyed it very much. He said with a smile, "You're too kind, Sect Master Nangong. I'm not being polite, I'm just sincerely envious of Sect Master Shui. Sect Master Shui is a hero of the generation, majestic and awe-inspiring. Look at me, you're just a middle-aged man who has no qi. You're already dead meat with only fat left. I'm really ashamed of my inferiority." Nangong Lu said enthusiastically. Shui Zhengyong originally wanted to hold back, but he couldn't hold back his peacock tail anymore. He said, you flatter me, you flatter me. Ha 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 ha, Sect Master Nangong is too modest. In his previous life, Mo Ran didn't have any dealings with Nangong Lu. When he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect, this person quickly ran away. Mo Ran was too lazy to pay attention to such a small fish. He didn't care whether he was killed by knives and spears in the end, or whether he escaped and lived the rest of his life in secret. In this life, this was the first time he met Nangong Lu so closely. But when he heard his tone, Mo Ran didn't like it. He lowered his voice and said, "So the sect master of the #1 sect in the world is amazing in his mouth." Shui Meng heard this and unexpectedly agreed with him. He said in a low voice, "That's right. Look at him. When he opens his mouth he really has a glib tongue. I can't even smell the fragrance of flowers in the room anymore. Tisk, only the sweetness of Nangong Lu's mouth is left." After Nangong Lu finished praising the old, he started to praise the young. "Io, isn't this the proud son of heaven, young Master Shui?" The poor young Master Shui Meng had a bad temper. He calmly cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master Nangong, heroes really come from young. Handsome. Amazing. Look at this nose, these eyes, tsk spirit. Like father, like son." Shui Meng was speechless. Nangong Lu turned around and said to Shui Zhengyong, "Brother Shui, I'm so envious of you. Look, in the world today, which young master has half an inch of your son's spirit? If you want to talk about me, in this big world of cultivation there are so many young talents. If your son is the second, then no one can be the first." Shui Meng was originally disgusted with him, but Nangong Lu didn't seem to see the alienation on Shui Meng's face at all. He threw a basket of warm praises at Shui Meng, knocking the good young Master Shui out. In the end he even showed a smile. When he whispered to Mo Ran again, he said, "Ahem. Although this sect Master Nangong is a bit exaggerated, he's telling the truth." "What truth?" Mo Ran found it funny and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "You said that you're the second in the world, and no one dares to be the first? What's wrong? I'm the winner of the Soul Mountain Conference. That's a competition. Many individual cultivators didn't participate. Do you really think that the heroes of the world can compete in that small competition?" Shui Meng's face turned red. After a while, he muttered indignantly, "Forget it, I know you're envious of me." If it was when they were young, Mo Ran would definitely laugh at him again. But now, when the words came to his mouth, he felt that Shui Meng was just a bit competitive and narcissistic. What was there to compete for? So he nodded and smiled. Okay. I'm envious of you. You're the best. But when he looked up at Nangong Lu again, the smile in Mo Ran's eyes disappeared. There were many kinds of evil people in this world. Some people were rebellious and committed crimes that reached the heavens. The whole world hated that they couldn't get rid of them and be happy after killing them. But some people were very powerful. They relied on their glib tongues and flattering skills. They were obviously rotten to the bone, but they weren't despised by others. In his previous life, Mo Ran was the first kind of person. But the people he hated the most were not the good people in the world who opposed him. He didn't hate Mei Hanxue, he didn't hate Xue Meng. He even admired Yi Wangxi and pitied Yi Wangxi. He hated Nangong Lu the most. As long as there was something to be used, he would kneel on the ground and lick other people's hemorrhoids. Damn it, he was a person who licked others' hemorrhoids. Ever since Nangong Lu came in, Chu Wanning had been standing by the window, looking at the neat and tidy houses of the Confucian Wind sect. It was a magnificent scene. The wind was strong, blowing the soft curtains covering the window into a haze. Chu Wanning stood in the haze. Nangong Lu's warm and friendly face froze for a moment, but he quickly tidied himself up and walked towards the window. Grandmaster Chu Wanning didn't look at him. With an indifferent expression, he said, "Sect leader Nangong, between you and I, we already know each other very well." That soft muslin like spring water took advantage of the east wind and kept brushing against his face. Chu Wanning was somewhat impatient. He raised his hand and fiercely blocked that irritating thing. He said indifferently, "No need to exchange pleasantries." Nangong Lu smiled and said, "I don't have any other intention. I just thought that I haven't seen Grandmaster for many years, so I came to give my greetings. That's all. Grandmaster, why do you keep people 1,000 li away?" "I came for Nangong Si." Chu Wanning still didn't turn his head. "Not for you. Si will be very happy to see you. Although you didn't accept him as a disciple, you enlightened him. After you left, he often told me that he missed you." Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't rebuke him, Nangong Lu said again, "Grandmaster, when the butterfly suppressed the heavens, you sacrificed yourself for righteousness. Later, you were saved by Grandmaster Huizue and returned to Yuanyang. However, I presume that your body hasn't fully recovered yet, right? Confucian Wind Sect specially prepared 20 best quality soul-nourishing pills for you to express our sincerity to Grandmaster on behalf of all the immortals in the world. Grandmaster, please accept." Nangong Lu. Chu Wanning finally turned his head to look at him, but the way he addressed him had changed. He withdrew his arm from the muslin and suddenly turned around. His tall figure seemed to blend into the large expanse of the sky. His eyes were like flames and lightning, his eyebrows were cold, and his expression was extremely gloomy. "Don't put me on a high pedestal. How can a mere Confucian Wind sect thank me on behalf of all the immortals in the world? Who gave you face?" The corner of Nangong Lu's mouth twitched, but the charming smile on his face didn't fall. After a while he said with a smile, "Look at you, why do you have to?" Xue Zhengyong knew that Chu Wanning and Nangong Lu didn't have a good relationship. The whole cultivation world knew that. When Chu Wanning was 15 years old, Nangong Lu became his guest. He ate, drank, and lived like a god. However, a few years later, Chu Wanning suddenly had a falling out with Nangong Lu in front of everyone in the Confucian Wind Sect's main hall. The two of them talked back and forth, saying things like, "Jin Cheng Qi, Shun Wu, the request of the monster at the bottom of the lake, righteousness, long-term illness, and madam." Anyway, the bystanders were confused. However, everyone knew that in the end, Chu Wanning couldn't restrain his anger and slammed the table. At that time, he was receiving a salary of 10,000 taels of gold. Every month he would receive more than 1,000 spirit stones and talismans, but he didn't take a single coin. He stood in front of the hall and took off the Qianquan pouch on his waist in front of everybody, returning all the remaining money. Then, with a calm face and without saying a word, he took off the highest grade jade crown that Nangong Lu gave him when he became a guest. His long hair fell down, and he returned the jade crown to the Confucian Wind Sect's ceremony officer. This was a scene that many storytellers in the lower cultivation world were fond of telling. Nangong Lu's expression turned ugly, but he still tried to mediate. "Therefore," he said to Grandmaster Chu, Senior Immortal has served our sect for so long. Even if you want to leave, you still have to pay the bill. Confucian Wind sect doesn't want to be accused of taking advantage of others. Grandmaster Chu said, in the past, I served His Highness only to repay Madame Rong's kindness with a meal. Now that Madame has passed away, I have no intention of staying in your sect because we have different moral principles. There's no need for money. I'm ashamed to live off the Emperor's salary. Finished speaking, he closed his eyes and left Confucian Wind sect. Shuizhengyong originally thought that the storyteller was exaggerating the facts, so he tried to ask Chu Wanning how Confucian Wind sect had offended him. However, Chu Wanning didn't like to talk behind people's backs, so he only shook his head and never explained. But now it seemed that the storyteller's words were not false at all. Madame Wang saw that the atmosphere was stiff, so she couldn't help but come out and mediate. She said softly, Elder Yu Hung, don't be angry. What if you hurt your body? Then she turned to Nangong Lu and bowed. Emperor Nangong, we appreciate your kindness, but the peak of life and death doesn't lack spirit stones and precious medicines. We can't accept your soul-nourishing pill. Haha, Madam is right. It's just a slight lack of consideration. Nangong Lu found a way out of this embarrassing situation and said, Elder Yu Hung, I've offended you. I ask Elder Yu Hung not to take it to heart. Mo Ran watched from the side. He thought to himself, this person has been splashed with cold water by Shizun, but he can still laugh so calmly. He's really amazing. Thinking this, he lowered his head and drank the Rizhao snow green tea in his cup. Who would have thought that while he was drinking the tea, Nangong Lu would arrive in front of him with a smile on his face. Chapter 154. This was not good. When Nangong Lu came in, Madame Wang, Shuemeng, and Shuizhengyong immediately stood up and greeted him politely. But Chu Wanning was not in the mood, so he still stood by the window. As for Mo Ran, in his previous life, Confucian Wind sect was just a shabby sect that he flattened. Even if it looked beautiful on the outside, he knew that underneath it was only a plate of loose sand, and there was nothing to be afraid of. But he really did not mean to embarrass Nangong Lu. He was just used to it, so he did not even think about standing up. This scene was a little strange. As the host and elder, Nangong Lu stood there with a pleasant smile. He was not angry, and his face was still full of warm familiarity. But as a guest and a junior, Mo Ran's lazy sitting posture was caught red-handed. He crossed his legs and leaned against the chair, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Shuizhengyong did not notice Mo Ran's movements just now, so when he turned around, he could not help but feel embarrassed. This Mo Ran was too unruly. This is the famous Grandmaster Mo in recent years, right? Mo Ran did not drink his tea. He closed the lid and looked up, saying, Yes. Heroes really do come from. Mo Ran interrupted him and said with a smile, Emperor Nangong, heroes come from the youth. You have already used this phrase on my cousin, so don't use it on me, okay? His tone was gentle, and his smile was gentle, as if he was very polite. But the content of his words was not the least bit polite. He did not even stand up. After saying this, he picked up the teacup again, scraped the edge of the cup with the small celadone lid, and then blew away the mist that curled up in spirals. He lowered his thick and long eyelashes, closed his eyes, and unhurriedly took a sip of tea. He was young, handsome, tall, and calm. His bearing made it seem as if he was the true master of the Confucian Wind sect, the one who stood at the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world, and Nangong Lu was nothing more than a dog beneath him. Haha, you're right, Grandmaster Mo. It's just that I can't think of a better way to put it, so, what are you saying? Mo Ran put down his teacup and looked up with a smile. Ever since Emperor Nangong entered this room, he has said a lot of good things. If the immortal emperor doesn't know how to speak, who can claim to know how to speak? I dare not accept Grandmaster Mo's praise. Who said I was praising you? Mo Ran looked at him with his bright black eyes and smiled. Sometimes it's not necessarily a good thing to be too good with words. Shuizhengyong couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his voice and said, Rander. In his opinion, it was excusable for Chu Wanning and Nangong Lu to turn against each other. At least Chu Wanning had the right to do so. But Mo Ran ignored Shuizhengyong and said to Nangong Lu, Emperor Nangong, save these compliments for the other juniors. I'm a rough man, so I don't understand and I don't want to hear it. Shizun was speechless. Mo Ran certainly knew that his uncle would be unhappy with his words, but he didn't regret it. There were too many disgusting things in the world. Chu Wanning had a fiery temper, and was always willing to be the first one to stand out. A long time ago, when he was killing demons in Luo Xianxian's residence, Chu Wanning disregarded his own reputation and beat up Minister Chan, who was the client, because the Chan family bullied a weak woman. Chu Wanning didn't do anything wrong, but he was always criticized by others, saying that he was cold-blooded, reckless, and unreasonable. Mo Ran didn't want others to say that his master was impolite. Therefore, he would rather do more than Chu Wanning. He could only use such a stupid method to protect Chu Wanning behind him. Therefore, in this room, the three of them accepted Nangong Lu's flattery and kindness out of courtesy, but Mo Ran didn't. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. Ever since he knew that it was Chu Wanning who carried him back from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he had crawled back. Ever since he saw the wisp of human soul in the Mengpa lobby and the bowl of wontons. Ever since he went to the depths of hell and rescued Chu Wanning, he swore. As long as Chu Wanning was willing, he would stand together with Chu Wanning from now on. Nangong Lu touched the wall twice in a row. If it were another sex leader, he would have flipped the table in anger and driven the guests away. But Nangong Lu didn't. He just acted as if nothing had happened. He happily said a few words to Shizun, which made Shizun feel very embarrassed. He pulled Nangong Lu aside and apologized in a low voice, saying that he didn't discipline his nephew well. Nangong Lu laughed and said, "Oh, young people, who doesn't have some courage? I think Grandmaster Mo is really a man of character. He's very good." After meeting with Nangong Lu, the disciples of Confucian Wind sect led the group to another courtyard to rest. Mo Ran sneezed all the way. Shui Meng turned to look at him. "Don't tell me you were cursed by sect leader Nangong because of your bad mouth just now. Go away, you're the one who's cursed." Mo Ran's eyes were filled with tears. "I can't smell the incense, that's too strong. That room just now, achoo. The smell of the incense was too. Achoo. Too. It smelled too bad. Ah, Master Shizun." Chu Wanning handed him a handkerchief and frowned in disgust. "Wipe it, it doesn't look good." With tears in his eyes, Mo Ran took the handkerchief embroidered with begonias with a smile. "Master still cares about me. Thank you, Master." Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed by his words. "Who cares about you?" "That's right." Shui Meng was unconvinced. "Who cares about you? Master clearly cares about me the most." Mo Ran was a little disdainful. "You're already so old, yet you're still comparing yourself with others." He turned to the handkerchief in his hand and said seriously, "Look, Master promised to embroider an identical one for me. Do you have one?" Chu Wanning snatched the handkerchief and said sternly, "Mo wait." Shui Meng was stunned at first, then he became angry. "Only a fool would believe that Master would embroider a handkerchief for you. Even in your dreams you wouldn't do that. You're so shameless." As the group chatted, they arrived at the side courtyard that Nangong Lu had arranged for them. The side courtyard had 4 entrances. Shizun and Madame Wang entered, while the other 3 each entered. The winding paths led to a secluded place, with the shadows of flowers dancing and the sound of running water ceaselessly echoing. It was elegant and unique. Mo Ran had been fine just a moment ago, but when he saw that he was going to live in this courtyard, his entire body froze. As he hesitated, his eyes unconsciously became clouded with a layer of gray. When he followed the group into the side courtyard and saw the bricks, tiles, grass, trees, and rocks, his mood became increasingly gloomy. This was one of the places that had left a deep impression on him in his previous life's Confucian Wind sect. Now that he was here again, he couldn't help but think that if Chu Wanning hadn't exchanged his life for his in this life, perhaps he would still have taken his old path and become the Emperor Ta. Then by this time, he would have led his millions of precious chess pieces and raised a generation of famous sects to the ground. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. For a moment, thousands of thoughts surged into his chest. Mo Ran closed his eyes. He was able to control his emotions. He was no longer the sharp youth of the past, so no one could see the haze shrouding his heart. They all returned to their rooms to rest. Mo Ran stood in front of the side courtyard that had been left for him. He stood there for a while with his hands behind his back, but he didn't push the door open to enter. The maid in the courtyard was a bit uneasy. She cautiously asked, "Is Immortal Master not satisfied with this room?" "Oh no." Mo Ran returned to his senses and smiled. "I feel that this courtyard is very similar to a place I used to live in, so I was reminded of the place." "That's really a coincidence." This servant thought that Immortal Master didn't like this place. "If Immortal Master has other requests, you only need to tell this servant. This servant will do my best to do it for Immortal Master." Mo Ran smiled. "I don't have anything to do. You can go about your business." After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the 100-year-old cassia tree in the courtyard. The tree's shadow was like a ghost from his previous life brushing past his eyelashes. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he felt a chill in his heart. Suddenly, he turned around and called out to the maid who was about to leave. "Wait, does Immortal Master have any other orders? I want to ask you about someone." Mo Ran paused, then raised his eyes. His gaze was like a torch. "Do you know there's a what?" "Forget it, let's not ask about this. Ask another question." Mo Ran said, "Do you know where Wuxia is?" The maid said, "Young Master Yi is Elder Su's direct disciple. He lives in the same courtyard as Elder Su. If Immortal Master wants to see him, you can go there." When Mo Ran heard this, he secretly sighed in relief. The last time he met Wuxia was at the restaurant. Wuxia begged Nangong Si to go back with him, but Nangong Si refused. Wuxia said, "If it's because of me and you don't want to go back to the Confucian Wind sect, then I'll go." He actually missed Wuxia. He felt that Wuxia had suffered enough in his previous life. Wuxia and Chu Wanning were actually very similar. They were both gentlemen who would die 9 deaths without regret. It was just that one was reserved while the other was passionate. However, neither of them had a good ending. Mo Ran felt regret for his past actions, so he hoped that Wuxia could have a better life in this life. He couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Nangong Si wasn't so heartless as to drive Wuxia away. Elder Su's courtyard was called the 3 Lives Courtyard. It was said that it was named after the meaning of drinking Meng Po's water, forgetting 3 lives. Elder Su wanted to express how long a person could live in this world. The things that should be forgotten as early as possible. Don't let it add to your worries. In any case, after you die, you won't remember anything when you reach the bridge of helplessness. He sounded like a very pessimistic person. No wonder he taught Wuxia, a taciturn gourd who couldn't even fart after being beaten with 3 sticks. Interesting. This parrot is really clever. Come carry it a bit more. A bowl of food, a ladle of drink in a shabby alley. He asked the guard to report the purpose of his visit. Before he could go around the screen wall, he heard a man's lazy laughter coming from the courtyard. Mo Ran took a few steps forward and saw a man in his early 30s standing in the middle of the courtyard full of sunlight. That man was wearing plain clothes with several patches on the corners of his robe. It was a cold day, but he didn't wear shoes. He stood barefoot on the cold stone floor, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand. He was playing with a snow-white blue-eyed parrot with a long tail. The parrot flapped its wings left and right, swaying back and forth on the shelf. It seemed very proud of itself. It sang loudly, "A bowl of food, a ladle of drink in a shabby alley, good, not bad. You are smarter than Xiao Yezi. When Xiao Yezi was little, he wasn't as good as you. He won't be able to recite this verse no matter how hard he tried." The man fed the parrot a handful of nuts. "Come, your lousy will reward you." This man called himself lousy with a bird. Does that mean he is a birdman? The man turned his head and saw Mo Ran standing next to the screen wall. He first cracked a melon seed, then ate it. Then he suddenly smiled. His smile was brilliant, but there was also a hint of wilting. Under the bright sunlight, his whole person looked very confident. "Mo Ran, Grandmaster Mo?" He smiled. "Nice to meet you." Mo Ran smiled and said, "Nice to meet you." After he smiled, he seriously looked at the man's face. He felt that he seemed familiar. When he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect in his previous life, he seemed to have seen this person. He was, "Foster father, why are you running around without shoes again?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. It was obviously a light sentence, but it sounded like thunder in his ears. Mo Ran suddenly turned his head and saw Yi Wangxi coming out from behind the half-moon arch. He was still tall and slender with gentle eyes. He was carrying a pair of bright yellow satin shoes. He walked in front of the youth and bent down to put them down. Father. Yi Wangxi's father, the blood in his heart rushed like a wolf and a boar. He could almost hear the cries and shouts from the other world, hear the clashing of swords and drums. Father! A blood-stained face suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Yi Wangxi. Yi Wangxi was crying and shouting, his voice splitting the 9 heavens. Back when he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect, Nangong Lu ran away. The 72 cities were like a dragon without a leader, instantly falling into chaos. Later, the Confucian Wind sect's first protector, Elder Su, stepped forward bravely and organized the scattered sand. He gathered the disorderly soldiers that Mo Ran could have destroyed in an instant and resisted together with Yi Wangxi. He was clearly not surnamed Nangong, but he did what a Nangong sect leader should do. As an elder, he lived and died with the Confucian Wind sect's 72 cities. He was clearly not Yi Wangxi's biological father, but when the sharp blade filled with spiritual energy was about to pierce Yi Wangxi's back, he stood in front of Yi Wangxi and used his flesh and blood to protect the child that he had raised with his own hands. At that time, Mo Ran was standing on the city wall and looking down. When he saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curved into a twisted smile. Heavens knew how jealous he was at that time. They were not related by blood, but there was actually someone in this world who was willing to die for another person. His narrow-minded heart was shocked and pained. He was so jealous that it was like he was about to go crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. He was thinking, good, very good, Yi Wangxi is really lucky. I am Weiyu. If in this boundless world, other than my mother, there is another person who is willing to die for me, Mo Weiyu, then how could I have reached this step today? The heavens were good to everyone, but they were so stingy and vicious to him. He wanted to destroy all the people he was jealous of, and let these people who huddled together for warmth all roll to hell. Why was he the only one who didn't have a good day, and didn't have a moment of warmth? The only person who was gentle to him was already dead. He only had that little bit of warmth left. Who was she to take it away from him? He hated it. Thinking back, Mo Ran only felt that he had been so foolish back then. In this world of mortals, there was clearly someone who was willing to die for him. He was the one who missed it. He was the one who let her down. He was the one who didn't know. Mo Ran closed his eyes and calmed the surging emotions in his heart. Only then did he look up again. He knew who this man was. He was Yi Wangxi's teacher and also Yi Wangxi's adoptive father, Su Shuanglin. On the second day after the slaughter of roughing men, he died in the flames of war while trying to save Yi Wangxi. Mo Ran turned his head. His heart was bitter. He couldn't bear to look at that confident and carefree person under the sun. He went to greet Yi Wangxi. Young Master Yi. Only then did Yi Wangxi realize that Mo Ran was standing in the distance. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Ah, Brother Mo is also here. Long time no see. Long time no see." In fact, Yi Wangxi had only met Mo Ran a few times in his life. He wasn't very familiar with him, so he continued to smile and said, "Are you here to look for my adoptive father?" Mo Ran glanced at Su Shuanglin. He was a little embarrassed. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to look for you. Little Yi, how long has it been since someone came to this courtyard looking for you? It's really not easy." Su Shuanglin smiled lazily and stuffed another melon seed into his mouth. "Where did you meet Grandmaster Mo?" "I met him in the peach blossom spring." "That's very good, that's very good." Su Shuanglin smiled and threw the rest of the melon seeds into the bird food bowl. He said, "You young people can chat. I'll go somewhere else first." Yi Wangxi pulled him back. "Adoptive father, why aren't you wearing shoes again?" "Oh, I forgot." Su Shuanglin put on his shoes with a smile. He said, "This should be fine, right?" But Mo Ran saw from the corner of his eye that this man leisurely walked to a corner. Then he bent down and took off his shoes. He actually put them into his clothes and walked away leisurely. This father and son pair's appearance and temperament were really very incompatible. Because of his cultivation technique, Su Shuanglin looked very young. His face stayed at the age of 30 and wouldn't age. He looked like Yi Wangxi's brother. If one looked at his temperament, this person was somewhat willful and mischievous. He didn't look like an older brother, but more like Yi Wangxi's younger brother. So that dignified plaque outside the door 3 Lives courtyard. Was it just for fun? Yi Wangxi and Emo Ran walked side by side along the shaded path. This courtyard was planted with many flowers and fruit trees, but it was currently the middle of winter. Thousands of trees had withered, and only a few withered leaves hung on the treetops. When the wind blew, they swayed falteringly. My apologies. Last time at the restaurant I made a fool of myself. It's nothing, Emo Ran said. How have you been these days? As soon as he said this, he felt a bit of regret. Because people like Yi Wangxi, even if they weren't doing well, they wouldn't say anything. As expected, Yi Wangxi smiled and said, I'm alright. How about you? I'm pretty good. The two of them were actually not that close. Emo Ran came to find him only because he thought of the enmity in his past life. He felt bad, so he wanted to see Yi Wangxi, who was still alive. Now that he was really alone with Yi Wangxi, he didn't know what to say. Emo Ran knew Yi Wangxi's many secrets, but these secrets couldn't be said. He really didn't have anything to talk about. The two of them strolled for a while. Yi Wangxi asked, how's Xiaxi and I? Emo Ran was stunned for a moment, then smiled. You still remember this name? That's amazing. His name is especially easy to remember. Haha, that's true. Xiaxi and I also came this time. You'll be able to see him later. Yi Wangxi was slightly surprised he also came? But the sect leader didn't invite him. You still don't know who Xiaxi and I is, right? Emo Ran said with a smile, let me tell you, this is a long story. Thus, he explained the cause and effect of Chu Wanning being Xiaxi and I. After Yi Wangxi heard this, he was stunned for a while. He sighed and said, how lucky is young Master Emo to have this person as your teacher? Emo Ran said, how lucky is the Confucian Wind sect to have young Master Yi as your disciple? Yi Wangxi was a bit embarrassed. He smiled slightly and said, young Master Emo is too kind. They walked to a small pontoon bridge painted with red wood. Along the way, there were only a few withered branches and withered leaves. Only this place was verdant and bright. The bamboo trees were proudly standing in the wind, their integrity unchanged. The Confucian Wind sect's water was infused with spiritual energy, so it wouldn't freeze. Thus, standing at the head of the bridge, there was a gurgling stream under their feet. Emo Ran turned around and saw Yi Wangxi looking down at the sparkling stream. His black eyes were constantly flickering. He was still the same person, but his face was haggard. In fact, anyone could see it. Nangongxi's marriage was really too cruel to him. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to see it. It was as if he saw Chu Wanning, who had sacrificed so much but didn't receive a single glance from others. Emo Ran asked him, young Master Yi, why don't you come to the peak of life and death? What? He felt that his words were rash, but he also knew how Yi Wangxi would respond. Emo Ran sighed. I was just asking casually. Young Master, you don't have to take it to heart. Yi Wangxi smiled. Originally, his smile was handsome, 70% heroic and 30% elegant. But now he was the same person. He still had the same smile, but his cheekbones were slightly sunken. He was still 70% heroic but 30% elegant had withered away. Only 2 pools of sadness remained. He wanted to hide it, but that sadness was too deep. He used all his strength but still couldn't hide it well. He smiled and said, so Brother Emo is here to poach people on behalf of the peak of life and death? Aha, that's right, that's right. However, young Master Yi probably won't come, so it's just a joke. And my adoptive father is still here, so I won't leave. What does young Master plan to do from now on? Yi Wangxi's expression seemed to be pained, but he couldn't immediately answer. What did he plan to do from now on? He also didn't know. He felt like he was a moth and Nangongxi was the light. He always wanted to follow the light, even if the consequences were to shatter into pieces. But Nangongxi didn't want him. That's right, I'm still doing what I should do in the Confucian Wind sect. Yi Wangxi smiled and said, assisting the sect leader, assisting adoptive father, and in the future assisting young master. He paused, his hands clenched into fists. His knuckles were as white as jade. Mo Ran was shocked that Yi Wangxi was actually able to calmly say the last half of the sentence. He was actually able to say it, assisting young madam. He finished speaking. As if he couldn't bear it any longer, he lowered his eyes. But only for a moment. He raised his head again to look at Mo Ran respectfully and gracefully. His face was still smiling, and his entire person was like a slender bamboo standing in the cold winter. Suddenly, a west wind blew, blowing up the snow that had accumulated in the bamboo forest. It fluttered in all directions like reeds. In that instant, Mo Ran thought, no, Nangongsi can't marry Song Qiutong. Chapter 155. The wedding day of the Confucian Wind sect's young master was getting closer and closer, but suddenly, a rumor began to spread among the guests of the various sections. Young Master Zhang, I heard of a matter recently. It sounds ridiculous, but if you think about it carefully, it's most likely true. Do you want to hear it? What a coincidence, I also have a secret about the Confucian Wind sect. It's also shocking. Don't tell me it's the same thing you want to talk about? The other party raised his eyebrows meaningfully. Young Master Zhang, are the secrets you know only related to two people? Indeed. The two exchanged glances. One of them lowered his voice and said, let's talk about me first. I heard that Yi Wangxi of the Confucian Wind sect, and when the other person heard this, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't even care about his demeanor as he burst out laughing. He slapped his thigh fiercely and said excitedly, yes, yes, yes. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. That's it. The Confucian Wind sect's Yi Wangxi and Song Qiutong have an affair. It's true that good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news spreads for 1,000 miles. I didn't expect that even someone like young master who doesn't like to listen to gossip would know. But when talking about this matter, you have to lower your voice. This is Lini. Wherever you go, you'll run into people from the Confucian Wind sect. I'm afraid the walls have ears. Whether the walls had ears or not was hard to say, but it was true that 3 people became a tiger. This matter was like cotton wool soaked in water, gradually expanding. Even if no one saw it with their own eyes, the more it spread, the more erotic it became in the end. Even the common people in the small villages outside Lini City who didn't cultivate knew about it. It was spreading in the fields. Elder brother Gooden, I'll tell you a secret. You can't tell anyone. What secret? Why are you so cautious? Tell me. You know how I talk, so I won't leak it out. Then you better listen carefully. The Confucian Wind sect has a shocking scandal. That Song Qiutong, you know her, right? She's the woman who's about to marry Nangongsi. She's really a slut. Brother Gooden, you don't know. But she's already been with Yi Wangxi behind her fiancé's back. How is this possible? Why not? Don't you know that back then, when Song Qiutong was auctioned off at the Shenyuan Assembly, it was Yi Wangxi who thought that she was pretty and had those dirty thoughts of buying her back for dual cultivation? Li Gooden was very shocked. His mouth was wide open, and only after a long time did he stutter, heavens, heavens! How could such a thing happen? Li Gooden's understanding of the world had been overturned. When he was sleeping at night, he hugged his wife and chatted. He said emotionally, Spring flower, you're still the best. The villager, Zhao Chunhua, blinked. What's the matter? Why are you suddenly talking about this? Look, although you're a bit ugly, a bit fat, and a bit short, you're hardworking and can give birth. You're not like some women who have an affair behind their husbands' backs. Zhao Chunhua was a bit annoyed. How am I ugly? Isn't my face just a bit yellow? Then she asked curiously, which family's wife has a broken shoe? How come I didn't know? It's not a villager. It's a group of Taoist nuns and Taoist masters who fly around on their swords all day long. Zhao Chunhua was shocked. Who is it? Li Gooden said. It's whoever's getting married recently. Zhao Chunhua subconsciously didn't think about Nangongsi. She stared blankly for a long time before suddenly understanding. She shot up from the bed. Heavens, this is incredible. There's actually such a thing? Don't talk nonsense, right? Why would I talk nonsense? Li Gooden puffed up his chest. In order to make his wife believe him more, he said solemnly, a friend of mine saw it with his own eyes. The Confucian Wind sect's Yi Wangxi and Song Qiutong were having an affair. The two of them were carrying Nangongsi and had already slept with each other. Love between a man and a woman was often one of the fastest things in the world. Whether they were rich or poor, whether they were cultivators or not, everyone was happy to talk about it. In the blink of an eye, the guests gathered at the Confucian Wind sect more or less knew about this scandal. By the time it reached Chu Wanning's ears, the contents were already extravagant. Even Yi Wangxi and Song Qiutong's secret rendezvous were described clearly. It even said that Song Qiutong married Nangongsi at this time because she already had Yi Wangxi's child. However, Yi Wangxi was fickle and heartless. For the sake of her own future, she was unwilling to acknowledge the mother and child. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Let's see if that child looks like Nangongsi or Yi Wangxi. Chu Wanning understood Nangongsi, but he didn't understand Yi Wangxi and Qiutong. Thus he wasn't sure whether it was true or false. He only felt very angry. However, for someone like him, although he was good at dealing with that kind of evil, when it came to this kind of erratic matter, he was helpless and didn't know what to do. On this day, Nangongsi came to visit him at the side courtyard. Chu Wanning faintly gave her a warning, but Nangongsi didn't hear anything between the lines. She was still very happy to tell Grandmaster Chu about the interesting story of him raising the demon wolf, Neobajan. A few days ago I mated with her, and everything went quite smoothly. That female demon wolf is due to give birth next month. I don't know how many pups she'll be able to give birth to in this litter. Nangongsi smiled and said, if she gives birth to a pup that looks good, I'll ask my father to send one to the peak of life and death. When Chu Wanning heard this, he felt that this was a good opportunity. He said, yes, but I'm afraid that the pup's bloodline isn't pure. How could it not be pure? Neobajan and that female demon wolf are both from the Snow Wolf clan. They're very pure. Are you sure that the female demon wolf hasn't mated with another demon wolf before? Nangongsi was stunned for a moment. How could that be? That female demon wolf is raised by the Jade Pool Manor. There's only one in the entire manor. Even if she wanted to mate with another, she couldn't. She had to rely on our Neobajan. Chu Wanning felt that his hint was very obvious. He compared humans to wolves and hinted to Nangongsi to pay attention to the rumors. How could Nangongsi not understand? Chu Wanning thought for a moment and felt that maybe he didn't make it clear enough. He thought for a moment and said, although she's the only demon wolf in the Jade Pool Manor, when you bring her over to mate with Neobajan, she'll have to stay in the Confucian Wind sect for a while, right? You've raised so many demon wolves, do you think? No. Nangongsi laughed heartily. So that's what the Grandmaster is worried about? That female demon wolf and Neobajan are in the same cage. If they're locked in the same cage, how could other demon wolves have a chance? I'll let you die from your stupidity. Nangongsi didn't see Chu Wanning's gloominess at all. He stood up and invited Chu Wanning, Grandmaster, when you left, the Howling Moon drill ground hadn't been built yet. Now it's been expanded twice. I'll take you there to take a look. Why don't you ride Neobajan? Chu Wanning said no. Nangongsi seemed a little disappointed. Why not? Other than horses, I don't know how to ride anything else. Chu Wanning said, you're going to be a husband soon. Don't be so playful. If you're not raising a wolf cub, you're messing around in the drill ground. If you have time, you should go back and accompany Miss Song. Humans and animals are the same. If you don't accompany her, you'll become estranged. No, Qiutong treats me very well. She's also very obedient. Then, if the Grandmaster feels that I'm neglecting her, I'll call her over as well. I've often mentioned you to her. She should be very willing to meet you. Hearing him say this, Chu Wanning thought that he didn't know much about Song Qiutong. How much of the rumors were true and how much was false he didn't know. Before Nangongsi's wedding, it might be a good thing to know more about this young couple. Thus he nodded and stood up. Okay, then you go find her. I'll wait for you at the Howling Moon drill ground. Nangongsi left. When he left the courtyard, he coincidentally bumped into Mo Ran. The two of them bowed in front of the screen. Mo Ran entered the courtyard and saw Chu Wanning standing under the osmanthus tree. In front of him was a small red clay stove that was steaming. On the stone table were 2 half-drunk cups of 8 treasures tea. Shizun, Nangongsi is looking for you? Yes. He wants me to go to the Howling Moon drill ground to take a look at his demon wolf. Chu Wanning said and turned to go back into the house. This set of clothes is not suitable for riding. I'll go change. Demon wolves are fierce. Even though Mo Ran knew Chu Wanning's abilities, he didn't feel at ease leaving him alone. Thus he said, I'll go with Shizun. Chu Wanning stopped and glanced at him. Do you know how to ride a wolf? Mo Ran smiled, his black eyes very bright. Why wouldn't I? My horsemanship is good. Don't mention riding a wolf. I'm good at riding anything. Chu Wanning was just about to open his mouth to mock him when he suddenly felt that the words, good at riding anything, were a bit moist and ambiguous. He couldn't help but think of the scene that appeared in his dream. He thought of the two people's positions in the dream, thought of the sweat that gathered on Mo Ran's firm abdomen, and thought of himself lying on the bed powerlessly. It was as if he had really become a plaything under Mo Ran's body, being galloped by him. Chu Wanning's face suddenly turned red. He cursed in a low voice, shameless. He didn't know if he was cursing Mo Ran or himself. He turned around and slammed the door, leaving only the half-drawn curtain outside the door swaying. It was like the heart of the person hiding in the room trembling. The Howling Moon drill ground was a vast and boundless grassland. Now that the weather was cold, the grass and trees were bleak, and the green and yellow fields were covered with a thin layer of frost. The winter sun hung in the sky, but because of the cover of the clouds, it seemed a bit cold. The sunlight that sprinkled down was even more perfunctory and lifeless. At the end of the field was the Confucian Windsek's dense private hunting forest. The pine and cypress trees were luxuriant, and the needles were fluffy. From a distance it was suffused with a layer of golden yellow, like the fluffy and soft feathers of a baby bird. Nangongsi stood in front of the wooden fence, talking with Song Qiutong. Suddenly he saw two people coming out of the thin fog. It was Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. He couldn't help but be startled at first, then he smiled and said, Grandmaster Mo, are you worried about leaving your Shizun with me, so you also came? That's not it. Mo Ran also smiled. I came because I was afraid that Shizun would get angry at Nangong Gongzi if he encountered something that didn't go his way. That would be so unfair to Nangong Gongzi. That's why I'm here to be a doormat. Chu Wanning glanced at him and said coldly, I think you're here to be a flaming knife and flint. Puffed. When Song Qiutong, who was standing behind Nangongsi, heard this, she let out a low laugh. She lifted her two feathery eyelashes and gracefully walked out from behind her fiancé. She was truly lovely and moving, and her face was as beautiful as a flower. She looked at Mo Ran and Chu Wanning and smiled gently. I've long heard that Grandmaster Chu and Grandmaster Mo have a deep relationship. Today it seems that it is indeed so. Chapter 156. Chu Wanning looked her up and down. Previously at the Xianyuan Pavilion, he already felt that this person had a beauty that could topple countries. Now that he looked at her up close, he felt that she was as delicate as a lotus flower, as beautiful as the sun. Her ebony hair seemed to be able to illuminate the surroundings. She was indeed a peerless beauty. No wonder Nangongsi liked her. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but quietly look at Mo Ran, wanting to know what Mo Ran's reaction would be. Unexpectedly, when he looked over, his line of sight met with Mo Ran's. Mo Ran didn't even look at Song Qiutong, as if Nangongsi was standing next to him. Instead, he was staring at him. When their eyes met, Mo Ran gently smiled. Chu Wanning felt numb from his gaze, but he still pretended to be calm. He and Mo Ran looked at each other for a moment, then turned their gazes away. The Howling Moon drill ground raises many demon wolves. The bravest one is Neo Beijing. I also like it the most. Nangongsi led everyone to the center of the empty field. She took out the jade flute at her waist and whistled 3 times. After a moment of silence, a demonic wind blew from the forest in the distance. A snow-white shadow leaped out of the forest like a whirlwind. Almost in the blink of an eye, a demon wolf with sparkling fur and golden claws leaped into the air, its body drawing a smooth arc. It let out a howl, its back reflecting the cold winter sun. Then it leaned forward and steadily stopped in front of Nangongsi. Oh woo! Nangongsi stepped forward and stroked its fluffy neck. She turned her head and smiled. Great master, look, it's already grown so big. The year you left, it was still a little cub. The year I left, it was already as tall as a grown man. Chu Wanning said expressionlessly. Ha 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 ha, is that so? I always thought it was small, still a cub. Great master, why don't you try riding it? Nangongsi said and blew her flute again, summoning 2 more snow-white demon wolves from the forest. Great Master Emo, do you want to play too? The 3 of them flipped onto the back of the demon wolves. Nangongsi said, hold on to the rope or the neck fur. You also need to clamp your legs. It's not much different from riding a horse. After he finished speaking, he looked down at Cheong and said, Cheong, you ride with me, I'll take you. Chu Wanning originally thought that she didn't know how to do it, but after climbing onto the back of the demon wolf and trying to walk a few steps, she felt that it wasn't difficult at all. In fact, because the demon wolf's intelligence was quite high, it could clearly understand the rider's thoughts, so riding it was much easier than riding an ordinary horse. Run a lap? Where? Emoran smiled. Is this a competition? Let's have a round. Chu Wanning glanced at Nangongsi, who was riding a demon wolf with Song Cheong. He thought that this was a good opportunity to improve the relationship between the couple, so he gladly agreed. Nangongsi smiled as he untied a spirit stone bracelet from his wrist, saying, since that's the case, we'll first run to the Lake Gongquan, which is north of the forest park. We'll catch 5 groupers there, and the first person to return here will be the winner. This bracelet will be the prize, how about it? 7-star spirit stone bracelet, young Master Nangong is too generous. No amount of gold can buy my happiness. Nangongsi tightened the rope and lowered his head to Cheong, saying, sit tight, don't fall. If you run too fast, tell me. Emo Ran glanced at Song Cheong and smiled. I'm afraid that young Master Nangong's bracelet will be taken out early. Don't look down on me. I grew up on the back of a wolf. Don't mention one more person, even if I brought one more, it would be a piece of cake. Let's go, I'll count to 3 and we'll start. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, 3 snow-white silhouettes pierced through the air like arrows piercing through the forest. Stepping on the desolate grassland, they instantly leaped to the end of the hunting park and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. At first, Chu Wanning slowed down and followed behind Nangongsi and Cheong. But later on, Cheong's screams would hit him from time to time. After listening for a long time, his ears would inevitably become tired. In addition to the girl's coquettish complaints, he really couldn't bear it, so he couldn't help but increase his speed and overtook them. As the screams of young master slowed down, behind him gradually faded away. Chu Wanning also gradually felt some pleasure from riding the demon wolf. This kind of spirit beast was extremely intelligent. He only needed to slightly move his fingertips, and Neo Beijing would understand his intentions and immediately respond. It was no wonder that Nangongsi was so fond of these animals. The winter wind brushed past his face, but he didn't feel cold. Chu Wanning raised his head and looked at the scattered and mottled sunlight in front of him. It stretched out endlessly, passing under his feet, and then like a torrent rolling away into the distance. He couldn't help but smile, feeling that this galloping could be said to be delightful. So he urged Neo Beijing to run wildly, the wolf's claws stepping on the thick coniferous forest, raising clouds of dust. And behind him, Emo Ran rode the black-clawed demon wolf, following closely from beginning to end. In that instant, Chu Wanning's heart gave birth to a trace of indescribable pleasure and peace of mind. He suddenly felt that he finally had the power to willfully move forward. It was as if no matter where he ran, there would be such footsteps behind him, such a person, constantly echoing and never separating. Chu Wanning arrived at Lake Gongquan at almost the same time as Emo Ran. There were ripples, the lake water was clear as a mirror, and the spiritual energy of the water was extremely rich. Because of the nourishment of the spiritual energy on both sides of the lake, the flowers and fruit trees were not affected by the 4 seasons. Even in the middle of winter, the orange trees were still lush with branches and leaves. Behind the dark green leaves hid countless golden fruits, and the wind also filled the air with a sweet citrus fragrance. Steadily landing on the ground, Chu Wanning looked around and said, "This is a good place for spiritual energy." Emo Ran led the black-clawed demon wolf, walked over and asked with a smile, "If Shizun likes it, when we go back, we'll plant many fruit trees at the peak of life and death. We'll use spiritual energy to nourish them all year round. If we want to eat them, we can pick them." Chu Wanning snorted but didn't comment. He walked to the lakeside and raised his hand to summon Heaven's Inquisition. Emo Ran saw that something was wrong. and stopped him. What are you doing? Catching fish. Don't tell me that Shizun wants to turn on the wind and catch all the fish in the lake. What are you thinking about? Chu Wanning glared at him, swung his hand, and threw the golden vine into the lake. Then he said lightly to the lake, "Which one of you is tired of living? Those who are willing to take the bait." After saying this 3 times, Chu Wanning took back Heaven's Inquisition. On the golden leaf, there really were a few fat-headed fishes rolling their eyes and looking at the sky helplessly while spitting out bubbles. Chu Wanning looked and turned to ask Mo Ran, "Did he say that he wanted groupers?" "Yes." "Do you know what groupers look like?" After Chu Wanning finished speaking, he felt that this question might be too roundabout, so he simply picked up Heaven's Inquisition and showed the few fish that he caught to Mo Ran. "Are there any among these? Let me catch them for Shizun." Mo Ran caught 10 fish and put them into the Qingkuan pouch on the necks of the 2 demon wolves. Chu Wanning put the few fishes that didn't want to live back into the water and said lightly, "Life is short, please bear with it for a while." Hearing this sentence, Mo Ran only felt that this man was funny and cute. He put away the last grouper, turned around, and saw Chu Wanning walking towards the shore from the edge of the icy jade lake. The lake water behind him rippled, soaking his white figure, making it soft and hazy. All at once he felt a strong desire to stride over to Chu Wanning, to take her in his arms, to kiss her, to caress her with the utmost tenderness, to crush her, to drag her into the orange grove, to press her against the tree, to lift her legs, and to invade her with infinite violence. He watched as Chu Wanning walked closer and closer, and was shocked to find that his desire was so contradictory and so strong. The softest and the roughest were both born from fate. A love, isn't it like this? Hard heat is the fiery blade that cuts you open. Warm and soft is the tenderness of spring water that wraps you up. Nangongsi is really too much. Chu Wanning didn't see the uncertainty in Mo Ran's eyes. He walked in front of Mo Ran and checked the Qingkuan pouch on Neo Beijan's neck. "You're running so slowly with a girl. Maybe you're doing something else." Mo Ran's head was a little hot. He stared at Chu Wanning's exposed neck like a wolf's eyes, and felt a burst of heat in his abdomen. Without thinking, he muttered in a low voice. Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment. "What are you doing?" Mo Ran finally reacted. He felt that he had said something wrong, so he coughed dryly and turned his head away. "Nothing." Chu Wanning, on the other hand, understood. His eyes suddenly widened, and then narrowed dangerously. He appeared to be very angry. "What are you thinking about? Get on the horse and go back." Mo Ran's lips moved. He wanted to say, not get on the horse but get on the wolf, but when he saw Chu Wanning's gloomy face and flushed ears, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He watched with some regret as Chu Wanning mounted Neo Beijan swiftly and fiercely. He was really outstanding and handsome. He didn't have a narrow desire. He thought that if only Chu Wanning was his person, then he would make him soft. He wouldn't be able to get on the horse's back, and he wouldn't be able to get on the wolf's back. He would only be able to get into his arms. He immediately felt shocked and guilty at this thought. He subconsciously shook his head. This movement was coincidentally seen by Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning asked him, "What's wrong? Why are you shaking your head? Did I say something wrong about you?" No, Shizun's teachings are all correct. I'm thinking too much." But he wasn't thinking about Nangongsi and Song Chotong. "The person I'm thinking about is you." Then Mo Ran thought, sigh, if only he could break Neo Beijan's legs. That way, even if Chu Wanning doesn't have a wolf to ride, he might still give him face and be willing to get on his black claw. He really wanted to hug him again. Like a person on the verge of dying of thirst, he missed the sweet dew that he had once wasted. Mo Ran couldn't get rid of these random thoughts as he followed closely behind Chu Wanning. When they returned to the Howling Moon drill ground, they saw that Chotong and Nangongsi were already waiting there. Song Chotong was sitting on the ground. Her sparkling jade-like ankle was stretched out. There were bloodstains on it. It turned out that in the middle of running, she had forgotten that Nangongsi had warned her to tighten her legs, so her skin was cut by the thorns. Although it was a small injury, Nangongsi wouldn't leave it unattended. He brought her back in advance to have her wound bandaged. Mo Ran glanced at her legs. Those legs could be considered good-looking, But compared to Chu Wanning, they were far inferior. To think that he had liked Chotong's legs so much in his previous life. He was really blind. He now felt that everything about Chu Wanning was good. It didn't matter if he looked at him horizontally or vertically. Even that pair of cold, unfeeling and disdainful eyes, he felt that was arrogance, that was temperament. Chu Wanning should be like that. He was really very good-looking, very good-looking. He was so good-looking that when he glared at him, when he scolded him, when he rolled his eyes at him, he would feel elated. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Nangongsi was very happy. He casually handed the 1,000 gold chain to Chu Wanning. This is for the Grandmaster. Chu Wanning looked at the chain and said, 7-star spirit stones are good for nurturing spiritual cores. I really do need it. Thank you. Mo Ran didn't feel good when he heard this. He muttered to himself, next time, I'll buy you a better one. What? Chu Wanning didn't hear clearly and turned to look at him. Mo Ran saw that his pair of phoenix eyes were so close to his own. His own face was clearly reflected in those eyes. That kind of distance made the bitterness in his heart fade slightly. Mo Ran smiled and said, I said, next time I see something more suitable for Shizun, I'll buy it for Shizun. Okay. Chu Wanning's straightforward answer made Mo Ran even happier. He even peeked at the Nangongsi, but the Nangongsi didn't care about that at all. He even competed with the Nangongsi, proudly wanting to let the Nangongsi know that when Shizun received something from him, he would politely say thank you, but when he received something from him, he wouldn't. You see, he didn't regard me as an outsider at all. Chu Wanning said, remember to ask the boss to write a receipt. I'll give you the money when the time comes. Mo Ran. 10 freshwater groupers were taken out from the Qiankuan bag. Nangongsi took them to the hunting cabin at the edge of the Howling Moon drill ground. Outside the cabin was a gray-black stove with pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. However, the cabin looked mottled and old. Compared to the magnificent grassland, it didn't look like it was built at the same time. Chu Wanning's fingertips brushed the fence and stopped in front of a bunch of rope tied to the fence. The rope had weathered countless storms and was no longer as gorgeous as it used to be. Nangongsi came out of the cabin with seasonings. Seeing Chu Wanning looking at the rope, he smiled and said, that was the year the Grandmaster left. The rope I tied here is almost all rotted away. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He just sighed softly and sat down on a stool made of wood. When he was working for the Confucian Wind sect, Nangongsi was still a child. He would often bring him to the Howling Moon drill ground. This hunting cabin was left behind from that time. The fire was quickly lit. The grouper was skewered on a fruit tree branch and roasted. The fatty fish fat sizzled from the crispy skin and flesh, emitting a rich meaty aroma. Nangongsi gave 6 to the demon wolves squatting by the wooden fence. The remaining 4 were sprinkled with salt and distributed to everyone. Chotong only ate a few mouthfuls before passing the roasted fish to Nangongsi, who had already eaten a whole fish. She said, I don't want to eat anymore. Gongzi, please share some for me. Chu Wanning glanced at them. He saw Nangongsi take the roasted fish and happily eat a second one. He thought to himself, this Chotong looks like an obedient and gentle person. He's very considerate. He's completely different from the rumored woman who's unfaithful. Rumors really can't be taken seriously. Just as he was thinking, a lotus leaf was passed over. The fish meat on it was carefully divided. The main bones were all removed, and the tender white meat was emitting steam and a charred aroma. Chu Wanning was slightly surprised. He turned his head and saw Mo Ran putting away the short silver dagger that he always wore. He smiled and said, Shizun, eat this. Where did you get the lotus leaf? I picked it when I was catching fish by the lake. Mo Ran passed the fish meat to him. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Chu Wanning took the lotus leaf. Ripples appeared in his heart as he said, thank you. He really didn't like to eat fish bones. The processed grouper melted in his mouth. Chu Wanning ate it piece by piece without feeling tired. After he finished eating, the tea on the fire also boiled. Song Chotong stood up and took down the iron pot. She poured a cup for everyone and offered it with both hands. Grandmaster Chu, please have some tea. Her slender jade hand held the small white porcelain cup. Her arm was like the moon, and there was a dot of cinnabar on her wrist. Chu Wanning suddenly remembered that during the auction at the Xianyuan Pavilion, the pavilion master said that she had a dot of chastity sand on her wrist. Presumably it was this dot. Since there was a dot of chastity sand on her wrist, then the matter of Song Chotong and Yu Wangxi having an affair was even more ridiculous. Thinking of this, Chu Wanning finally heaved a sigh of relief. Nangongxi was a pure and simple-minded person. He was like a wild horse in the grassland, like a lone wolf that insisted on going his own way. He was simple and handsome. Chu Wanning didn't dislike such a person. Therefore, she didn't want Nangongxi to meet someone unworthy of him. Song Chotong's tea was offered to Mo Ran. Mo Ran took it but didn't drink it. He put it aside and said with a smile, "Miss Song, I have something to give you." Chapter 157. While speaking, he took out a thin bracelet. The bracelet shone brightly, made of mother-of-pearl from the East Sea and Shiha crystal from the Zhurong mountain. It was obviously an expensive item. You wrote a letter asking for the carp crystal, but unfortunately, that crystal has already been taken by my cousin to make a sword. I didn't prepare any other gift, so I bought this waterfire bracelet. It should fit you. This is too expensive. I'm afraid Chodong can't accept it. How can you not accept a gift? Mo Ran smiled. Besides, the waterfire bracelet can also suppress firepower. But it's only suitable for women. You can wear it and accompany Prince Nangong in the future. More or less, it can calm his spirit flow. It's a practical item. Song Chotong turned around and looked at Nangongxi. After getting the nod, he took the bracelet with both hands, bowed respectfully and said gently, "Thank you, Grandmaster Mo." The four drank tea, then sat and chatted for a while. Chu Wanning was concerned about Nangongxi's marriage, so he asked him to pay more attention to the details of the wedding ceremony, to make sure that everything was arranged properly, so that there wouldn't be any problems. Nangongxi finished his tea in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, then played with the empty cup in his hand, then smiled and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry, I go every night. I'm not the same as when I was young anymore. I know that there are some things that should be taken care of. Yesterday, I found that Chotong's dress was missing a pearl, so I immediately asked someone to redo it." When talking about the wedding ceremony, his usually unruly face actually showed some shyness. He glanced at Chotong, then smiled and said, "Chotong will be very beautiful." When these words fell into the ears of Chotong's husband in her previous life, Mo Ran absent-mindedly poured himself another cup of tea. Of course he knew that Chotong was an outstanding beauty, but so what? That year at Shuiying Peak, the Emperor Ta married the first empress of the Xiuzhen world. On the wedding night, the phoenix candles were shining brightly, but he did not stay in the bridal chamber. That night he drank too much, and when the red candles were burning and the veil was falling down, he lifted the bride's blushing face and stared at it for a while. Before the important ceremony of life, it was always easy for people to feel the vicissitudes of life. Even the Emperor Ta was no exception. He suddenly felt that it was so unreal. His gaze seemed to pierce through the charming red in front of him and fall into the snowy sky many years ago. When he was naked in the cold wind, when he was about to die of hunger and thirst, he was pitted and licked the rice soup that person brought to him. When he first came to the peak of life and death, he was anxious. When he stood on tiptoe to pick begonias under the moonlight, when he knelt in front of Chu Wanning and was touched by the willow vines, he had never thought that there would be a day when he would trample over all the immortals and become the ruler of the world. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Her red lips slightly opened, her eyes focused, and the breath she exhaled was sweet and extravagant, just like his high status today. He seemed to have everything: beauty, status, power. What was there to be dissatisfied with? He couldn't think of anything to be dissatisfied with, but he felt very empty. His whole person seemed to be standing on the peak of a steep mountain, surrounded by only a few faces, blurred and indistinct. He walked through these flattering faces. They praised him, they knelt in front of him, they fawned over him, they all had the same face. He heard someone calling him charmingly. Her voice was soft like peony petals. "Husband, husband." He felt disgusted. He wanted to get away from this tide of fans, but this sweet voice wrapped around him like sugar water. He suddenly pushed Song Chotong away. The charming bride couldn't resist the force. She fell on the scarlet-red bed of the bridal chamber, her head full of gold and silver ornaments trembling, her footsteps swaying. In the illusion of jewelry, Mo Ran felt that everything was so distorted, so unreal. The golden light was like a will-o'-the-wisp, the bright red candles were like tears of blood. He felt so disgusted, but he didn't know who he was disgusted with, Song Chiotong? Or did he become like this? He rushed out of the door. In his previous life, few people in the world knew that on the day of the Emperor Ta's wedding, Empress Song Chiotong was neglected. Mo Ran, dressed in a red and gold robe, pushed open the door of the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. He walked in, and after a while, the candles in the pavilion were extinguished. Song Chiotong's new husband stayed in there for the entire night. Until the evening of the second day, when Xue Meng rushed to the peak of life and death to cause trouble. Mo Ran lazily opened the door, tidied up his messy clothes, and walked to the front hall with a satisfied face. What happened in the Red Lotus Water Pavilion that night was completely unknown to outsiders. After saying goodbye to Nangong Si, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran returned to the courtyard where they were staying. Chu Wanning suddenly asked, "Just now Nangong said that Chiotong was beautiful. Why were you staring at her in a daze?" Mo Ran said, "I was thinking about how she would look in her wedding dress." Chu Wanning suddenly felt a burst of jealousy. He flicked his sleeve and his expression was extremely cold. "Don't think about indecent things. She is someone else's fiancée. What do you have to think about?" Mo Ran smiled. "Who said I was thinking about her? I was thinking about how she would look in her wedding gown. I'm not even half as good as Master." She had a stomach full of anger and wanted to vent, but she was caught off guard and had her palm licked by the little wolf dog. Chu Wanning's face alternated between red and white. For a long time he couldn't say a single decent word. Finally, he waved his sleeve and said, "Ghost MC's illusion is a ridiculous matter. From now on don't mention it again." Mo Ran sighed in his heart. "I didn't want to mention it, but you asked me. I didn't want to lie to you. I praised you for your good looks, but you still scolded me. But being yelled at by you makes me feel very sweet. When I think about how I lost you, I feel like being scolded by you for the rest of my life is like being soaked in a jar of sugar. Chu Wanning, what should I do? I can't stop myself from longing for you." The days passed very quickly. There was only one more day before Nangong Si's wedding. The Confucian Wen sect was already filled with guests from all over the world. Regardless of whether it was the sect masters or the young masters of the large sects, the individual cultivators of the Jianghu, or even some rich merchants without spiritual power, everyone who didn't arrive early was in front of the main city of Xianji on this day. For a time there were luxurious canopies, carriages, and horses. There was an endless stream of men and women dressed in splendid attire. The silks and pearls on their bodies reflected the light of the Confucian Wen sect. Xue Meng was dragged by her father to greet the female cultivators around her age. "Master Wang Xian, long time no see. Nice to meet you. Oh, isn't this little Mantua? You've already grown up. You're so beautiful. Come, Xue Meng, come and say hello to your Uncle Wang." Xue Meng moved over unwillingly and said, "Hello, Uncle Wang." Xue Zhengyong slapped the back of his head. He smiled but gritted his teeth and said, "It's Uncle Wang, not Uncle Wang. Ha ha, you're the same. You're the same. You're really handsome. Old Xue, you're so lucky." After a while, Xue Ming was pushed to stroll in the garden with little Mantua. Little Mantua was 16 years old this year. She was 16 years old, but she seemed a little cold. After walking side by side with Xue Ming for a while, she said, "Young Master Xue, I'm sure you understand why the elders pushed us out together." "Yes, but I'll say this first. We can take a stroll, but I don't like young Master Xue's temperament. So don't think about anything else." "Oh, Xue Ming was shocked. He suddenly stopped and waited for little Mantua with a dark expression. Little Mantua raised her chin arrogantly. She looked at Xue Ming's face and said coldly, "I already have someone in my heart. Even if you're in love with me. Are you crazy?" Xue Ming exploded. "Me?" He pointed at himself with his finger, his face full of shock. "Fall in love with you? Otherwise, why did you pull me along a deserted path? Don't tell me you're not guilty? Why don't you say you're the one with a hole in your brain?" Xue Ming's temper flared up. He was furious, and his eyes were burning with anger. He kept repeating, "I like you? I like you. Why did you say you like me so many times? You lecher." Little Mantua was very unyielding. She stomped her foot, raised her head and slapped Xuemeng's face. Xuemeng was already so angry that he felt dizzy. After being slapped by this little hand for no reason, he almost vomited blood. If Madame Wang hadn't taught him to be courteous to women, he probably would have pressed little Mantua to the ground and beaten her into a flour. At this time, a man with light eyes and a high nose came from the distance. When little Mantua saw him, she was stunned at first. Then tears filled her eyes. She said, "Young Master Mei." She ran towards the man. The man who came was Mei Hanxue. He didn't expect that he would meet someone else on such a remote path. He was obviously stunned for a moment. However, he saw little Mantua flying towards him. He raised his hand and a barrier fell from the sky. With a bang, the girl was blocked outside. The girl was caught off guard and hit the barrier with the power of thunder and lightning. She cried out in alarm and fell to the ground. Mei Hanxue didn't plan to help her. He looked down at her and frowned. "Girl, you've got the wrong person." "How could it be wrong? How could it be wrong? That year, you promised me a golden sachet and said that you would never forget it after seeing me. When I was 18, you would marry me. Have you forgotten?" Mei Hanxue. "Young Master Mei, you've really got the wrong person." Mei Hanxue didn't say anything more. He just shook his head and left such a sentence. He walked past the girl with tears in her eyes. When Xuemeng saw this scene, he felt both angry and relieved. He was angry because of Mei Hanxue, this romantic seed. He really didn't recognize people when he put on his pants. It was no wonder that he only dared to walk on this kind of occasion. It was good to vent his anger because he didn't expect that little Mantua would actually like Mei Hanxue. Mei Hanxue was the same as his name, flowery and heartless. It was said that before and after hooking up with a woman, they were two completely different faces. Little Mantua fell in love with him. That was really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Mei Hanxue walked in front of him, narrowed his light-colored glass-like eyes, and looked at him sideways for a moment. Xuemeng thought to himself, "What are you looking at? You actually dare to look at me like that? You're famous all over the world. My name is famous in the 9 regions. I can't lose in momentum." So he proudly raised his head and swept Mei Hanxue with the tail of his eyes like an idiot. He was prepared to let out a rather dignified and disdainful snort when the two of them completely crossed shoulders. "Why is your face swollen?" Unexpectedly, Mei Hanxue walked halfway and stopped. Her footsteps stopped and she stood in front of him. She looked at him indifferently from a distance. "It's quite swollen." Xuemeng couldn't catch his breath, but he still couldn't stop the car. He proudly snorted, "Mei Hanxue." Xuemeng's face quickly turned red. He fiercely turned his head and murderously said, "Why do you care about me? I accidentally fell when I was walking." "Then you should watch when you walk in the future." Mei Hanxue calmly said, "It's not easy to fall like this." After saying that, she left, leaving Xuemeng standing in place for a long time. Then she angrily stomped her feet and said, "Mei Hanxue, you dog-hair grandson. You just wait for me. You and I are irreconcilable." After suffering a stomach full of grievances, Xuemeng ran out of the garden with red eyes. He ran too fast and unexpectedly bumped into a person's chest. Xuemeng was furious and scolded, "What the hell? Don't you have eyes when you walk?" When she looked up, she saw a tall and confident man dressed in green. His clothes were embroidered with the pattern of Durua embroidered with golden silk thread. His head was tied with a green jade crown of lone moon night. His 2 curtains of long and soft eyelashes covered his eyes. When he looked up, there was a hazy Jiangnan drizzle. What a captivating face. The man pushed Xuemeng away and straightened his clothes. He seemed to be in a bad mood. His slender fingers smoothed out the wrinkles in front of his lapel. Xuemeng saw the black tortoise-back patterned silver ring on his index finger. He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he was shocked. Jiangxi? Lone Moon Knight's head, the richest person in the world, Jiangxi. This person's age was about the same as Shui Zhengyong's, but his mental cultivation method was different. Jiangxi's appearance was also in his 20s. This person was rich and noble, and his appearance was also extremely beautiful. He was truly the darling of the heavens. During the Soul Mountain Conference, Jiangxi was absent from the 10 heads. At that time, Xuemeng was still thinking about it. He wondered what this absent fellow looked like. Today when he saw him he couldn't help but be shocked. He stared at him fiercely. Jiangxi's face was calm, but he didn't have a good temper. Is the name of the head of a sect something you can call? Ridiculous. When Xue Meng heard this, he only felt that the humiliation was 100 times worse than what Mei Hanxue had just suffered. He immediately said angrily, "What's wrong? You're old and you don't allow others to call you by your name? Do I have to call you Sect Master Immortal Monarch? Nangong Lu isn't as arrogant as you are." "How unruly," Jiangxi said coldly. "Whose disciple are you? Why should I answer when you ask? Who do you think you are? Those monkeys in the lonely moon night listen to your orders. Do you think I have to pay you? I won't tell you. I think you're just a Meng." Suddenly a gentle voice sounded. Xue Meng suddenly shut his mouth. He moved away from Jiangxi and looked behind him. At some point Madame Wang had come over. She probably heard Xue Meng's unruly words just now, so her face was pale and anxious. She quickly stopped him and said, "Menger, don't talk anymore. Come here. Come to mother's side." Xue Meng fiercely glared at Jiangxi again. He shook his hand and walked toward Madame Wang. He respectfully bowed his head and said, "Mother." Jiangxi stood in place for a while, then slowly turned around and narrowed her eyes. That pair of beautiful eyes, however, flashed with a malicious light. He looked at the mother and son beside the white wall and said coldly, "Oh, this is God's favored one, Xue Xingyong's good son, Xue Meng, right?" Madame Wang was speechless. Jiangxi's eyelashes trembled for a moment. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were full of mockery. As expected of Xue Xingyong's son. How well-mannered. "Don't insult my father. Menger." Madame Wang immediately grabbed him and pulled him behind her. Then with a pale face she curtsied to Jiangxi. "My son Xue Meng is used to being willful. Please don't take offense, Sect Master Jiang." "Ha, Sect Master Jiang." Jiangxi was like a poisonous snake. He slowly swallowed the words between his wet lips and teeth. Then he said, "It's okay. He has at least half of your blood in him. Based on seniority, I can take him as my godnephew." "Who wants to be your godnephew? Why don't you take a look at your ugly face? Scram." Menger. Jiangxi smiled coldly. He stared at Xue Meng for a moment. Then, his eyes slowly moved to Madame Wang. Madame Wang lowered her eyes and said, "Please don't joke with me, Sect Master. I am no longer Lonman's disciple. How can I still talk about seniority with you?" "Okay." Jiangxi nodded and said coldly, "Good, very good. Today I have seen an old friend and her son. It's really an eye-opener for me. I don't know how people are raised in this filthy place at the peak of life and death. How can a good magnolia be stained with mud?" "Jiangxi, King say that again. I'll tear your mouth apart." When Xue Meng heard this person insult his mother in front of him, blood immediately rushed to his head. He wanted to charge forward without a care for anything else. Madame Wang couldn't hold him back. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the sky. A bright firework exploded, and bells and drums rumbled. The Confucian Wind sect's singing official used a sound amplification technique to spread a sentence across the 72 cities in an instant. The 100 Families Welcome Banquet will begin at the Hall of Poetry in the evening. We respectfully invite all distinguished guests to attend. Jiangxi glanced coldly at Xue Meng, flicked his sleeves, turned around and left. Chapter 158. When a big sect got married, the banquet would be held for 3 days. The first day was the welcoming banquet, which was held the night before the wedding. As the name suggested, it was a welcoming banquet for the guests. But that night, the most lively event was not at the banquet table, but at the hunting ground. According to the rules, in the evening before the sun set, there would be an elder of virtue and prestige who would release 3 spirit antlers tied with red silk into the garden. Then, the father of the groom would select 22 unmarried men and women, and let them compete for the deer in the garden. There were 3 spirit antlers, and if a guest could hunt one, they would be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. In the end, this was just a gimmick played by rich sects like the Confucian Wind sect and the Lone Moon Knight. The Hall of Poetry was high up in the air, its tiles flying. Looking down from the hall, not far away, The hunting forest was shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun. The guests arrived one after another and congratulated Nangong Lu. Nangong Lu, no matter how high or low the guests were, politely returned their greetings and respectfully invited them to the banquet table. After bustling for an hour, all the guests were finally seated. With the chime of the Silu Pavilion, the banquet officially began. I wonder which guest sect leader Nangong will let go down to the garden to compete for the deer. Didn't they say they would draw lots? If it were up to me, those who were chosen would be especially lucky. Think about it. The person who hunted the spirit antler would be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. The others who didn't hunt the spirit antler would also be rewarded with other spirit beasts or immortal fruits. How could there be anything better in this world? While the lively discussion was going on, the door of the hall suddenly opened. Nangong Si and Song Chiotong walked up the stairs together. The two of them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, walked hand in hand to the sect leader. Nangong Lu stood up and nodded with a smile. In a clear voice he said, "Honored guests come from all over the world, from all the big immortal sects and mansions. To be able to take time out of your busy schedule to come to the Confucian Wind sect and participate in my son's wedding, it is truly a great honor." The guests below all flattered. Sect leader is really too polite. Young master and young madam are a perfect match. They are really a rare couple. Yes. These flattering words were almost exactly the same as what his fans had said to him on his wedding day in his previous life. Mo Ran felt a wave of irritation as he listened. His gaze subconsciously swept through the crowd, and soon found Yi Wangxi sitting next to Elder Shuanglin. Yi Wangxi's eyes were downcast. She was still dressed simply and focused on eating the food in her bowl. She did not raise her head to look at Nangong Si. Whether it was his expression or his actions, everything was the same as usual, or even calmer than usual. Perhaps it was because he had always lived a very difficult life, so this kind of person already knew very well that he was powerless to fight for his life. Mo Ran looked at him and suddenly remembered a pagoda lantern that he liked very much when he was young. The lantern was exquisitely made, and every tile was outlined. However, the price of the old artist was not low, so even though the lantern was good, it could not be sold. Of course, Mo Ran could not afford it, but almost every night after the night market opened, he would go to the stall to look for a while. The shadow of the pagoda lantern flowed, and the solemn light illuminated the dark eyes of the child. Until one day, a young man and a young woman came. They were dressed in silk and satin. The young woman took a fancy to this pagoda lantern at first glance. She only said that she liked it in a spoiled manner, and the man beside her took out money to sell the lantern. The pagoda was taken away. Mo Ran looked up and watched the old artist take it down from the wooden shelf that had been hanging for a long time. He handed it to the young girl with both hands. The flickering light finally illuminated Mo Ran's longing face, and then disappeared with the pair at the end of the night market. Mo Ran felt very uncomfortable at that time, but he was obedient and calm. He was the same as Yi Wangxi now. In fact, when they first saw the pagoda lantern, they knew that such a luxurious thing was destined to not belong to them. In fact, every night when they were illuminated by the pagoda lantern, they had already rehearsed the scene of losing this light thousands of times in their hearts. It was not that they could let it go or feel relieved. Rather, from the beginning they knew very clearly what the ending would be, so they never dared to pick it up. Come, draw lots, draw lots. The manager of the Confucian Wind sect came to the front of the seat of honor with a big smile on his face. He held it over his head and presented it in front of Nangong Lu. Sect leader, the auspicious time has come. Please draw lots. Good. Come. Sect leader Nangong, come and catch one. Nangong Lu smiled and said, "Then I will respectfully accept. Draw 22 lots. The young heroes who are chosen, please do me the honor and participate in the night hunt. If there is anyone who does not want to go, please tell me in advance. Many thanks, many thanks." After waiting for a while, a few girls from small sects with low cultivation and timid courage asked their parents to go up and ask sect leader Nangong to remove their names from the lantern in advance. Su Shuanglin glanced at Yi Wangxi and asked with a lazy smile, "Little Yi, do you want to go and play? If you want to go, I will do something for you and open a secret door." "I'm not going," Yi Wangxi said. "Adoptive father, I'll have to trouble you to tell sect leader to remove my name from the lantern as well." How can that be? What if you win and get 10 million gold? Yi Wangxi. Su Shuanglin's temper was far more unruly than his adopted son's. He thought for a while, then the corners of his mouth curled up into a withered smile. He said, if you don't want to go, then I will go. Adoptive father, you are already in your 40s this year. What do you think? I look young. Wait until I catch those 3 deer, then I will get 30 million gold. If I don't take the windfall, the earth will destroy me and the heavens will punish me. Su Shuanglin stubbornly insisted on going his own way. He didn't see his adopted son's depression at all. He tugged on his shoes and went to find Nangong Lu with a smile. He whispered a few words into Nangong Lu's ear. Other people would only think that he wanted to take Yi Wangxi's lot. Who would have thought that he loved money as much as his life? He also wanted to go in and play. Nangong Lu quickly picked out the guests who were going to compete for the deer. Shenfeng, Linshang, Chu Yanran, Elder Shuanglin stood to the side and took the lot from sect leader's hand. He reported the names one by one in a leisurely manner. Oh, this is quite impressive. The favored one, Xuemeng. Soon, all 21 people were chosen. There was only one left. Elder Shuanglin was extremely thick-skinned. He raised his hand with a smile and said, the last person is me. I am already an old bag of bones. Please advise me. Nangong Lu knew his sect elder's temperament and didn't stop him. He only smiled helplessly and gave each person a signal. Deer chaser, the signal will be used as proof. After the signal rings 3 times, it means that all 3 spiritual horned deer have been caught. The hunt will be over. Nangong Lu said, at that time we will personally welcome you back at the Howling Moon Drill Ground. The winner will be rewarded with 10 million gold. Everyone heard the commotion and applauded. They were all cheering for their acquaintances. Nangong Lu smiled and said, in addition, my son asked me to add another rule. The winner will be rewarded with 10 demonic wolves. They will form a blood contract and bring them home. Demonic wolves. Such precious spiritual beasts were hard to find even on the black market. 10 of them. The hall boiled over. Someone couldn't help but stand up and shout to the selected fellow disciple. Senior martial brother, we're counting on you. If you get first place, I'll give you a year's worth of boots. The hall burst into laughter. A female cultivator wasn't convinced. She shouted, Senior martial brother, beat them all. If you win, I'll agree to dual cultivate with you. Wow, this is good. This is amazing. Ha ha ha, which fairy is so spicy? For a moment, the hall of poems was filled with laughter. Those who were originally uninterested had some expectations in their eyes. They held their wine cups and watched this grand bustle. Mo Ran left the banquet amidst the laughter. He said to Chu Wanning, Shizun, I'll accompany Xuemeng to the hunting ground first. You sit down and eat well. Wait for me to come back. Chu Wanning said, go. Remind Xuemeng to be careful. He's too reckless. Okay. Mo Ran and the other 20 people walked down the brightly lit hall together. Chu Wanning watched the handsome and tall figures of the young men and women disappear into the boundless night. He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. He felt that he would have enough money to build a spiritual stone road in the lower cultivation world after he returned from the peak of life and death. He had the most confidence in his disciple. 30 million taels of gold was within his reach. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ran had sent off Xuemeng. Before he could return, the first bright red firework exploded in the sky. Nangong Lu clicked his tongue in wonder. He sighed and said, truly amazing. I haven't even finished my cup of tea. But someone has already hunted the first deer. I wonder whose disciple it is? Such divine bravery is admirable. Bitten Village's Li Wuxin was sitting next to Nangong Lu. Hearing this, he twirled his beard and said with a smile, if everyone is in the mood, why don't we make a bet? Among these 22 young talents, who will emerge victorious? Li Wuxin will bet 50,000 taels of gold to liven things up for sect leader Nangong. Everybody seconded his suggestion. Thereupon 22 wooden sticks with names written on them were placed on the long table. Under the sticks were red handkerchiefs. Those who wanted to place their bets came forward one after another to write down their chips and sign their names. Shuizhengyong turned his head to Chu Wanning and muttered, why did Bitten Village only bet 50,000 taels? That's so little. Could it be that the old man surnamed Li is very poor? Chu Wanning said, small bets are fun. Big bets are harmful to the body. Shui Zhengyong chuckled and asked Chu Wanning, then why don't we also have some fun? Chu Wanning looked at him with a sharp gaze, but didn't say anything. Shui Zhengyong felt the hair on his neck stand on end under his stare. He shrank back and said, fine, fine, fine. I know you don't like it. Then what's fun? Elder Yu Hung took off his money pouch and slapped it on the table. He said expressionlessly, if you want to bet, then it's harmful to the body. Shui Zhengyong stared at him for a long time as if he had seen a ghost. Then he asked, how much? 300,000 taels. So much? What if you lose? You can't lose. Chu Wanning said, didn't you want to build the Spirit Stone Road? If you can gather more money, you can build more roads in those villages with especially bad miasma. Shui Zhengyong said, are we really going? What if Shui Ming loses? He won't lose. You should know your son better than I do. Seeing that Shui Zhengyong was still on tenterhooks, Chu Wanning said straightforwardly, if you lose, it's mine. If you win, it's yours. Go. The handkerchief was filled with names one after another. The small sects that originally didn't want to bet felt their hearts itch. They couldn't help but spend some money to try their luck. Nangongxi also felt that it was fun. He got up and wanted to bet. Song Chotong called out to him, husband, why are you going? I'll win some money to buy you some jewelry. Song Chotong didn't say anything. She lowered her lustrous face and a few strands of black hair fell in front of her forehead. She looked particularly shy and pitiful. Chu Wanning inadvertently glanced in that direction. Seeing the sweet appearance of the newlyweds, he felt awkward and quickly turned his head back. Thus he didn't see the faint uneasiness on Song Chotong's face. Nangongxi smiled as he picked up the brush and walked around the long table. He was just about to pick a candidate and write down a wager when he suddenly heard a sharp sound behind him. In a split second, Nangongxi's reaction was as quick as a wolf's. He suddenly leaned to the side and dodged backwards. A streak of snow-white light brushed past his cheek. With a pong! It fiercely pierced into the main pillar of the great hall made of Phoebe Jinan wood. Powder flew everywhere and pierced into the wood. Who's there? Assassin! Be on guard! Blow the martial law whistle. The sharp sound of the whistle instantly resounded throughout the 72 imperial residences. The Hall of Poems, which was still filled with the sound of the karaoke, was suddenly in chaos. Swords were drawn everywhere. Nangongxi's eyes were dark and gloomy, faintly flowing with a fierce light. He fiercely wiped away the traces of blood on his cheek and strode to the front of the pillar. He raised his head to look. It was just an ordinary arrow, but it actually pierced into the depths of the hard cedar. There was a small bamboo tube attached to the arrow. Nangongxi pulled the bamboo tube out with a sullen face. He bit down on the wax seal with his ferocious fangs and a letter fell out. Nangongxi opened the letter and read the first paragraph with a straight face. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. He clenched his fingers and read it again in disbelief. This time, his whole body trembled slightly and his fingertips even tore through the letter. Sir, what's wrong? Nangongxi raised his head. His nose wrinkled and his face ferocious, almost transforming into a leopard. This is simply a rumor. As he spoke, he was about to destroy the letter. Nangong Lu was one step faster than him. He raised his hand and trapped his son with his spiritual power. He said in a low voice, what's going on? Give me the letter. Father, there's no need to read it. It's just a piece of nonsense. Nangong Lu didn't listen. He waved his hand and asked his men to take the letter from Nangongxi, who couldn't move. He took the letter and lowered his head to read it. He quickly glanced at Chotong and the color of his face instantly became extremely ugly. Before anyone could react, he raised the letter to the fire and burned it into ashes. He then laughed dryly and said, my son is right. It's really full of nonsense. I don't know who did it, but they actually made such a crude joke. This is really... What is it? A low and hoarse voice suddenly came from the corner of the eaves. Everyone's expression changed. Yi Wangxi pulled out his sword and stood in front of Nangongxi. Chu Wanning also stood up and stared at the place where the voice came from. It must be known that when the Confucian Wind sect organized such a grand event, The disciples in charge of the martial law were all high-level disciples. This person unexpectedly came to the top of the Hall of Poems without anyone noticing. Moreover, when he spoke, no one noticed. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person and couldn't be underestimated. Sect leader Nangong, I kindly reminded you not to let your son marry a fickle woman for no reason. Not only did you not listen, but you also said that I'm full of nonsense. This is really an eye-opener. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed. When the others saw him clearly, he was already standing in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was standing in the middle of the crowd. Ah! Run quickly. The people who were close to him turned pale with fright. Like a tide, they suddenly fell down and formed a circle around him. The senior brothers protected their junior brothers and junior sisters. The sect leader protected his disciples, and the strong men protected the young. The man in black was wearing a ferocious bronze mask and an ink-black cloak. He said indifferently, "Why are you running? If I wanted to hurt you, this hall would have been filled with blood by now. Just stand still." Chapter 159. Nangong Lu looked calm, but beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead. He estimated this person's strength in his mind and felt that what he said was true. He couldn't help but become more and more flustered. However, because of the face of the number one sect in the world, he braced himself and said, "Who are you? Why are you breaking into the Confucian Wind sect at night?" "I already said, I just want to remind you not to let your son marry someone he shouldn't marry." As soon as he said this, the guests around couldn't help but secretly look at each other. The affair between Yi Wangxi and Song Qiutong of the Confucian Wind sect had already spread throughout the streets and alleys. Everyone knew about it. Perhaps only Nangong Si and Nangong Lu didn't know about it. However, the wedding invitation had been sent out and the marriage certificate had been issued. If they backed out now, what face would the Confucian Wind sect have left? Nangong Lu's lips trembled for a while before he let out a cold snort and said, "Who my son marries is fine as long as he likes her. Outsiders don't need to worry about it." The black-clothed man laughed and said, "Sect leader is very broad-minded. You don't care whether Song Qiutong's heart belongs to your Nangong clan or his Yi clan." Song Qiutong was shocked and angry. His face turned pale and his beautiful eyes opened wide. He shouted, "You're slandering me." "How am I slandering you? You and Yi Wangxi, don't you know what good things you two have done?" Yi Wangxi didn't expect to be mentioned. He was stunned for a while before he realized what the black-clothed man was talking about. However, his first reaction was not anger but laughter. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes." The black-clothed man spoke clearly and logically. "You didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to rescue Qiutong from the Xianyuan pavilion. This is known to all cultivators in the world. You spent a lot of money to buy a beauty back. Young Master Yi, what is your intention?" "I saw her pitiful and couldn't bear to just stand by and watch. You saved her and set her free. Why did you keep bringing her along with you? You even let her return to the Confucian Wind sect with you and took her as your attendant?" "That's right. You saved her and set her free. Why did you keep her by your side? Miss Song is one of the butterfly bone beauties. This is something that everyone knows. If I let her go, she will immediately become the target of evil people. Therefore, I brought her back to the Confucian Wind sect and gave her a place to stay. What a good place to settle down. Young Master Yi is truly a virtuous person. You spend all day with such a beautiful woman, yet you don't overstep your boundaries at all." The black-clothed man's words were full of mockery, but Yi Wangxi was not ashamed at all. He said, "I have a clear conscience." Although he said so, no one believed him. Ordinary people were always willing to measure the breadth of mind of others with their own knowledge. Most of these people came from the upper cultivation world. If they obtained one of the butterfly bone beauties, even if they were badly injured, they would protect her in their arms for dual cultivation or stew her to eat. Who would believe that Yi Wangxi was innocent? Therefore, the group of people exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions couldn't help but be filled with disdain. In the originally anxious atmosphere, there was a clear sense of pleasure from prying into someone's privacy. Nangong Si gloomily said, I see that you are purely looking for trouble. You are taking advantage of this time to smear the name of my Confucian Wind sect. What does it have to do with you who I marry? There's no need to say anything. Scram back to where you came from. Young Master Nangong, you really don't know how to appreciate good intentions. The black-clothed man paced back and forth in the main hall. He walked in a circle and suddenly stopped not far in front of Song Chiotong. He smiled at her and said, Miss Song, your husband trusts you so blindly. No wonder you can stand in this place without blushing and without skipping a beat. You even consider yourself the wife of the Confucian Wind sect's young master. Song Chiotong was far from being as calm as the other two. She nervously said, Don't insult my innocence. What innocence do you have with young Master Yi? The black-clothed man spoke with assurance. Not long after you were saved by him, you voluntarily served him. When the two of you met in secret, you thought that no one was around to see, but you didn't know that I was watching in the dark. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Song Chiotong suddenly shouted and interrupted him. You're talking nonsense. If I'm talking nonsense, why are you trembling? I'm being bullied. She looked at Nangong Si in panic. Young master. Nangong Si returned to her side and protected her behind him. He stared at the black-clothed man with a pair of gloomy and cold eyes like a wolf. Don't slander me. Whether I'm slandering you or not, I'll tell you one thing and you'll know. The black-clothed man smiled. Young Master Nangong, your beauty song has a red mole on her left thigh, right? Nangong Si was startled. It's about the size of a grain of rice. The color is bright. It's not dark red but blood red. If I didn't see her and young Master Yi having fun with my own eyes, how could I know such details of her body? This young master. Song Chiotong was at a loss. She pulled Nangong Si's sleeve and said with tears in her eyes, No, he wronged me. He must have taken advantage of me when I was bathing. What's so nice about you bathing? The black-clothed man was somewhat unhappy and interrupted her. Why don't you go to the peak of life and death to see Elder Yu Hong bathe and change clothes? The matter of Elder Yu Hong being peeked at by a female disciple was also an anecdote that the cultivation world took delight in talking about. Now that it was mentioned, everyone felt it was a bit funny. Some of the braver ones even glanced at Chu Wanning but were shocked by the shocking killing intent on Chu Wanning's face and lowered their heads again. The black-clothed man circled around Nangong Si and Song Chiotong. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. He rubbed his palms and said with a smile, That's right, I suddenly remembered something. When young Master Yi bought Miss Song had the chastity cinnabar on her wrist. If Miss Song is truly as pure as ice and as pure as jade and I'm full of filthy words to slander her, then she definitely still has that cinnabar on her wrist. He paused and then smiled at the deathly pale and trembling Song Chiotong, saying, Miss Song, if you really want to prove your innocence, why don't you show that chastity cinnabar for everyone to see? Nangong Si suddenly understood and turned around to comfort Song Chiotong. It's fine. You show it to everyone, But when he saw that Song Chiotong's lips had already lost all color and her entire face was as white as paper, she was trembling, he couldn't help but stare blankly. After a while he asked with some doubt, What's wrong with you? Song Chiotong let go of Nangong Si's hand and retreated a step. She clutched her sleeve and shook her head with tears in her eyes. No, I can't. Nangong Si's eyes suddenly widened as if she already knew what had happened. She was actually unable to speak. The black-clothed man sneered, What's wrong? You don't dare? No, it's not like that. I also don't know. Song Chiotong collapsed to the ground. In an instant tears fell like rain. She mournfully said, I don't know, I also don't know. I beg you, let me go. She tightly clutched her sleeve so that no one could see clearly. But this kind of attempt to hide the truth was no different from telling everyone that the chastity cinnabar on her wrist had indeed disappeared, as the black-clothed man said. She was a virgin but was not yet married, and the red mark on her hand had already disappeared. This time, even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. The black-clothed man was about to say something when he suddenly heard a cold and stern voice from not far away. Under the light, Chu Wanning's tall and straight figure said, The chastity cinnabar on Miss Song's wrist was still there a few days ago. It doesn't match with the date you said Song and you were having an affair. I'm afraid you deliberately harmed her. For some reason, the black-clothed man's eyes flashed with a trace of speechlessness. That aggressive aura also inexplicably disappeared when he turned around to face Chu Wanning. After a while, the black-clothed man sighed. Some of the people present felt that they seemed to have heard wrongly. This man who just verbally threatened to force the black-clothed man to a dead end seemed to have some connivance in his tone. Grandmaster Chu is right. But I did not say that Song and you were having an affair before. I only said that the two were having an affair. If we really want to talk about the time of the affair, it would only be a few days ago. Yi Wangxi muttered. This is ridiculous. Chu Wanning's face was cold and his aura was dignified. Empty words have no proof. Whether what you said is true or false, please allow me to verify. As he spoke, a golden light flashed from Chu Wanning's fingertip. The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrank. He dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the swift and fierce Shenwu Tianwen. Grandmaster Chu, what are you doing? The black-clothed man was both helpless and amused. His movement technique was extremely good. Chu Wanning's vine whip couldn't wrap around him for a while, and he didn't fight back either. Just like that, he was chased around by Chu Wanning's willow vines. The originally tense and treacherous atmosphere suddenly became somewhat comical, faintly revealing a bit of affection. Don't hit me. I haven't finished speaking yet. If you want to complain, why don't you take off your mask first? Chu Wanning frowned and said sternly, if you want me to take it off, I will show you later. Not now. Why not? I don't look good. Under the light, I will scare everyone. The black-clothed man had been hiding from Tianwen for a long time. Seeing that Chu Wanning's technique was getting fiercer and fiercer, he could not help but feel that something was wrong. He dodged to the back of the wooden pillar and dodged Tianwen's attack. He shouted, Yi Wangxi, aren't you a gentleman? Today, I will let the world know your true colors. You bought a woman for dual cultivation and forced Song Qiutong to serve you. You disregarded human relations and bullied the Lord's wife. You are a beast in human clothes with a human face and a beast heart. Yi Wangxi was furious. Nonsense, what are you talking about? Did I say something wrong? How did Song Qiutong's chastity mark disappear? Don't you know? The black-clothed man shouted while dodging. 2 days ago, she knelt in front of you and said that she was Nangong Si's fiancé. She asked you to give her a way out and stop pestering her. But you insisted on not listening. You even said. Yi Wangxi's face was green with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, what else did I say? You made it up. You've already forgotten what you said. And you still need me to remind you. At that time you said, the man in black cleared his throat and changed his tone, imitating Yi Wangxi's tone. Miss Song, I threw away a lot of money, but I made clothes for others. Now that you've won the favor of young Master Nangong, you want to retreat from me unscathed and cut off all ties with me. You're thinking too much. In the end, he even laughed out loud 3 times. That tone was completely like that of a local ruffian. Yi Wangxi. Chapter 160. When the surrounding guests heard this, many of them revealed looks of disdain. Their gazes shifted between Yi Wangxi, Nangong Si and Song Qiutong. Someone softly said, what a scum. Young Master Nangong is actually not angry? So Miss Song was forced to. You can't blame her. She's just a girl. What can she do in front of 2 young masters who are in the limelight? The black-clothed man had learned to be unruffled, and was unexpectedly hit by Heaven's Inquisition. Fortunately, he dodged in time and wasn't seriously injured. He also wasn't entangled, but his cloak was still torn and blood splattered. He groaned and didn't dare to be negligent. He dodged Chu Wanning's willow vines even more diligently, but his mouth still didn't let Yi Wangxi off. Young Master Yi. Miss Song didn't dare to admit what happened 2 days ago, because she was worried that it would hurt your relationship with young Master Nangong. But the sky has eyes and a mirror hangs high above. Don't tell me you don't have the slightest bit of shame? Don't you plan to lower your head and apologize in front of everyone? Yi Wangxi was extremely angry, but also found it laughable. He said, what crime did this Yi commit? If you didn't commit any crime, then could it be that Miss Song is the only one who committed the crime? Although she didn't resist, I think it was only because she was threatened by you. Don't tell me you want to say that she actively solicited you? And that you didn't force her? At this time, Nangong Si, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned around and lowered his head to look at Song Chotong. He reached out to help her up. Song Chotong thought that he was reaching out to confirm the chastity mark on her wrist. When she woke up this morning, she discovered that the cinnabar on her wrist had disappeared. She was extremely flustered, but this kind of matter would only make things worse. She couldn't explain it clearly in a short period of time. She thought about how she and Nangongsi were going to consummate their marriage very soon. At that time, the cinnabar would disappear on its own. Thus, it was better to not say anything for the next 2 days to avoid causing misunderstandings. She didn't expect that someone would slander her like this. She thought about how she had indeed been saved by Yi Wangxi, and how she had once been Yi Wangxi's attendant. Then she thought about how her cinnabar had been used up, and how the red mole on her leg had been clearly pointed out by someone else. She had no way to defend herself. For a moment her mind was buzzing, and she did not know what to do. Amidst the chaos, she raised her moist eyes and looked at the vast crowd, only to see those people looking at her with disdain and pity, whispering and discussing spiritedly. She then saw Yi Wangxi standing alone with a sullen face, being condemned by 1,000 people, spurned by the guests. The man in black was still being chased around by Grandmaster Chu's willow vines. He kept yelling, "Yi Wangxi, you and I have accumulated resentment for a long time. Today I will expose you. You are a hypocrite. You secretly conspired with the young mistress and forced yourself on a good girl. How vicious." Song Chotong was stunned, and she practically abruptly understood what she should do. It was already impossible for her to clear her name. Based on the black-clothed man's tone, that person seemed to have a deep enmity with Yi Wangxi, and he was using every possible means to destroy Yi Wangxi's noble reputation of being a gentleman. She couldn't bear the crime of having an affair, but if she followed the black-clothed man's words and said that she was forced by Yi Wangxi, then at least, she shouted almost hysterically, "He's the one who set me up." Nangongsi's hand suddenly froze. He stood in place and looked at her in shock. He didn't seem to believe that his fiancée was really defiled by his father's right-hand man. He was completely stunned. Song Chotong covered her face and sobbed. She said in a choked voice, "Yes, it was Yi Gongzi who humiliated me. He forced me. I never agreed." Nangongsi stared at her. The candlelight flickered. His eyes were gloomy. After a long time, he put down his hand that was holding Chotong's hand. His voice was hoarse and sparks flew everywhere. "Do you know what you're saying?" Seeing his anger, Song Chotong became even more anxious. She cried and said, "Gongzi, I'm sorry. I was afraid that Gongzi wouldn't accept me, so I didn't dare to say it. I was even more afraid that if I said it, it would make Yi Gongzi and Gongzi become enemies. He's so important to the sect leader. If you two become enemies, how could the Confucian Wind sect be any better?" As she spoke, she lowered her body. Her long sleeves touched the ground. Her slender shoulders couldn't help but tremble. It was a sad and lamentable sight. Chotong really didn't know what to do. "I didn't dare to ask the sect leader for help. I could only hide the humiliation I suffered. Gongzi, Chotong is guilty to you, but she is sincere to you." Nangongsi's face was pale. He stepped back and shook his head. He repeated, "Do you know? Do you know what you're saying?" Song Chotong's fine black hair spread over her shoulders. Under the shadow of the candlelight, it looked like silk. It made her look even more delicate and pitiful. She sobbed and said, "It's Chotong's fault. I shouldn't have hidden it from Gongzi. But I'm lonely and helpless." Nangongsi suddenly shouted, interrupting her. "Do you know what you're saying?" Song Chotong's whole body trembled. She looked up, her beautiful face was wet. Her beautiful face was full of tears. Her lips were trembling. You actually did such a thing? You actually dared to do such a thing." When the crowd heard Nangongsi's words, they couldn't help but frown. They exchanged glances with each other. Some people couldn't help but whisper, "I've long heard that the Confucian Wind sect values men above women, but I didn't expect that something like this would happen." Nangongsi didn't blame Yi Wangxi, but Miss Song, who was humiliated for no reason. "It's really disappointing." "That's right. He really can't distinguish between good and bad." Chu Wanning had already retracted his willow vine when he heard Chotong admit it herself. At this time, seeing Nangongsi's reaction, he was also somewhat at a loss. In his memory, although Nangongsi was occasionally arrogant and willful, his conduct was upright. He definitely wasn't an unreasonable person. If this matter was true, then no matter what, he should blame Yuangshi and not Song Qiutong. But now, it seemed that Nangongsi's anger was all directed at Song Qiutong alone. How could this be? Among the guests, only Mei Hanshue was sitting peacefully at the table, drinking while watching the bustle. If Xuemeng was here at this time, he would find that Mei Hanshue was completely different from what he saw just now. At this time, he had the same attitude as the romantic seed in the peach blossom spring. The corners of his eyes held spring, and his every movement was very elegant. Qiutong was still sobbing and complaining, pushing all the ugly things to Yuangshi. Yuangshi was probably shocked by her accusation, but he couldn't say a word. He could only open his eyes wide and stare blankly at the woman he had bought from the Xianyuan pavilion. It was Qiutong who was weak, and didn't have the courage to prove her innocence before young Master Yi took advantage of her. Qiutong's duckweed body, everything she obtained was bestowed upon her by young Master. Now that I know I was wrong, I await young Master Yi's punishment. After Nangongsi finished listening to her sobs, he suddenly raised his head and closed his eyes. The originally lively and warm lantern light now shone on his face, but a dark shadow rolled over and over. His eyelashes trembled, as if he was suppressing something with all his might. His palms were clenched into fists, completely devoid of flesh. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, just like the stormy waves in his heart. He endured, his cheekbones cold, the veins on his forehead bulging. He endured, his bones trembling, his blood flowing like a raging fire burning his heart. He endured, but in the end he couldn't hold it in anymore. With a furious curse, he stood up, pulled out his sword, and slashed the table in front of Song Qiutong in two. The cups and plates were a mess. Song Qiutong, do you know? In my life what I hate, and cannot tolerate the most is lying. After he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, Yi Wangshi. Young master. Yi Wangshi, come here. He suddenly turned around, his eyes red and moist. Come here. Yi Wangshi walked over. The people watching the show felt that in the next moment, Nangongsi's sword would probably stab straight into Yi Wangshi's chest, directly cutting open the beast's stomach, pulling out his heart and throwing it on the ground. They held their breaths, nervously watching everything in front of them. Nangongsi gasped for breath, stared at Yi Wangshi for a while, and said in a hoarse voice, You undo the voice-changing technique. Voice-changing technique? Everyone was stunned, looking at each other. What does this have to do with the voice-changing technique? Yes, Sai, but it's strange, why does this Yi Wangshi want to use the voice-changing technique for? Is his original voice so scary that it will scare others? Or is there something shameful about his original voice? Yi Wangshi lowered his eyes and said, Young master, it can't be undone. Nangongsi was stunned, and stared at him. What did you say? Since this Yi was 13 years old, this Yi has been using the voice-changing technique all day long. This voice has been used for 10 years, and the voice-changing technique has been deeply ingrained in my spiritual core. Yi Wangshi paused and said calmly, I can't restore my original voice anymore. Nangongsi took a step back, greatly shocked. After a while, he looked up at the man sitting on the high seat with a cryptic expression, and muttered, Father? Nangonglu finally spoke, Seer, this is indeed a pity, but the voice-changing technique was done by Yi Wangshi willingly. Now that it has come to this, it is also unexpected. You don't have to think too much about it. But Nangonglu walked down the high platform and stood behind the crowd of guards. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, Father knows that you have a friendship with Yi Wangshi, and that he has been loyal to his duty all these years, so I am very grateful. But this is a separate matter. He secretly colluded with Qiutong Song, disregarded human relations, and bullied his superiors. This is a capital offense. Never would he have thought that Nangonglu would say such words. Nangongsi said in shock, Father. Nangonglu waved his hand and a blue light flashed. Nangongsi was immediately enveloped in a binding enchantment. At first he was stunned, but then he angrily roared and smashed the enchantment. However, this enchantment was the Confucian Wind Sect's enchantment, which had been passed down for generations. Because the Confucian Wind Sect once had a case of patricide, The sect leader's son had signed a blood contract with his father when he was young. This enchantment was specially used by the father to detain his son. Could last for half an hour. Even if Nangong's martial arts were superior, he would not be able to break free. The words he shouted inside the enchantment were completely sealed, so he could not be transmitted to the outside world. Now that things had come to this, it was better to admit that Yi Wangxi and Song Qiutong had an affair than to reveal the other secrets of the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Lu arrived in front of the black-clothed man, cupped his hands and said politely, "Although I don't know what kind of grudge Mr. has with Yi Wangxi, I am grateful for Mr.'s advice today. Otherwise, I would have really brought misfortune to my family." The black-clothed man said indifferently, "Sect leader Nangong is too courteous. Men immediately take down Yi Wangxi. Wait." The black-clothed man suddenly stopped him, causing Nangong Lu to feel uneasy. However, his face was still smiling as he said, "Mister, what other advice do you have? I was thinking your son only said a few words about the sound change technique. Why is sect leader Immortal in such a hurry to imprison young Master Yi? This is a private matter of my Confucian Wind sect, so it's not convenient to talk about it here." The black-clothed man smiled and said, "For the sake of the Confucian Wind sect's face, sect leader Immortal Monarch is really clear about what it means to abandon a pawn to protect a chariot. Poor Miss Yi has risked her life for your sect for more than 10 years. Now, in order to protect your family's dignity, you have implicated her innocently." As soon as these words were spoken, before the others could react, Nangong Lu's expression suddenly changed. Under the seat, Mei Hanshua smiled, poured another pot of wine, took a sip and put it down again. Nangong Lu's face looked somewhat sallow under the candlelight. After a long while, he asked with a fake smile, "What, Miss Yi?" "Mr. Yu." The black-clothed man's eyes were bright, and his voice echoed clearly and loudly in the hall. Every word was shocking. Yi Wangxi is not a man at all. Chapter 161. Yi Wangxi is not a man at all. After a few moments of silence, there was suddenly an uproar. All the guests in the hall turned pale. All of their gazes were focused on Yi Wangxi. Yi Wangxi lowered his head, closed his eyes and did not make a sound. Not a man. This handsome and tall young man was actually a girl? This sentence was like a drop of water into a wok, instantly setting off a hot wave of heat. Some people gasped, and then the buzzing of words exploded like splashing hot oil in the wok. Yi Wangxi is a girl? Heavens, how could this be? No wonder Nangongxi didn't blame her just now. He obviously knew about this. Then just now, Song Qiutong. It's all for the sake of self-preservation and framing others. This is too sinister. It's fine if you didn't do it. Why do you have to accuse others just to clear your name? But I still don't believe it. How could Yi Wangxi be a woman? I can't tell at all. A cold light flashed in Nangong Lu's eyes. He stared at the man in black's dark eyes and said, "Mister, don't lie. Where did you get the evidence? If you don't feel guilty, then release the Nangongxi." The man in black said, "Fortunately, although your son is wild, he is still a gentleman. He is not as cold and heartless as you." Seeing that Nangong Lu's face was covered with a layer of greasy sweat, he clenched his fists and didn't say anything. The man in black coldly said, "What? You release it." Nangong Lu flicked his sleeves and said, "It's just disciplining an unfilial son. It's not up to an outsider like Mr. to tell us what to do." When he said this, although he did not admit that what the black-clothed man said was true, everyone's heart was as clear as a mirror. Those who originally did not believe the black-clothed man's words could not help but feel their hearts waver. They looked at Yi Wangxi's handsome face again, trying to find traces of him being a woman. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly said in a clear voice, "Sect leader Nangong, this is your fault." Everyone turned their heads. Mei Hanshua was wearing a fox fur coat, graceful and luxurious. She stood in the shadows of the lights with a smile and said, "Although Miss Ye's heroic spirit is compelling, she is a woman. As a man, sect leader Immortal should have tender feelings for the fairer sex. As an elder, he should be magnanimous and benevolent. How could you bully a girl so as to not lose face for the Confucian Wind sect?" As he spoke, he slowly walked to the front of the hall and said with a smile, "Little nephew is not ashamed. I once met Miss Yi at the Peach Blossom Spring. At that time I felt that she was valiant and heroic, different from Miss Yi. I liked her in my heart, but it was a pity that little nephew was not good with words and offended Miss Yi with my words, causing her to feel disgusted and reject me. After experiencing Miss Yi's skill, I couldn't help but sigh that Confucian Wind sect really does produce heroes in large numbers. The female cultivators also have extraordinary skills. I even secretly cheered for Miss Yi's sect. But today, seeing sect leader Immortal's actions, I feel that the brilliant Confucian Wind sect is not worthy of such a proud beauty. Mei Xianjun, you and Yu Wangxi have only met once. It's normal for you to be mistaken. Nangong Lu's face was dark and gloomy, but he still bit his lips and said, for the sake of Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace, I won't argue with you. Don't make a mistake again. His words were no longer as calm and collected as before. The black-clothed man chuckled and said, Young Master Mei's dissolute reputation is well known everywhere. If he can't tell whether a person is a man or a woman, I'm afraid no one else in the world can. When Nangong Lu heard him say this, he couldn't help but burn with anger. He said stiffly, Mister, you just accused Yu Wangxi of humiliating Song Qiutong, but now you say Yu Wangxi is a woman. You're twisting the facts back and forth. You're simply trying to disturb our Confucian Wind sect's integrity and ruin our sect's reputation. The black-clothed man said, if I didn't do this, how could I let young Master Nangong see Miss Song's true nature? If he marries the wrong person, he'll be disgusted for most of his life. But what you just said clearly makes sense. Besides, if Yu Wangxi is a woman, how did the cinnabar on Qiutong's wrist disappear? Why don't you ask her yourself? Why are you asking me? The black-clothed man sneered. What's more, there are thousands of male disciples in your Confucian Wind sect. If sect leader Immortal has the time, he can interrogate them one by one. He'll definitely be able to find a satisfactory answer. This matter was related to the Confucian Wind sect's face, so everyone kept silent. No one spoke, but the contempt and curiosity in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Nangong Lu felt a prickling sensation in his back. He stood in place for a while, then suddenly turned to Yu Wangxi and shouted, You come here. Tell me yourself, did Miss Song wrongly accuse you or not? Nangong Lu stared at Yu Wangxi's face. He was gambling and he still held the most important chip in his hand. He knew that Yu Wangxi had deep feelings for his son, so he definitely didn't want the Confucian Wind sect's reputation to be ruined. Tell everyone, what is your identity? Yu Wangxi had always been very obedient. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the most obedient chess piece on his chessboard. He even clearly remembered that when Yu Wangxi was 13 years old, she was ordered to come to the magnificent Confucian Wind sect's main hall. The hall's door was closed, and there were only the two of them inside. He sat on the ice-cold throne and looked down. The 13-year-old girl had yet to grow up. She was wearing a small green jacket, and her braids were tied with satin. She also had a small silver bracelet on her wrist. He smiled and said to her, Wangxi, you already know the reason why I called you here today. Yu Wangxi knelt down and kowtowed. Yes, Lord. Your adoptive father was seriously injured many times before, and his muscles and bones were damaged. He is no longer suitable to be the leader of the Shadow Guards. You are his adopted daughter, and also Seer's childhood sweetheart. I don't trust the others, but I trust you. Yu Wangxi didn't get up. She was still quietly lying on the ground. Her slender neck was exposed under her hair, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Nangong Lu said, You have outstanding talent, and your future is immeasurable. I have the intention of making you the leader of the Shadow Guards of the Confucian Wind sect, and in the future, you will be in charge of one of the 72 cities. This way, you can not only share your adoptive father's burden, but also become Seer's right-hand woman. He said stiffly, Mister, you just accused Yu Wangxi of humiliating Song Qiutong, but now you say Yu Wangxi is a woman. You're twisting the facts back and forth. You're simply trying to disturb our Confucian Wind sect's integrity and ruin our sect's reputation. The black-clothed man said, If I didn't do this, how could I let young Master Nangong see Miss Song's true nature? If he marries the wrong person, he'll be disgusted for most of his life. But what you just said clearly makes sense. Besides, if Yu Wangxi is a woman, How did the cinnabar on Chotong's wrist disappear? Why don't you ask her yourself? Why are you asking me? The black-clothed man sneered. What's more, there are thousands of male disciples in your Confucian Wen sect. If sect leader Immortal has the time, he can interrogate them one by one. He'll definitely be able to find a satisfactory answer. This matter was related to the Confucian Wen sect's face, so everyone kept silent. No one spoke, but the contempt and curiosity in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Nangong Lu felt a prickling sensation in his back. He stood in place for a while, then suddenly turned to Yi Wangxi and shouted, "You come here. Tell me yourself, did Miss Song wrongly accuse you or not?" Nangong Lu stared at Yi Wangxi's face. He was gambling and he still held the most important chip in his hand. He knew that Yi Wangxi had deep feelings for his son, so he definitely didn't want the Confucian Wen sect's reputation to be ruined. Tell everyone, what is your identity? Yi Wangxi had always been very obedient. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the most obedient chess piece on his chessboard. He even clearly remembered that when Yi Wangxi was 13 years old, she was ordered to come to the magnificent Confucian Wen sect's main hall. The hall's door was closed, and there were only the two of them inside. He sat on the ice-cold throne and looked down. The 13-year-old girl had yet to grow up. She was wearing a small green jacket, and her braids were tied with satin. She also had a small silver bracelet on her wrist. He smiled and said to her, "Wangxi, you already know the reason why I called you here today." Yi Wangxi knelt down and kowtowed. "Yes, Lord. Your adoptive father was seriously injured many times before, and his muscles and bones were damaged. He is no longer suitable to be the leader of the Shadow Guards. You are his adopted daughter, and also Seer's childhood sweetheart. I don't trust the others, but I trust you." Yi Wangxi didn't get up. She was still quietly lying on the ground. Her slender neck was exposed under her hair, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Nangong Lu said, "You have outstanding talent, and your future is immeasurable. I have the intention of making you the leader of the Shadow Guards of the Confucian Wen sect, and in the future, you will be in charge of one of the 72 cities. This way, you can not only share your adoptive father's burden, but also become Seer's right-hand woman. Now that you can't quibble, do you want to use the rest of her life as a sacrifice?" Nangong Lu was about to open her mouth to argue again. Suddenly, in the distant night sky, an orange-red dot of light rose into the sky and suddenly exploded. Someone had caught the spirit horn deer again. However, in front of the secret of Confucian Wen sect, it didn't matter who the deer was. No one cared who got second place. Everyone's eyes were still firmly locked on the center of the main hall. There, tables and chairs were overturned. The table was broken in half. The mysterious black-clothed expert was between Nangong Lu and Yi Wangxi. Tonight's groom was trapped by his father inside the barrier, and the bride was kneeling on the ground, her face full of tears, sobbing silently. It was really too unexpected. From the accusation of adultery to the husband and wife turning against each other, to the fact that she was a woman, and now the Confucian Wen sect's sect leader refused to admit it. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, this would be a hot topic of conversation in the tea houses and wine shops. Who would care about those 3 pitiful deer? Therefore, no one noticed that a dark red hole was slowly opening in the sky above the dense forest. It was not until the sound of fireworks suddenly rose and fell, and the earth shook, that the forest was so quiet that the birds flew away in fright, squeaking as they fled into the depths of the night. It was not until 20 communication fireworks exploded at the same time, illuminating the night sky into a sea of azure blood. The people in the Hall of Poems suddenly realized that something was wrong. They rushed to the guardrail to see. What's going on? Why did everyone's fireworks explode at the same time? Look quickly. Above the sky. What's that? Heaven's fissure. It's a heaven's fissure. In a split second, the hall was deathly silent. Then there was an uproar of cries and screams. A heaven's fissure in the ghost world. How could there be a heaven's fissure in the ghost world in the upper cultivation world? It's above the hunting forest park. Senior Marshal brother. My senior Marshal brother is still there. Elder sister. The crowd was like fish in a pond crowded together. Panic and shock were like bait thrown into the pond, stirring up waves of activity. At this time they couldn't care less about the sex scandal or the Zhonghu's secrets. Nangong Lu, probably in order to save face, used the sound amplification technique to shout, "Gentlemen, don't be alarmed. It's just a heaven's fissure in the ghost world. Everyone is in the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Lu definitely won't let the guests suffer the slightest harm." As he spoke, he waved his hand to summon his sword, stepped on the dazzling blue sword hilt, and stood on the sword in the whistling night wind. "The Confucian Wind sect's 5 guards immediately follow me to the dense forest to investigate. The rest of the elders and disciples guard the poetry platform and ensure the safety of the guests." After he finished speaking, he led the 5 guards and hurried towards the direction of the Howling Moon drill ground as if to escape from the black-clothed man's interrogation. He didn't even want to clean up the mess of the wedding banquet. Why did it suddenly become like this? Yeah, there has never been a heaven's fissure in the ghost world in the upper cultivation world. What's going on? On the pearl-studded balcony, everyone was anxious. These cultivators in the upper cultivation world were used to living like princes. In the face of a sudden heaven's fissure in the ghost world, they were more afraid than responsible. It would be fine if they had to kill a lone big demon, but a heaven's fissure was different. If it was the upper level of hell that cracked open and ordinary ghosts came out, then it would be fine. But if it was the same as 5 years ago in the colorful butterfly town, where the infernal hell cracked open, they shuddered, thinking that even a grandmaster like Chu Wanning died in that fierce battle. They couldn't help but feel insecure. They crowded by the vermilion railings and looked at the scarlet crack in the sky in the distance. Chu Wanning got up and said to Shuizheng, "My lord, the color of this crack is not right. After it cracks open, it's very likely to be the lower levels of hell. I'm worried about Shui Meng and the others, so I'll go and take a look." After he finished speaking, he jumped up in his white robe and went straight to the railings. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he jumped on the blue tile roof and quickly went away. Chu Wanning. Shuizhengyong was about to call him, but Chu Wanning had already disappeared in the dark night. He cursed inwardly and wanted to jump down as well, but his shoulder was grabbed by someone. When he turned around, he saw a grimacing bronze mask. The black-clothed man patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Uncle, you stay here and watch over Auntie. I'll follow Shizun, so don't worry." Shuizhengyong was shocked. Ran? The black-clothed man raised his hand and gently pressed it to his lips, shaking his head. Shuizhengyong never thought that the black-clothed man would be Mo Ran. And Mo Ran didn't wait for him to ask any more questions. He held the railings with one hand and jumped into the darkness like an eagle. His cloak billowed like ink, and not long after, he disappeared behind the same arched roof as Chu Wanning. Shizun. Mo ran along the roof with his qinggong. He felt that it was too slow, so he summoned a sword that had a contract with him. Riding the sword, he quickly caught up with Chu Wanning. He raised his hand and lifted his mask. The ferocious bronze mask was pushed to the side of his forehead, revealing a handsome face. "Wait for me." Chu Wanning's eyes widened. "How come it's you? Come up, I'll bring Shizun over with the sword. I'll tell Shizun the details on the way." Chu Wanning grabbed his outstretched hand and jumped up, landing firmly on the sword. He wanted to let go of Mo Ran, but that thick and rough hand held him even tighter. Mo Ran was standing behind him. When he spoke, the unique burning breath of a young man brushed against the back of his ear. In the cold night wind it seemed even hotter. Mo Ran said, "This sword's momentum is too strong, and it's flying too fast. Shizun, hold on tight." The two rode on the sword. Chu Wanning asked, "Everything that happened in the hall just now, was it all calculated by you?" "Yes. I've wandered the Zhonghu these past few years, and I've heard many things related to the song and Shotong." Mo Ran said, "Although she doesn't have the guts to commit such evil deeds as killing people and slaughtering cities, she's definitely someone who hits people when they're down. If she really marries Nangong Si and becomes the wife of the young master of the Confucian Wind sect, I'm afraid that this sect will be much worse than it is now." Chu Wanning said, "The Confucian Wind sect won't be worse than it is now." After saying this, he frowned. He glanced at Mo Ran's black cloak, and his heart was filled with doubt. "Speaking of which, how did you know that Yi Wangxi is a girl?" Chapter 162. I won't hide what she said from Master. I already knew about it in the peach blossom spring. In fact, she already knew about it in her previous life. But she couldn't tell Chu Wanning the truth. Mo Ran smiled and said, when I was walking on the road, I heard Mei Hanshue and the people from the Treading Snow Palace talking about her. At that time, I believed that Mei Hanshue's eyes could not be wrong. After that, I carefully observed her and was even more certain that Miss Yi was not a man. Why? Didn't Shizun notice that her collar is always pulled up high? They're all the kind that covers the neck and the design is very strange. It's fine if an ordinary person has one or two, but she has all of them. I wasn't paying attention. Mo Ran gestured at Chu Wanning with his empty hand. Go to this position more or less like this. As he spoke, his fingers inadvertently touched Chu Wanning's Adam's apple. That slightly protruding part was very fragile, and he couldn't help but rub it for a moment. He thought that his Shizun was so ruthless, so wild and hard to tame, yet he would expose such a weak part of his throat to his fingers and let him pinch it. This kind of feeling was too exciting. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he forgot to look at the road ahead. The sword was swift and fierce. He waited until he heard Chu Wanning shout, "Careful!" It was too late to stop, and the heavy sword crashed straight into a towering tree. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Mo Ran was completely dumbfounded. He only remembered to hold Chu Wanning's hand tightly. Anxiously, he called out Wanning in a low voice, but because he was too anxious and the sound of the trees breaking was so loud, Chu Wanning didn't hear it clearly. Chu Wanning was so angry that he nearly fainted. Sword control, what sword control? Wouldn't it be better to run with your feet on the ground? Why did he have to be so smug? The two of them fell to the ground. Mo Ran hit the ground first, his back slamming into the rocky forest. Although he wasn't injured, it was definitely painful. But as he lay on his back and watched the stars twinkling through the branches, he suddenly felt very happy. Haha, fortunately the person who fell below was him and not Chu Wanning. He couldn't help but laugh. Although Chu Wanning had bumped into his chest and caused his ribs to hurt, he couldn't help but want to laugh even if it hurt. He curved his eyes and grinned. His dimples were deep, and it was full of infatuation. Chu Wanning looked up and saw him laughing. He couldn't help but be furious. What are you laughing at? Did you become stupid from the fall? Mo Ran took the opportunity to hug him, pressing him into his embrace. Although it was not the right time at this time, he just wanted to raise his hand to touch Chu Wanning's hair. He thought this way and really did it. Chu Wanning was right. He was probably stupid from the fall. Master, he rubbed Chu Wanning's hair. The dark night seemed to have given him a key. The box that imprisoned his private love was opened. He couldn't control the intimacy in his words, and it overflowed. This call was too intimate, so intimate that Chu Wanning froze at first, then panicked. He hurriedly put away his fierce dignity. What are you shouting for? You can even fall while riding a sword. Good skill. Mo Ran sighed softly, and finally rubbed his hair again. He cleared his throat and smiled bitterly. Master is right. Please get off of me. Although in his heart, he wanted to ask Shizun to lie in his arms for a while. But this kind of words obviously couldn't be said. Chu Wanning's face darkened. He stood up quickly and pulled Mo Ran up as well. How are you? He asked stiffly. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Mo Ran smiled. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick. I can withstand a fall. Chu Wanning was about to say something when he suddenly saw a wilted flower on Mo Ran's head. It was probably knocked off when he fell, and it just happened to fall on top of his head. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Your head, is it hurt? Mo Ran raised his hand and touched it. It was fine. No, it bloomed. Chu Wanning casually plucked the flower and handed it to him expressionlessly. Mo Ran was a little embarrassed. He rubbed the back of his head shyly, and his smile was even brighter. Chu Wanning turned his head and coughed lightly. Since it's fine, let's go forward. Mo Ran said, You, no. Chu Wanning angrily turned his head and glared at him. Qinggong. Qinggong it is. Mo Ran waved his hand and reluctantly put the heavy sword back into his Qingkuan bag. But the deeper they went into the forest garden, the denser the trees became. The speed of sword riding was actually not as fast as Qinggong. Chu Wanning's leg martial arts were also good. He skimmed the ground and moved very quickly. A cool breeze brushed past his face, calming Mo Ran's heart that could not hold back earlier. Chu Wanning's voice suddenly came from the front. His tone was very calm and he asked carelessly, Song Chotong has a mole on her leg. How did you know? Mo Ran was stunned and was caught off guard. With a bang, the awe-inspiring Grandmaster Mo once again hit his head on a pine tree. Chu Wanning, are you night blind? Oh no. Mo Ran said, I'm sorry, I'm a little absent-minded today. Chu Wanning frowned slightly. Then, as if he had figured something out, he said angrily, does the mole on Song Chotong's leg make you absent-minded? It's most important for a cultivator to have a clear mind and few desires. If you're so shaken by a beauty, what's the point of cultivating? Mo Ran was speechless for a moment. He felt that Chu Wanning's words were very reasonable, but Chu Wanning had the wrong person. The beauty he was greedy for was not Chotong, but the man in front of him who had a fierce temper and was roaring like a snow leopard. He sighed and looked at Chu Wanning with gentle eyes. Shizun, I don't like Miss Song's appearance. You're thinking too much. She has a mole on her leg. That's what I heard from the Xianyuan Pavilion auction house. I didn't see it with my own eyes. Shizun, please don't be angry. What's there to be angry about? Fine, let me ask you. Since Yi Wangxi is a woman, how did the cinnabar on Song Chotong's hand disappear? This shouldn't be a coincidence. It really isn't a coincidence. Does Shizun still remember the bracelet I gave to Song Chotong before? And there's a spell on that bracelet that I created. Mo Ran paused. Took me 4 days to create it. It's not very good, but in a short time, as long as Song Chotong wears that bracelet, it can cover the cinnabar on her hand that fell from the cold scale sacred hand. Chu Wanning didn't speak, but his expression was somewhat ugly. He felt that Mo Ran was hiding something from him. Mo Ran had changed a lot these years. He had learned 70% of his own meddling nature. But the so-called meddling in other people's business was just helping out when he saw injustice on the road. To go through so much trouble, even to the point of creating a little spell to expose a certain person's true face and prevent her from marrying into the Confucian Wind sect, was really too much. Unless Song Chotong and Mo Ran had a great grudge, or Yi Wangxi and Mo Ran had a great relationship, this guy shouldn't do such a thing. In this silence, Mo Ran also sensed Chu Wanning's mood. He flew a foot behind Chu Wanning and said, Shizun, what's wrong? Chu Wanning asked indifferently. Naturally, he couldn't talk about the matters of his previous life, but Mo Ran didn't want to make Chu Wanning feel uncomfortable. He thought about it, then decided to tell Chu Wanning half of his true feelings. Shizun, Yi Wangxi is a very good person. She spent a lot of money in the Xianyuan Pavilion, and saved a woman she didn't know. You also know this. But Yi Wangxi likes Nangong Si. Can Shizun see it? It's okay. I can see it tonight. It's good that Shizun can see it. Because I already knew Miss Ye's true identity. I've always understood her feelings. As for Song Chotong, she didn't know that Yi Wangxi was a woman. So she only revered her and didn't have any evil intentions. But if she marries Nangong Si, then the Confucian Wind sect won't necessarily keep this secret from her. Given Chotong's nature, she will certainly view any woman who also likes Nangong Si as a thorn in her side. Mo Ran paused. He thought of his previous life, when Song Chotong sensed the secret love between him and Chu Wanning. She was so jealous that she took advantage of his absence from the palace to pull off all 10 of Chu Wanning's fingernails. What would happen if Yi Wangxi fell into her hands? The answer was self-evident. The evil deeds that Song Chotong did were all like pulling off fingernails. They weren't so evil that they were sensational. It was enough for her to hide behind the greater evil deeds of others. It was enough for her to struggle at death's door behind the evil deeds of others. In this world, doing good and doing evil were the same. Both were things that fell from the sky. The tallest person would bear the brunt of the fall. First, the kindest person would be crushed to death. For example, Chu Sun would be pushed out by the hands of the weak. First, the most vicious person would be crushed to death. For example, the Emperor Ta. Then the whole world would attack him and he would be killed by 10,000 people. However, if it wasn't for the accumulation of one small evil after another, if it wasn't for the fact that in the torrent of time, if it wasn't for the fact that one after another, not considered extremely evil, left scars on Mo Ran's body after another. Then, in this world would there really be an Emperor Ta Mo Weiyu? Chu Wanning said. Meddling in this matter, aren't you afraid of inviting trouble to yourself? Mo Ran also knew that this time, he had revealed too much of his ability. However, in his previous life, he had dragged Yi Wangxi into the Sea of Blood. In this life, even if the rise and fall of the Confucian Wind sect had nothing to do with him, he still owed Yi Wangxi a life. Therefore, even if he overstepped his boundaries, even if it would arouse suspicion, he still did this matter without any hesitation. Not only Chu Wanning, but he also wanted the people that he had treated unfairly in his previous life to have a better life. He still hoped that he could atone for his sins. I'm afraid, Mo Ran said, but since I know the truth, I want to have peace of mind. Although Chu Wanning still felt that Mo Ran's actions were too rash. After hearing him say this, he didn't think too much about it. Just at this time, a strong fishy sweet smell suddenly came from the wind. Along with it, there was also some kind of powerful spiritual current that suddenly appeared in front of them. Before Chu Wanning could react, Mo Ran's expression changed. He said in a low voice, not good. It's the exquisite chess set. It's in that direction. In the thick night, a fishy wind filled the air. Ghosts and monsters were already crawling out from the crack in the sky. 5 pillars of light rose from the ground, respectively metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was exactly the same as the incident at Colorful Butterfly Town. Chu Wanning's eyes were cold. It's him. Mo Ran naturally knew who he was talking about. Jin Chengqi, Peach Blossom Spring, Colorful Butterfly Town. After 5 years of silence, he had returned today. It was that person who had always been hiding behind the scenes, that fake North Pole. However, Mo Ran had a vague feeling that this exquisite chess set was completely different from the previous ones. There was no disguise or disguise. That person seemed to feel that victory was in his grasp and was determined to win. The birds in the forest were startled, flapping their wings and fleeing in all directions. Mo Ran sprinted with Chu Wanning towards the bottom of the Skyfisher, one in front of the other. When they got closer and saw the ghosts and monsters surging out from the crack, Mo Ran muttered, the abyss of hell. This time it was actually the same as 5 years ago at Colorful Butterfly Town. It was still the abyss of hell. Mo Ran turned around in a panic and grabbed Chu Wanning's arm. Shizun, don't go. Don't be silly. Mo Ran also knew that this was silly, but in his 2 lives he had seen the abyss of heaven and earth twice. The consequences of those 2 abyss of heaven and earth were like nightmares that he couldn't forget. Now that he saw the 3rd one, how could he not be worried? But what was the use of saying don't go? It was extremely difficult to change a person's nature. For someone like Chu Wanning, even if he was given 1,000 or 10,000 chances to choose, he still wouldn't turn around and run away in the face of a disaster. Thus, Mo Ran looked at Chu Wanning, not knowing what to say. Chu Wanning glanced at him and said, don't worry, I will act cautiously. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and summoned Heaven's Inquisition. Golden light flowed between his slender fingers and sparks flew in all directions. Mo Ran stared at Chu Wanning's eyes and finally sighed. A dazzling brilliance appeared in his hand. Ghost Sea broke through the air and was held at Mo Ran's fingertips. The fiery red brilliance and the golden light of Heaven's Inquisition reflected each other. When the 2 weapons met, they were both stable and powerful, unstoppable. Okay, I understand. I won't persuade you. Whatever Shizun wants to do, I will accompany you. The bright spiritual light was reflected in their eyes. The fierce red light burned the flowing gold, and the flowing gold was dyed red. I will go with Shizun. Chu Wanning looked at Mo Ran's foolish appearance of wanting to fight with him. He felt both warm and helpless. Mo Ran's eyes were filled with too many emotions. Some of them seemed to have gone beyond the feelings of master and disciple, but he couldn't be sure what the additional feelings were. So he raised his hand and poked Mo Ran's forehead, saying, there is no reward. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He pulled down Chu Wanning's hand and held it in his palm. He tried his best to restrain himself from kissing it. He smiled and said, well, if there is no reward, then there is no reward. Let's go. The divine martial spiritual light was like a celestial shadow in the night. The golden red light faded and swept to the core of the hunting jungle in an instant. Lake Gongquan. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran concealed their auras and hid in the orange grove, looking in that direction. The spiritual flow supplying the lake water was cut off. In the harsh cold night, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the lake. There were 4 formations drawn around the lake, and each of them had a shining weapon. Chu Wanning said in a low voice, "For divine martial weapons of different attributes?" Mo Ran was stunned at first, and then said, "The theft of the divine martial weapons in the past 5 years was indeed related to him. But in the colorful butterfly town, he clearly used a living person's heart. Why did he suddenly change the formations?" Mo Ran wanted to say something, but Chu Wanning raised a finger and stopped him. "Be quiet, look over there." Following his gaze, Mo Ran saw a group of guards of the Confucian Wind sect slowly walking on the lake in the distance. The young cultivators who went hunting in the jungle were also among them. A steady stream of spiritual energy was drawn out of their chests and gathered towards the divine martial weapons of different attributes. This powerful and pure spiritual energy made the divine martial weapons shine brighter and brighter. The light shot straight into the sky and tore open a huge crack in the night sky, crazily tearing open the infernal hell. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide. What are they doing? It seems that these guards have all lost their minds. It seems that they are being controlled by the exquisite Go game. Chu Wanning's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Her expression was gloomy. Her gaze swept over the crowd. Suddenly she stopped. His face suddenly became pale and unexpectedly, he tightly grasped Mo Ran's shoulder, his fingers trembling. "What's wrong?" Mo Ran turned his head. After a while, he saw a familiar figure walking in the crowd. He said in horror, "Shui Meng." Chapter 163. As one of the 20 or so youths who were chasing the deer in the forest, Shui Meng also had a precious chess piece buried in his body. He was walking around the lake non-stop, his eyes empty. When ghosts fell from the sky, he and the others would rush up together. They were brave and fearless, like puppets who were not afraid of pain or death. They would cut down the ghosts with their swords and sabers, not letting them destroy the formation. However, when the ghosts tried to escape into the darkness of the night, they did not care. The purpose of these chess pieces was obvious. They were guarding the 5 elements array. Chu Wanning saw that his disciple was being controlled. He endured for a moment, but he could not stand it anymore. When he was about to get up and rush out, Mo Ran suddenly stopped him. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Let go. Don't go out. Wait a little longer." "How can we wait? That is Shui Meng." Chu Wanning was too strong. Mo Ran could not hold him with one hand. He could only hold him tightly and hold him in his arms. He covered Chu Wanning's mouth with one hand. No matter how hard he struggled in his arms, he did not let go. Mo Ran whispered in his ear. His hot breath brushed against the back of his ear. "It is too risky to go out now. Don't be so impulsive. Listen to me." Mo Ran was answered with an elbow. Chu Wanning pried open his hand and gasped. His eyes were full of anger. He said in a low voice, "Under the control of the exquisite chess game, his spiritual power is quickly depleted. There are ghosts here. If there is a mistake, he will die." "He won't." Mo Ran grabbed his hand. His eyes were burning and firm. "I know the exquisite chess game. You have to trust me." Chu Wanning saw his serious expression. He could not help but be startled. His breathing slowly slowed down. At this time a strange howl came from afar. They quickly turned around and saw an evil spirit breaking through the air and pouncing on Shui Meng. Swoosh! Dragon City's scimitar reflected the cold moonlight. Shui Meng's body was as light as a swallow, and the blade instantly pierced through the ghost. A living person who was hit by the exquisite chess piece would have their spiritual energy gradually depleted. In the end, they would not be as good as before. But he's only under control for a short time, so he'll be fine for now. Chu Wanning turned his head to look at him with a scar between his eyebrows. "Why are you so clear about this?" "What I saw during my travels." The evil spirit fell down and soon turned into ashes. Shui Meng held the Dragon City scimitar in his hand. Black drops of blood continuously flowed down the blade, dragging a strange and crooked trace on the snow. The moonlight shone on his face. His expression was cold and his eyes were dull. Mo Ran's heart clenched. Xue Meng had never been a chess piece in his previous life. Who was it? Suddenly there was movement in the distance. Mo Ran returned to his senses and said in a low voice, "It seems that someone is coming." Sure enough, two people came out of the forest and walked along the frozen lake to the eye of the array. The eye of the array was shining with a green light. One of them was holding a divine weapon in his hand, but because of the angle, Mo Ran could not see what the divine weapon was. The man broke the ice with his palm and threw the divine weapon into the eye of the array. In an instant, the eye of the array shone brightly. The dark clouds moved away, and the moon showed up from behind the thick clouds. The cold light shone on the ice and completely illuminated the two people guarding the eye of the array. One of them was wearing a luxurious robe with golden silk, graceful and bright, but he was wearing a thick coat and a bamboo hat, so his face could not be seen clearly. The other one was barefoot in the cold, but he did not mind the cold. The man raised his head and looked at the endless sky fisher. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide. How is it possible? Su Shuanglin. He was extremely stunned and shocked. Su Shuanglin. Elder Shuanglin? He was Yi Wangxi's adoptive father. In his previous life, he used his flesh and blood to protect Yi Wangxi and died under the knife. How could it be him? Chu Wanning did not know that Mo Ran was shocked. He lightly patted Mo Ran's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Go. Why hasn't he appeared yet?" The man wearing the bamboo hat beside Su Shuanglin spoke. Mo Ran listened and found that it was Nangong Lu's voice. Nangong Lu's voice was obviously anxious and gloomy. He could not help but curse. "Damn it, did you make a mistake?" Su Shuanglin said, "Let's wait and see. Hurry up. Tear the sky fisher wider. I don't know when those guests will send people here. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. I know you're impatient, but don't you know whether the sky fisher can be torn wider? Last time in Colorful Butterfly Town, because you were too impatient, the situation got out of hand and attracted the 10 great sects to come here one after another. If you can't stay calm, you'll still fall short." "Oh. Sigh." Su Shuanglin closed his eyes and said, "Sect leader, it was not easy for you to find these 5 divine weapons with different attributes. They can absorb and accumulate the spiritual energy of cultivators. You've endured for so many years. How could you miss this short night?" "You're right." Nangong Lu took a deep breath and nodded. "I've waited for 5 years. No, it's not just 5 years. From the day I became the sect leader of Confucian Wind Sect, I've been waiting." He rubbed the thumb ring in his sleeve, and his eyes flashed with a dark fire. Nangong Lu murmured, "I've been waiting." "Don't wait." Suddenly, a fierce and strict male voice sounded on the empty lake, like thunder breaking through the clouds. The two people on the lake were shocked and looked at each other. The moon was bright in the sky, and the thousands of pine trees were rustling. A slender man stood on the treetops. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes, and his white robe billowed. The dark color of his robe made his face look like a frozen jade, and there was a bone-chilling coldness in his handsomeness. "Nangong Lu, it's over." Nangong Lu was shocked, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Wanning." Heaven's Inquisition exploded with golden light, reflecting Chu Wanning's gloomy eyes, and his whole person looked more and more dangerous. "Wanyi Yuheng, venerable northern dipper. Why didn't I let you die after suppressing the rainbow butterfly? Now you're here to ruin my plan, evil creature." Chu Wanning was stunned. He lowered his eyebrows and said sternly, "So the disaster 5 years ago was caused by you?" Nangong Lu saw that the matter was exposed, and he had no intention to hide. He sneered and said, "So what?" Chu Wanning raised Heaven's Inquisition, and his fingers swept over the willow vine. The vine whip was polished on his fingertips inch by inch, and the light was almost platinum. His eyes were like a hawk's. "Back then, when you asked for a sword in Jincheng Lake, the spirit in the lake wanted your wife's spiritual nucleus in exchange. You ordered people to cut open her heart and threw it into the lake. At that time I was disgusted to the bone, and I hated you so much that I wanted to kill you. But you told me that Nangong Si is still young, and can't be without a father. You said that you were obsessed for a moment and you regretted it. You also said that from now on, you will be a righteous scholar and not do evil again. The willow vine touched the last tip, and the golden light burst out. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth. Nangong Lu, you are so evil and so vicious. Blame me? Nangong Lu suddenly laughed in a low voice. Grandmaster Chu, why don't you blame yourself for being young and naive? At that time you were still a 15 or 16-year-old boy, right? You were so naive, and after a few words from me, a few tears, and using Seer as a cover, you let me go mercifully. Grandmaster, why don't you think about it? What I am today can't be separated from your leniency. Before he finished speaking, the wind had already arrived. Heaven's inquisition cut through the dark night and slashed towards the place where Nangong Lu was standing. In an instant, the dragon light danced and flames broke through the sky, splitting the entire frozen Lingshui lake in half, and the ice shattered. Nangong Lu shouted, "Rise!" The group of puppets that had been walking around Lingshui Lake suddenly had a flash of light in their eyes. They all turned around and surged in Chu Wanning's direction. Xuemeng's battle prowess was the strongest, and she actually took the lead. Clang! Dragon City and Heaven's Inquisition collided fiercely. Chu Wanning was afraid of hurting Xuemeng, so he retreated in time and moved back a few feet. With a ruthless expression he said, "Nangong Lu, you used others as a wedding dress. What kind of ability is that?" "Ha, I made you unable to attack and you can't kill me, this is my ability." Nangong Lu laughed. "Go ahead and hit them, they are all living people, they just got hit by my precious black stones." "Chu Wanning, this young Master Shui is your disciple, right? Can you bear to do it? You are helpless, you are waiting for death, you are the same as more than 10 years ago by the Jincheng pool. You are powerless, you can only let me go, you." He suddenly stopped, and the smile on his face was like a basin of cold water suddenly poured on him, and the ash-black fire was still smoking. Chu Wanning's eyes were too calm. He stared closely at Chu Wanning, and the calmness on that person's face made him suddenly feel uneasy, and he shuddered. Nangong Lu's lips moved, and he seemed to have a guilty conscience. "What do you want to do?" Chu Wanning didn't want to talk nonsense with Nangong Lu. His eyes were cold, and he raised his hand to wave Heaven's Inquisition, and shouted, "Heaven's Inquisition, 10,000 coffins." Dozens of golden vines rose from the ground, trapping the puppets that were hit by the precious stones. A thick and powerful giant vine rose like a dragon from the ice lake, and ice crystals splashed everywhere. Chu Wanning flew and sat on the ancient vine, his robe fluttering in the wind. He raised a slender and powerful hand, and said one word at a time. "Jyoga, summon." Strands of golden light gushed out from his palms and gathered on his knees to form a jet-black guqin. The guqin's tail was curled up like a tree that was still full of vitality. The leaves on the guqin's tail were lush, and the guqin's strings were translucent and icy white. The strings were constantly emitting cold air. Xingwu Jyoga. Heaven's Inquisition's most commonly used skill was Wind, which was a killing move, and Jyoga's most commonly used skill was Song, which was a healing move. Chu Wanning only gently plucked the strings a few times, and played a short section of Song, and those who were hit by the precious stones showed confused expressions. They were originally struggling under the entanglement of Heaven's Inquisition, but now they looked left and right, as if they were a little confused. Nangong Lu was furious, and he silently chanted a spell. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he fought against Chu Wanning. Seeing that he couldn't hold on, he angrily turned around. "Shuang Lin, go and interrupt his guqin." "Me? Sai, okay. Su Shuanglin sighed and helplessly wanted to fly to the top of the giant tree where Chu Wanning was. Unexpectedly, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Mo Ran stood in the wind, raised his whip and stopped him. "Elder Shuanglin, please advise me." Su Shuanglin blinked and suddenly sneered, "Stop me? You two are really master and disciple, how touching." Chu Wanning fought while saying to Mo Ran, "Barrier. It's all set up." It turned out that Mo Ran didn't appear just now because he was ordered to set up a barrier around the Lingshui Lake. Although this Heaven's Fissure wasn't as exaggerated as the one in colorful Butterfly Town, the abyss of hell imprisoned evil spirits with twisted minds. It would be fine if 3 or 5 of them escaped, but if too many escaped, there would be a rain of blood in the mortal world, and it wouldn't stop for a long time. Mo Ran and Shuanglin exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. Mo Ran said, "Elder Shuanglin, don't keep trying to run to my Shizun. The person you should be fighting is me." "What am I doing?" Shuanglin suddenly laughed. Do you have to force the opponent to fight these days? It's not that I want to say this, but young man, you're a bit too fierce. Uncle is old, and I'm afraid I can't handle your violence. Mo Ran was speechless. If I come with you, I'll be ruined. He giggled, little brother, spare me. Let me go a little and let me play with your Shizun, okay? Mo Ran actually didn't know how to face Su Shuanglin. In his previous life, he had witnessed Su Shuanglin's death with his own eyes, so he knew that he wasn't a bad person. Who would have thought that in this life, besides Nangong Lu, he was also the mastermind behind the scenes? For a moment he didn't know what to do, so he remained silent and focused on exchanging blows with him. Ghost C had the same interrogation ability as Heaven's Inquisition. As long as he could successfully hold Su Shuanglin, it wouldn't be difficult to get the truth out of him. However, Su Shuanglin's movements were light, and his movements were much better than Nangong Lu's. He floated like a kite on the shattered ice lake. The red light could only hit him, but it couldn't lock him down firmly. Moreover, because he was Yi Wangxi's adoptive father, before things were clear, Mo Ran couldn't help but give him some face. Su Shuanglin suddenly laughed evilly. That's about it. Grandmaster Mo, I'll apologize to you first. Mo Ran didn't know why he said this, so he was startled. What? Because I'm going to bully your master. Su Shuanglin raised his hand, and a light flashed at his fingertips. A white stream of light whistled in the direction of Chu Wanning, who was playing the zither. Mo Ran was the most worried about Chu Wanning, so he was distracted. Su Shuanglin's eyes darkened, and his other hand pulled out the folding fan at his waist. He swiftly and fiercely thrust it towards Mo Ran's throat. Sha! In an instant blood splattered everywhere. Although Mo Ran dodged quickly, his neck was still scratched by the sharp barbs of the fan. Su Shuanglin took back the handle of the fan, which was stained with Mo Ran's blood, and pointed to the ground. A drop of blood fell into the lake, and the bottom of the lake suddenly lit up with a green light. Looking down, it turned out that Nangong Lu and Su Shuanglin were guarding the core of the wood element formation. The divine martial sword was immersed in the ice lake, absorbing the essence of the surrounding plants. At this time, because of Mo Ran's drop of blood, which was full of spiritual energy, the divine martial sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling green brilliance. The earth trembled, and after a few moments of silence, a fierce black blade broke out of the water, shining brightly. Su Shuanglin shouted to Nangong Lu, "The forbidden spell has been activated. He's coming out. Quickly go under the sky fissure and fight." Fight? Fight? They summoned someone from the abyss of hell. Was it just for a fight? But this thought only flashed through Mo Ran's mind. When he saw the divine martial sword floating in the air, he didn't think about anything else. His whole body was like being whipped, standing there stiffly, unable to say half a word. Because the weapon that gathered the wood element formation core was actually Emperor Ta's fierce blade, divine martial sword. Mo Ran suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest, and his vision turned black. There seemed to be some kind of ravings that he couldn't hear that kept repeating in his ears. He couldn't breathe, and only felt that the blood of his previous life came from the night, soaking him. He felt sick, dizzy, and his heart was beating fast. Seeing that Su Shuanglin wanted to do something with the divine martial sword, Mo Ran didn't have time to think. He raised his hand, wanting to call back the divine martial sword, but as soon as his spiritual energy reached out, he heard Chu Wanning's zither music suddenly stop. He suddenly felt that something was wrong, and endured the inexplicable suffocation, turning his head. His pupils suddenly shrank. Master! How could he forget? Chu Wanning's spiritual core was very weak. As early as the Xianyuan Society, there was a doctor who said that the divine martial sword seemed to have some kind of repulsive force with Chu Wanning. It would backfire on Chu Wanning, and it would make Chu Wanning's already weak spiritual core even more unable to bear it. How could he forget? Mo Ran suddenly cut off his connection with the divine martial sword and flew onto the giant vine. The moment the divine martial sword was exhausted, he jumped up and hugged Chu Wanning, who was in so much pain that his face was pale, and landed with him in the nearby orange grove. At the same time, the coffins that Chu Wanning summoned also broke and disintegrated, but fortunately, those who were bewitched were already confused. Although they didn't completely wake up, they no longer listened to Nangong Lu's instructions. One by one they stood there blankly, with a dreamy expression on their faces. Master! Mo Ran was anxious and regretful. He knelt in the snow and hugged Chu Wanning, who was frowning, and kept stroking Chu Wanning's face. How are you? He saw blood seeping out from the corner of Chu Wanning's mouth, and felt even more distressed. He hurriedly wiped it for him, but as he wiped, he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Chu Wanning was also lying in his arms like this, on the peak of the Kunlun snow mountain, bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying. And he was the same as now, frantically wiping away the mottled blood. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. It was like an all-piercing into his heart. His eyes were red. Is it very painful? Chu Wanning was greatly affected by the divine martial sword. He felt that the divine martial sword was flowing to his chest in an instant, as if it was going to cut his chest open. What was worse was that there seemed to be many broken illusions in front of his eyes, twisting and flickering. He shook his head, trying to shake off those blurry illusions, and struggled to look in the direction of Nangong Lu. But with just a glance, the last bit of color on his face suddenly disappeared. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he suddenly grabbed Mo Ran's arm and said hoarsely, "Over there, be careful." Mo Ran saw that his face was like gold paper, and his eyes flashed with great shock, reflecting the light of the fire. Light of the fire? He turned his head. What came out of the fissure was no longer small ghosts and monsters, but rolling hell's lava. The fire of the earth boiled and flowed down from the sky. Those ghosts and monsters that escaped at the same time were burned to ashes by this turbulent evil fire. They didn't even have time to cry out before they turned into a cloud of green smoke. What kind of strange situation was this? The lava of hell hung in the sky like a magnificent golden red waterfall, flowing slowly and leisurely, licking dangerously and magnificently. When the lava flowed to the Lingshui Lake, the shattered ice and lake water were ignited like firewood and began to burn fiercely. Nangong Lu and Su Shuanglin, who were standing at the front, activated the most powerful water spell, so that they wouldn't be engulfed by the fire. Although the flow of the fire was slow, it would soon burn those who were frozen in the exquisite chess game. Mo Ran cursed and raised his hand to make a hand seal, but he wasn't familiar with the water spell. Halfway through, Chu Wanning, who was in his arms, suddenly grabbed his hand and said with a pale face, "You made the wrong hand seal. Let me do it." Mo Ran hugged him and let him sit up, but he stopped his hand. "Don't move anymore, teach me." Although Chu Wanning was hesitant, he knew that his spiritual power was temporarily damaged, so he might not be able to cast the spell well. This was a matter of life and death, so he couldn't be careless. So he held Mo Ran's hand and put all 10 of his fingers in the right position. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "Cast the spell." The spiritual power overflowed from his fingertips and quickly formed a barrier in the air, forming a blue wave that wrapped around those puppets who had lost their minds. Chu Wanning let out a sigh of relief. She wanted to praise Mo Ran, but when she looked up, she saw that under the illumination of the light of hell, there were traces of tears on his handsome face. Why was he crying? Because of who? Chu Wanning was a little confused. Shimei wasn't here, Xuemeng wasn't injured, and Mo Ran didn't know the others. So, could he be so bold and greedy that Mo Ran was crying for him? "Don't cry." Mo Ran came back to his senses and wiped his face in a panic. "You're already so old, what do you look like?" Mo Ran only looked at him with teary eyes and asked, "Does it hurt?" Hearing him say this, Chu Wanning was stunned. Then, the pain in his chest that hadn't subsided suddenly felt a soft warmth like a hot spring stream. Sorrow and gentleness intertwined together, sour and painful, sweet and bitter. For the first time in his life, he had personal feelings related to his life before a great calamity. It wasn't appropriate, but he couldn't stop it. "It's just a small injury. It's probably because I used too much spiritual power to summon 2 divine weapons at the same time, so my old illness flared up." Chu Wanning raised his hand, hesitated, and touched Mo Ran's hair. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt anymore." Then he turned his head and looked at the vast hellfire and the blazing flame-red lotus. His eyes gradually darkened, the pain in his eyes subsided, and his gaze became firm. "You saw what Nangong Lu was going to do and found a good opportunity." He paused, and when he opened his mouth again, he didn't hesitate. "Kill him." Chu Wanning's eyes were full of hatred, but there was also regret in them. Nangong Lu was right. At the side of the Jincheng pool, it was him who was 14 or 15 years old. He had just stepped into the mortal world and didn't know much about the world, so he let go of Nangong Lu, who had revealed his evil face at that time. He even took into consideration the stability of the upper cultivation world, and didn't let the young Asi know that Nangong Lu sacrificed his wife to get the divine weapon. It was his ignorance and naivety when he was young and too much kindness that led to the current situation. He let the tiger return to the forest and provoked the torrential hellfire of the Red Lotus. What did Nangong Lu want to do? Chapter 164. As if responding to him, a giant skeletal foot suddenly stepped out from the boiling lava. Just its fingernails were as white as wheels. When this foot stepped into the lake of Gongquan, half of the lake was filled. Immediately after, another foot stepped into the lake, crushing countless orange-colored trees on the shore. A humongous skeleton roared as it stepped out of the fissure. It turned its stiff head and let out a howl that shook the 9 heavens. Then it held a sharp axe with jingling shackles and fiercely chopped down on the shore with a ha sound. The huge axe fell into the ground, stirring up layers of heat waves. Mud and stones tumbled, and grass and trees were instantly cut. Seeing that the place where Xuemeng was standing was about to collapse, a blue light suddenly appeared. It was Nangong Lu, holding 2 swords, waving all of his spiritual energy to resist the attack. With a loud bang, the 2 forces collided, causing the soil and broken wood to explode. Su Shuanglin, who was on the side supporting the water barrier, shouted, "Hit between his ribs. Do you see it?" "I see it." Nangong Lu gritted his teeth and said. Unexpectedly, he threw away his usual submissive appearance and attacked the giant skeleton's ribs. Mo Ran looked carefully and saw that there was a cluster of flames burning on the giant skeleton's chest. In the flames there was a human figure that was tied up. He wanted to see more clearly, but because of the flickering flames when the giant skeleton and Nangong Lu fought, he couldn't see clearly. Logically speaking, Nangong Lu had spent a great deal of effort to summon this demon god from hell. No matter how one looked at it, she should have ordered it to do harm to the human world. Only then would it be easy to understand. But looking at Nangong Lu's current posture, it seemed that he was going to risk his life to fight this thing. This was really strange. But Mo Ran didn't have time to think about it. Xuemeng and the others were still standing in the same place. If they continued to fight like this, they might be affected. Mo Ran recalled Chu Wanning's hand gesture and shouted, "Damn it, 10,000 coffins!" Dozens of red willow vines rushed from all directions like flying snakes, wrapping the chess pieces on the shore and then retreating to the periphery. "Good, you used it well." Chu Wanning's words made Mo Ran's chest warm. At this moment, the person he liked was next to him, and the people he wanted to protect were also under the protection of the divine martial ghost. This time, Mo Ran watched them fight, and his mind was much calmer. He found that although Nangong Lu's offensive spells were not up to par, her evasion and defense were first class. He didn't know if this person had a preference for this kind of spells since childhood. It was no wonder that when he massacred the Confucian Wen sect in his previous life, this illustrious sect leader had fled faster than a rabbit. Although the giant skeleton's attack was fierce, because of its large body, its movement was slow, and it didn't hurt Nangong Lu at all. Nangong Lu moved higher and higher along its skeleton. His robe fluttered, and the bright red tassels of his bamboo hat fluttered. He stood on the giant skeleton's ribs, and through the white bones, he could see the person hanging on the skeleton's heart. Nangong Lu first shouted loudly, like a person who was relieved from extreme suffering. His voice was twisted and ferocious, and then he looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha! Ha 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 ha! I found you! Finally! I finally found you!" His shining eyes were bloodshot in the depths of his bamboo hat. He shouted angrily and ecstatically, "I found you!" Wrapped in the flames was a man with his eyes closed. He looked thin and fragile without any outstanding features. It was a face that was easy to forget. Nangong Lu kept muttering, almost crazy, "I found you, I found you! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! I found you! I found you!" He abruptly raised the sword in his hand, which glowed with blue light, and fiercely stabbed at the sleeping man in the core of the giant skeleton. Unexpectedly at this moment, The deathly silent man suddenly raised his head and abruptly opened his eyes. Su Shuanglin shouted angrily from below, "Don't look at his eyes. I told you not to look at his eyes." However, Nangong Lu was too close to the man. He was almost caught off guard and met the man's eyes. Nangong Lu only had time to see the scarlet pupils of the dog-like round eyes, and then he felt a tearing pain all over his body. He screamed and fell straight down from the sky, crashing to the ground. If it wasn't for Su Shuanglin supporting a barrier to protect him, he was afraid that he would have broken all his bones and tendons. Su Shuanglin walked over quickly, stomping his bare feet on the ground. "Why are you looking at him? Didn't I tell you that you will feel the pain of his soul when you look at him?" Halfway through his words, Nangong Lu stood up shakily from the ground. His bamboo hat fell off, revealing his messy hair and a pair of panicked eyes under his messy hair. The moonlight shone on his face. His fingers convulsed as he painfully covered his face. However, it was useless. All the skin exposed to the moonlight quickly began to crack and burst open. Bright red tender flesh rolled out, and blood flowed down continuously. "Ah!" Nangong Liuquang screamed and tried to use his sleeves to cover his face. However, this caused his hands and forearms to be exposed in panic. His skin and flesh began to tear apart rapidly, and his flesh was mottled with blood. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning watched from a distance, and they both couldn't believe it. What happened to Nangong Lu? He actually couldn't directly shine on the moonlight? Su Shuanglin took off his own outer robe and threw it over Nangong Lu's face, covering her completely. He himself stood in the middle of the winter night wearing only a pure white undergarment, yet he did not feel cold in the slightest. His robe was slightly open, and his strong chest was rising and falling slightly. When he saw Nangong Lu sitting on the ground like a sieve, he was angry. He kicked the head of the sect leader with his bare feet and said, "Why are you sitting there? Get up. If you still haven't killed it by the time you finish gathering your spiritual power, you won't have a good life." Who would have thought that Nangong Lu, the good-for-nothing, would sit on the ground and cry with snot and tears? "I'm in so much pain. I'm better off dead, really better off dead. My face is full of blood. My hands are also full of blood. I can't stand it anymore. Shuanglin, I can't stand it anymore. You take my place. I'll take your place, I'll take your place, I'll take your place." Su Shuanglin flew into a rage and kicked his face again. "Why don't you just give me the position of the sect leader and let me take your place? Do you think I don't want to?" Nangong Lu was kicked to the ground and howled, "Do you think I don't want to? I'm tired of it. The curse left by Luo Fenghua has harmed me for a lifetime. He made me unable to get away from this position forever. Come on. I can't wait for someone to take my place. I only hate that I can't take off this ring on my finger." "Luo Fenghua?" Mo Ran whispered. "This name sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before." That was the sect leader of the Confucian Wen sect before Nangong Lu. Chu Wanning listened to the conversation between the two and frowned. After only 2 years, he died of a terrible disease. Mo Ran was stunned. The Confucian Wen sect has been inherited by the Nangong family for generations. How can there be a sect leader with the surname Luo? Shouldn't his surname be Nangong? Normally, the surname should be Nangong, but Luo Fenghua usurped power and became the sect leader of the Confucian Wen sect. Hearing Chu Wanning say this, Mo Ran suddenly remembered that he had read a book about this person in the history of the Confucian Wen sect. However, there wasn't much detail. Because the history of the Confucian Wen sect was very chaotic, there were too many grudges involved. Mo Ran really didn't have any interest in reading this book, so he just casually flipped through it and didn't delve too deeply into it. His eyes widened slightly. The Confucian Wen sect was usurped? Because this matter was disgraceful and involved the current sect leader, very few people mention it nowadays. Chu Wanning said, Nangong Lu didn't get his position as sect leader easily. When he was young, his father suffered from cultivation deviation and died. Although he was appointed as the successor before his death, Nangong Lu had a younger brother. That younger brother was proud and arrogant, and his magic was peerless. He refused to accept this decision, so on the night of his father's death, he seized the Confucian Wen sect's sect leader's ring and replaced Nangong Lu as sect leader. The usurper should also be his younger brother, so his surname should also be Nangong. How could his surname be Luo? Let me finish. Chu Wanning looked at Nangong Lu in the distance, trembling as he crawled up from the ground. He tightly wrapped the clothes that Frost Forest Elder gave him and once again ran towards the flames on the giant skeleton's chest. He continued, Nangong Lu's younger brother is bloody and cruel. In a short 3 months after seizing the position, he killed 2 high lords of the upper cultivation world. He said that it was because during the competition at the Spiritual Mountain Conference, those 2 people made things difficult for him because he was a bastard son of the Confucian Wind sect. They didn't judge the outcome fairly. Later, he even broke the law and captured everyone who denounced him. He dragged them to the square of the Confucian Wind sect and dug out their eyes one by one. I didn't see that disaster with my own eyes, but it was recorded in the book that the eyes he dug out were filled with 3 carriages before they were all transported away. Mo Ran's heart trembled, but he remained silent. At this time it was normal for him to curse a few words, but what position did he have to curse? In this life, Chu Wanning didn't know what Mo Ran did in his previous life. Mo Ran once killed almost everyone in the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect because of a personal grievance. He even used the fruit of 1,000 cuts to hang the city lord of one of the cities and tortured him for a whole year before letting him die. In fact, when Mo Ran came to the Confucian Wind sect this time, he had always tried to avoid meeting that city lord as much as possible. The hatred between him and that person was too deep. He was afraid that if he saw him, he would do something crazy again. Even now, he still had a fierce nature. What qualifications did he have to curse others for being bloody and cruel? On the other side, Nangong Lu approached the core of the giant skeleton step by step, and once again raised his sword towards the burning flames. He was getting closer and closer, the sword in his hand glinting with a cold light. Chu Wanning said, as that person's master, Luo Fenghua couldn't tolerate his atrocities, so he rebelled together with Nangong Lu. The 2 of them raised an army one night and smoothly drove that person out of the Confucian Wind sect's sect leader's seat. But under the influence of power, Luo Fenghua held the sect leader's thumb ring, but he didn't give it to Nangong Lu. Mo Ran was shocked. He put it on himself. Correct. Chu Wanning said, every sect leader's keepsake has a powerful spiritual power boost. These keepsakes recognize their master, and the Confucian Wind sect's ring is the same. Whoever wears it will own it. Unless the sect changes masters, the only way to break it is death. That Luo Fenghua died after being in power for only 2 years. Could it be that Nangong Lu killed him in order to take back the sect leader's seat? Chu Wanning shook his head. The official history of the Confucian Wind sect says that Luo Fenghua died of illness. After he died of illness, Nangong Lu regained the sect leader's thumb ring. But no one can say for sure what the truth is. Look at how Nangong Lu tried so hard to lure this monster out to fight, shouting curses and so on. I'm afraid what happened that year is not so simple. Mo Ran also felt that things were not so simple, but he still had a question in his heart. What about his younger brother? What happened to Nangong Lu's younger brother after he was driven out of power? He died. Chu Wanning said, on the night of the mutiny, Luo Fenghua cleaned up the sect and personally took his own disciple's life. It is said that he was hacked into pieces and chopped into minced meat. Mo Ran was speechless. He couldn't help but feel a burst of guilt. He thought to himself, if what I did in my previous life was known by Chu Wanning in this life, then wouldn't his master also want to clean up the sect? Would she also want to chop him into mincemeat and dismember his body into 10,000 pieces? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Nangong Lu's sword had pierced through the man wrapped in the giant skeleton. The giant skeleton instantly grimaced and let out an extremely painful roar. Its huge bony palms stomped on the ground, creating deep pits one after another. It angrily waved its hand and with one slap, it overturned a large patch of orange trees. The golden fruits rolled all over the ground and were crushed by the giant skeleton. In this strange smell of blood and fruit, the giant skeleton suddenly stopped moving. Then it abruptly knelt on the ground. Lava splashed everywhere, and its white bones instantly turned into fine powder, disappearing into thin air. Nangong Lu pulled out his long sword and caught the man who fell inside the giant skeleton. He said ecstatically, I did it. I'm free. The curse is broken. The curse is broken. Ha 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 ha. He flew down with the wind and landed on the ground. At this time, a group of cultivators from the Hall of Poetry, who saw that the situation was not right, also came to the Gongquan Lake. When the leader of Lone Moon Knight, Jiang Shi, saw the rolling magma, his handsome and arrogant face showed a surprised expression. Boundless earth fire? He immediately waved his sleeve and raised his hand, dropping a layer of water spirit powder on the people behind him. Every sect had different defensive spells and skills. Most of them used enchantments, but Lone Moon Knight used spirit powder to resist the scorching sun fire. After doing all this, Jiang Shi turned around angrily and asked sternly, Nangong Lu, what's going on? Nangong Lu did not answer. He tightly held the man who was pulled out of the giant skeleton. The flames that surrounded the man's body had disappeared, along with his strength and consciousness. He did not open his eyes again, and was no different from an ordinary corpse. He fell powerlessly between Nangong Lu's claws. When Shui Zhengyong saw Mo Ran and Chu Wanning, he immediately rushed over and shouted anxiously, Ran, are you hung? Are you okay? Where's Meng? Meng, Mo Ran quickly comforted him. Shui Meng is fine, he's over there. Shui Zhengyong looked in the direction he pointed and saw Shui Meng was wrapped in a giant vine. Only his pale face was exposed. He could not help but change his expression and staggered to Shui Meng. Mo Ran pulled him and said, Uncle, he's only temporarily conscious. He'll be fine in a while. He'll be safer in the vine. Don't go over, you stay with us. Shui Zhengyong said anxiously, what happened? I saw a ghost coming from afar, Leader Nangong. He turned around and saw Nangong Lu standing in the lava and the lifeless corpse in his arms. He suddenly stopped talking. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did that corpse look so familiar? It seemed like a long time ago, really a long time ago. He seemed to have seen this man's face. This person's facial features were too ordinary, and it was easy to be drowned in the past. Shui Zhengyong could not remember it at the moment, but he felt that something was wrong, everything was wrong. At this time he saw Nangong Lu suddenly raise his face. His face was covered in blood, but the corners of his mouth were wide open. Nangong Lu was laughing, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. It was completely different from his usual flattering appearance. In the crowd there were Yi Wangxi and Nangong Si. Nangong Si murmured, Father. Yi Wangxi saw Su Shuanglin next to her and said in shock, Father? Su Shuanglin glanced at Yi Wangxi and shook his head, hinting her not to come over. In the burning lava, his clothes were slightly open, and his loose white undergarment fluttered in the wind. There was a lazy smile on his face, and he slightly raised his chin, looking at the bustling scene in front of him. The Red Lotus underworld. His bare feet stepped on the ground, and his round toes moved, creating little sparks. Then he lowered his head, as if he was waiting for something. The light of the fire was reflected in his eyes, like a golden red carp swimming in a dark pool. Ah! Suddenly, a female cultivator in the crowd cried out in alarm. Su Shuanglin did not look up, and only smiled. Of course he knew what was happening. He had heard the sound of flesh being chewed. Behind him, Nangong Lu grabbed the man's shoulder. Under the moonlight, he bit open the man's neck, greedily sucking the blood and juice. After that scream, no one said anything and no one blamed him. For a moment, no one understood what was going on in front of them. Everyone was shocked. The world's #1 scholar, Winsect's sect leader Nangong Lu, was actually gnawing on a corpse like this? How was this possible, Father? Nangong Si was the first to break down. He ran crazily towards Nangong Lu. Yi Wangxi could not hold him back, so she ran with him to Nangong Lu. Father, what are you doing? What are you doing? Sect leader. Nangong Lu turned a deaf ear and continued to chew. The clothes he used to cover his face had long been removed. His red skin and flesh were constantly rolling under the moonlight, causing him more and more pain. The more pain he was in, the more frenzied he was to chew on the corpse's flesh and blood, as if it was a sweet spring, a bitter medicine, a relief that he could not get. Some cultivators could not stand it, and the sound of vomiting came from the crowd. Some people moaned weakly, how could this be, madman, so disgusting. The moonlight slowly moved and shone on Nangong Lu's body. Nangong Lu first lowered his head and spasmed, saliva and pus flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Then he suddenly looked up. opened his sticky bloody mouth, and shouted with a trembling voice, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The flesh and blood on his face did not heal after eating the man's corpse. It was still cut into pieces under the moonlight. His face was already full of blood, and only his eyes were still white. He threw the corpse on the ground and stepped on it. He turned around and grabbed Su Shuanglin's lapel, roaring like a beast, "What's going on? Why is it useless, useless?" His meridians were bulging, and his hands were trembling non-stop. His eyes were bloodshot, and large drops of tears rolled down because of the severe pain. "It hurts. It hurts so much. I hate that I can't die. I hate that I can't die," he shouted in a low voice, almost desperate. Suddenly, he thought of something and let go of Su Shuanglin. He lowered his head and dug out the man's heart. "Spiritual core. It must be that my strength is not enough. I'm going to eat his spiritual core. Spiritual core. Spiritual core. Spiritual core." He reached into the sword wound on the man's chest and kept rubbing it. His hands were full of blood, and he was almost crazy. Unexpectedly at this moment, a sharp claw suddenly pierced into his back and fiercely pierced through his ribs. Blood spurted wildly. Nangong Lu was stunned for a moment, as if he had not yet reacted to what had happened. He did not feel the pain and just looked back in a daze. He opened his bloodshot eyes and saw Su Shuanglin look up with a smile on his clean and refreshing face. "What do you want to eat? For people like you, eating anything is a waste." Chapter 165. The claw, which had been infused with spiritual power, was suddenly pulled back, bringing with it a large patch of bright red. Nangong Lu's mouth opened and closed, then closed and opened again, but he couldn't say a single word for a long time. It seemed like he didn't expect that Su Shuanglin would make a hole in his back. After a long time, he finally spat out a large mouthful of blood and knelt stiffly on the ground. "Father!" Nangong Si's blood-curdling screams tore through the sky. "Sect leader!" "Oh!" Everyone was shocked. Su Shuanglin calmly crouched down and absent-mindedly took out a fruit from his Qiankuan pouch. He stuffed it into Nangong Lu's mouth and forced him to swallow it. Mo Rant's eyes were sharp, and his expression immediately changed. Lingqi fruit. The fruit that Su Shuanglin fed to Nangong Lu was precisely the lingqi fruit that had kept the Feathermen alive at the Peach Blossom Spring. It was the fruit that made them beg for death. Nangong Lu was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His entire body curled up on the ground like a shrimp as he trembled violently. Su Shuanglin looked at him. The light from the fire reflected in his eyes, making them look very warm. "Sect leader, I pity you. You've lived for most of your life, but in the end you're still a good-for-nothing who can be manipulated by others." Yi Wangxi said in horror. "Ifu? Father. Let go of my father. Let go of him." In the end, blood was thicker than water. Even though Nangong Lu couldn't bear it, seeing him in such a miserable state, Nangong Si still couldn't bear it. His hair stood up in anger, and he attacked Su Shuanglin. However, Su Shuanglin single-handedly blocked him with a defensive barrier. Su Shuanglin rolled his eyes and coldly glanced at him. When the elders are talking, the younger generation shouldn't interrupt. "Kneel." After he finished speaking, he pointed his finger in the air. Nangong Si only felt that 1,000 caddies had fallen from his back. He couldn't stand up. He clenched his teeth and endured for a moment, but he still knelt heavily on the ground. "Ussi." Yi Wangxi immediately stood in front of Nangong Si. She couldn't point her sword at Su Shuanglin, but she couldn't stand by and watch. For a moment, her expression was both painful and dazed. "Ifu, don't hurt him. Who wants to hurt him? What is he?" Su Shuanglin turned his gaze back to Nangong Lu. Then, he raised his leg and kicked Nangong Lu's bloody face. "After so many years, I can't help but reminisce with this person in front of all the tyrants in the world." Nangong Lu coughed out a large mouthful of blood. "Reminisce? Zhe. Didn't you tell me that as long as I called back Luo Fenghua's soul from the abyss of hell, I'd be able to break the curse he put on me? I'd be able to recover and never fear the night again. You lied to me. You actually lied to me." Hearing this, the young cultivators didn't react, But the expressions of Xue Zhongyong's generation all changed. Xue Zhongyong abruptly looked at the young man's corpse. Luo Fenghua? It's Luo Fenghua. Lying on the ground was the body of the Nangong brothers' master from many years ago, the short-lived sect master who had once usurped power, the only sect master with a different surname in the Confucian Wind sect, Luo Fenghua. You're dreaming, Su Shuanglin said with a smile. Break the curse? You killed him with your own hands back then, and now you drank his blood and ate his flesh. You're so cruel, but you still want to break the curse? You're really naive. Don't tell me I shouldn't drink his blood and eat his flesh. Although I tried to seize power and sent him to an early death, he left a curse on the sect master's ring before he died. After I put it on, it's been more than 10 years. There hasn't been a single day, cough cough, there hasn't. Not a single day. That I've been able to live a normal life at night. Don't tell me. I shouldn't. You should. Su Shuanglin expressionlessly expressed his agreement. You really should. Suddenly, his face twisted into a smile. He simply squatted down, lifted Nangong Lu's face and said, You did very well. No one can do better than you, be more outstanding and be more obedient. Sect master, no one can be more stupid than you. With a sinister smile, he concluded, Trash. After Su Shuanglin finished speaking, he slowly stood up. Unexpectedly, with a solemn and gentle smile on his face, he spread his arms and said cordially to everyone, Honored guests, the banquet is over. I still have some desserts here that I'd like to invite everyone to taste together. Someone angrily shouted, Su Shuanglin, what do you want to do? Actually, it's nothing. I just want to ask everyone to share some interesting stories. Confucian Wind sect has disdained the cultivation world for 100 years, and its stinking scandals are too many to mention. But among them, there's one thing that I've been waiting for more than 10 years. Today, I'm going to announce it to the public in front of the whole world. As he spoke to this point, his voice turned from high-pitched to gentle. Then, he softly said, I'm afraid this is the last secret history of Confucian Wind sect. When Nangong Lu heard him say this, a strong fear suddenly welled up in his heart. He rapidly stammered and his lips trembled. He almost couldn't speak, but his eyes were fixed on the person standing above the lava. Who the hell are you? Su Shuanglin turned his face and smiled, but he didn't answer. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in his hand, and a dagger appeared in his palm. He gripped it hard and cut his skin, causing blood to gush out from the palm of his hand. He dipped it in the blood and drew a formation on his arm. Then, he gently blew on it and said, The small boat at the west window brings you into dreams. Then he turned his head and smiled. Sect leader, if you want to know who I am, you'll know everything after you see these things. Mo Ran wanted to stop him, but he was gently stopped by Chu Wanning. Shizun, it's not an evil curse, it's a dream recall enchantment. It's very similar to the magic technique of the Peach Blossom Springs Feathermen. It's a magic technique that allows everyone to see his memories, Chu Wanning said. Wait a moment. Let's see what he wants to say. The brilliance of the formation that Su Shuanglin blew into the wind flowed. It flew higher and higher, continuously expanding. In an instant, the entire Lingshui Lake was enveloped by the formation. The fragmented memories were like sand powder, slowly falling from the sky. The surface of the lake was quickly covered by Su Shuanglin's memories. It was as if the snow had replaced the ground with a new layer of snow. As the power of the formation continued to overflow, the scene changed. Although everyone was still standing around the Lingshui Lake, the vegetation and lava in front of them were fading away. In the end, it turned into the appearance of the Confucian Wind sect's Flying Jade Pavilion. In this illusion, the Flying Jade Pavilion was empty. There were only two people, one standing and one sitting. The one standing was barefooted and dressed casually. His hair was not combed properly, and the crown on his head was even a little crooked. He was Su Shuanglin. The one sitting was wearing a dark red robe and had a pale face. He was Nangong Lu. Nangong Lu stroked the sect leader's thumb ring that was inlaid with a dark green jade. His face flickered with an excited and anxious light. Then are the 5 divine weapons ready? Su Shuanglin lazily said. You've already asked me for the 9th time. If you ask me for the 10th time today, I'm going to quit. Nangong Lu was unable to control his emotions. He couldn't help but shake his legs. Okay. Then let's wait for all the guests to arrive. Let's wait for the day of Seer's wedding. Let me take a look at the list of sacrificial offerings. I want to see how many of the people on the list haven't arrived yet. Su Shuanglin threw him a book, and Nangong Lu immediately flipped through it impatiently. His gaze was fanatical, like a thirsty person drinking water. He flipped through the book until the sound of hua hua could be heard. He counted once, but he was still worried, so he counted a second time. His finger poked at the pages as if he wanted to poke a hole in the book. They're all here. Su Shuanglin saw that he was crazily chanting and said, there are more than 20 people with pure 5 elements. In addition, you've organized the 5 elements spiritual force guards over the years. With the power of these people's spiritual cores and the help of the divine weapons, although the power is not as strong as directly using the essence of spiritual bodies, it's enough. I guarantee that we can open the gates of hell. Nangong Lu clenched the book and nodded repeatedly. Okay, but this is the last good opportunity. If you mess it up again, I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult for you to break the curse. You can't mess it up. Su Shuanglin lazily said. You should say, you won't mess it up. Okay. I won't mess it up. Nangong Lu paused and said, Shuanglin, I'm still worried. Let's go over the plan again? Big brother, you've already done it 10 or 20 times. Nangong Lu didn't care. Few more times. It's always better to be cautious. Su Shuanglin looked a little helpless. As you wish. Nangong Lu calculated and said, on the eve of Seer's wedding, all the guests will come to the poetry stage. I'll arrange to draw lots and draw the 21 pieces that have been marked in advance. He looked up at Su Shuanglin. Then it's your turn. Okay, I'll ask to go with you. Su Shuanglin had no choice but to agree. After entering the jungle, I'll lead the sacrifices to the Gongquan Lake and plant the precious chess pieces on them. They'll be obedient and give their spiritual power to the divine weapons. After this is done, I'll manipulate everyone to shoot the fuse into the sky and tear open the crack of hell. Good. Unlike Su Shuanglin's laziness, Nangong Lu seemed to be very excited. He talked about strategy on paper. After seeing the fireworks, I led 5 groups of guards and rushed to the hunting forest to meet up with you in the name of quelling the sky-splitting chaos. After that, we will make the 5 groups of guards into exquisite chess pieces and sacrifice them. Su Shuanglin nodded and concluded, there shouldn't be any mistakes. There can't be any mistakes. Nangong Lu clenched his thumb ring, and his face turned blue. I've had enough. He muttered for a while, then suddenly looked up and asked Su Shuanglin, is it really okay to not use the essence of the spiritual body? What if the power of the divine weapons is not pure enough? Don't worry, these 5 divine weapons are the best of the best, the peak of the peak. They have the ability to move mountains and fill seas. After absorbing the spiritual power of the sacrifices, they will succeed. What if? I'm saying what if the gate of the infernal hell can't be opened? What if, like in colorful Butterfly Town, someone comes out to stop us? Look at that Chu Wanning. Nangong Lu spat. What Wanye Yuhung? What a busybody. Last time in colorful Butterfly Town, I killed him by a stroke of luck. It was supposed to be a good thing, but who knew that old bald donkey Huizue had the ability to bring him back from the dead? Hateful. When Emo Ran saw this, he was furious. Back then, when colorful Butterfly Town was in chaos, Confucian Wind Sect sent a large number of cultivators to quell the chaos. More than 100 Confucian Wind Sect disciples died in that chaotic battle. These 2 people knew it very well. Then who was the fake Gaochen? Was it Nangong Lu or Su Shuanglin? Chu Wanning's life is not meant to end. Su Shuanglin said in the illusion. He's a capable person. It's a pity that he died so easily. So what if he's capable? I just can't stand that arrogant face of his. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember now. Sect Master Immortal, you saw Chu Wanning a few days ago, right? How was it? Since he came back from the dead, was his spiritual power damaged? I don't know about his spiritual power, but his temper didn't decrease in the slightest. Nangong Lu said resentfully, he's high and mighty, and he considers everyone beneath him. In front of him, I'm like F** king dog that rolled in the mud. Su Shuanglin laughed. That's an interesting analogy, sect master. It would have been better if you didn't mention it, but now that you mention it, I'm full of anger. I'm the sect master of the #1 sect in the world. Not only do I have to nod and bow to Chu Wanning, but I also have to look at his disciple's face. That disciple of his is amazing, Grandmaster Mo. He has no rules, and his temper is worse than his master's. He took a deep breath and a malicious glint flashed in his eyes. What a good wood essence spiritual body. I hate that I can't abandon Shinwu and use his flesh as a sacrifice to the heavens. Just like my original plan. I'll tear open the gates of hell. Jin Chengqi, the peach blossom spring, failed twice. Su Shuanglin said later. He traveled alone for 5 years. During those 5 years we couldn't find his whereabouts. The only time we could lure him into a trap, we succeeded in making him seriously injured by the Yellow River Serpent. However, that kid was lucky and was saved by Jiang Shi, who was passing by. Now, Mo Rant's wings are fully grown. And he's no longer the 16 or 17-year-old boy. None of us can touch him. Using the wood essence spiritual body won't work. Just wait and see. Nangong Lu said angrily, when I break the curse my power will increase greatly. At that time, whether it's Grandmaster Chu or Grandmaster Mo, they'll have to kneel in front of me and listen to my orders. When Su Shuanglin heard him say this, he just smiled and didn't say anything. Nangong Lu was angry for a while and gradually calmed down. He stared at the ring on his hand and suddenly said, Shuanglin, 5 years ago, you gave up looking for the wood essence spiritual body. It wasn't just because Mo Ran left the mountain to travel and disappeared, right? Slowly looking up from the ring, Nangong Lu said, it was also because you continued to investigate and found that the earth essence spiritual body was Yiwangshi, right? You were reluctant to give up your adopted daughter. She's your only family in this world. I have no family in this world. Su Shuanglin interrupted him expressionlessly. What's more, sect leader, you know that the fire essence spiritual body is your son. Even if I was willing to give up Yiwangshi, would you be willing to give up Si? Forget it. Nangong Lu waved his hand and said with a sad expression, since Shinwu can be replaced, what else is there to say? Let's not talk about it anymore. What if Shinwu can't be replaced? Nangong Lu was shocked. What do you mean? Didn't you say that there would be no mistakes? Sect Master, there's no need to be so nervous. I was just suddenly curious. If in this world the only way to successfully open the seamless gate was to use those 5 living spirits in Seer as a sacrifice, what choice would the Exalt make? Would he continue to endure the pain of the curse, or? There was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth and he didn't say anything else. Nangong Lu didn't answer. After a long time, so long that everyone thought this memory was going to end, Nangong Lu softly said, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Hearing him say this, everyone's face changed, especially Shui Jingyong, who loved his son as much as his life. He couldn't understand Nangong Lu's choice at all. He said angrily, ridiculous. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own son. In order to live, you're willing to sacrifice your own son? This is ridiculous. Nangong Si stood stiffly in the same place. There was a blank expression on his face. Other than that, he didn't have any other expression. His eyes were empty. The scene turned black. Those sparkling memory fragments flipped and flipped again, making the tinkling sound of wind chimes colliding. When the illusion lit up again, the sky was high and the clouds were vast. The towering snow mountain reflected a dazzling white light. Someone exclaimed, is that Jin Chengqi? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.